So, hi guys, welcome. Nice to not see you because we can't see you at all. We are very excited for us to be here, even with all of these technical difficulties. I'm sure you noticed that there's 3 of us here and not just 2 of us. So you guys are in for a special treat today because we have Megan Lewis here, and Megan has done actually a couple of our seminars with us here local in Utah, where she lives, next to Bethany. So Bethany and Megan have known each other for a long time. And Megan actually breeds Greater Swiss Mountain Dogs, who are absolutely amazing. So I will own one day. And yes, I know I already own a lot of dogs. Don't judge me.
Not as many as
Bethany owns a lot more, so I've got a few to catch up. So basically, we are going to all kind of chime in and present to you guys a really wonderful puppy potential workshop virtually. And I'm so sorry that we don't get to see each other in person. And hopefully you guys can make it out to an in-person seminar. I think we're still trying to get one settled for September in Austin, Texas. We already have one scheduled for October, I think, in New Hampshire. Yep. And then we're
working on North Carolina rescheduling.
Yeah, we have to reschedule our North Carolina. We don't have dates set yet, but we are working on it. I think we were supposed to be in Phoenix in March with Tanya McBee. And then of course we're always open to being hosted all over the place. So I'm sure you guys can tell that we have an extra guest joining us as well. So if we do happen to do a reschedule of the North Carolina seminar right after Bethany's had a baby, Megan will be the one joining us. So joining me, I should say. So you guys will kind of just get to see all of our faces over the next 3 days, and we're really excited about it. So let's go ahead. We're going to get started. We have the PowerPoint pulled up, and we're going to go on from there. Somebody's messaging me, so we're going to kind of pop on over. Let's see here.
Come to Canada. We're happy to come to Canada. Just host us.
Yeah. Oh, heck yeah. Seriously, that would be fantastic. Anybody in Australia, because that would be
or Scotland.
Yeah, you know what? Anywhere. We'll go anywhere.
We'll come anywhere.
All right. So let's go ahead. We're going to pop the slideshow over to the next slide and just do a little bit of intros for those of you who don't actually personally know us, even though quite a few of you do. There we go. Is that on?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
It's just not wanting to work.
All right. So let's see here. We're going to start with Bethany. We'll let Bethany do an intro of herself. For those of you who can see this slideshow, she's the short-haired blonde with a burner.
With the very pregnant lady. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Very
The picture.
You're not there.
That's true.
All right.
So I'm Bethany Tracy. I'm out here in Utah, and I own Wasatch Canine Camp. Me and my husband have been, training. We do training, boarding, and daycare. We've been doing that for about 13 years. And I also breed and show Bernese Mountain Dogs. So you're going to kind of learn about my socialization program today and the things that I've done to kind of, I guess, master that, taking from other programs and things like that, and modifying it, and personal experience and my knowledge and experience, and modifying that to fit for my burners and, other like foster litters and things like that I've done. So, yeah, I'm excited to share all that.
And really cool. Today we are going to be actually temperament testing. Bethany has a litter of Bernese Mountain Dogs on the ground who are 7 weeks old today. So you guys will get to see us temperament test those. And Bethany's sister has a litter of 1 week old Dobermans. For those of you who follow my business page, I posted a picture of those that I got to be there for a couple of the births. And actually Megan helped whelp those. But we're going to be doing ENS. Bethany's going to drive over to her sister's house just for you guys. And we're going to live stream the ENS with the 1 week old litter of Dobermans. So very exciting. All right. This is, let me go to me first since I'm on here.
Okay.
So hi guys, I'm Brittany Brower. I'm from Tucson, Arizona, and I run Puppy Sense Dog Training. I specialize in working with puppies and dealing with them, training them, helping people really kind of get their life set up once those puppies come into the home. I did a seminar actually with Sarah Dixon a few years ago all about puppies once they come into the new home. And Sarah happened to no longer be able to do these with me. And so Beth and I were kind of like, why don't we kind of combine our knowledge and put together a full program. And it was actually one that Megan had done with Bethany in the past before in terms of the early stages. And so we all kind of were like, let's just make this one of the best workshops about puppies, because there's just so much that
from start to finish.
Yes,
Like-
start to finish. There's just so much that people just don't know. And so that's how we kind of popped this workshop together and really put together a great program. And we've had just really overwhelming success with it so far. We've had a lot of great feedback. I don't know if people are just telling us that, but I think it's pretty awesome. So we have, you know, a lot of great reviews that we've gotten back from it. So I own 11 dogs. I own 3 of Bethany's, Bernie's mountain dogs. One day I'll own a Swissy from Megan. You know, but it's really one of those things where we're trying to put together the best puppy raising program out there. So we're going to pop over to Megan and let her introduce herself.
I'm Megan Lewis. My kennel is Blue Hill Swissies. I've been breeding for 10 years-ish. Had Swissies for a long time. Like you said, Beth and I have known each other for
Very long.
longer than that.
Yeah.
And when we both started breeding, we really got into wanting to do it differently than we had seen. And
Especially in Utah, there's really not many.
you don't see, at least commonly, you don't see a ton of responsible breeding in our area.
Yeah.
And so we saw a need for it and really wanted to do things a little bit differently. So we did a lot of early figuring out
Yep.
together, learning and growing. And but I do a little bit of everything. I show my dogs. We do all sorts of working events. I think they're pretty cool.
Yeah. So a lot of great experience between all of us. I'm sorry. Were you done? Totally just cut you off. I didn't mean to. So a lot of really great experience between the 3 of us. These 2, especially on the breeding, whelping, raising litter end, and then all of us in terms of raising puppies
And
to
training,
be the best.
yeah.
Yep. So, all right, next slide. If you guys have questions, pop them into the chat group. If there are questions that we feel need to be answered now, we will. And if not, we will try to come back to them. And if we don't get back to them right away, just remind us. All right. So if you haven't already, which I think most of you have, join our support group on Facebook. It is literally called Puppy Potential Workshop Support Group. And we will get you added to it. There's a ton of information on there already. We have all sorts of videos. I know Megan has shared a video of, or was it you, Beth, of a C-section that was happening with one of their dogs. Tons of training questions. We get a lot of people that doesn't even deal specifically with puppies, but just successes they've had from information they've already learned through the workshop on dealing with other dogs. So there's all sorts of stuff. All of the handouts that you guys will hear us talking about are uploaded into the file section of that group as well. So you will have access to all of those. So when we are talking about, you know, the ENS, and we're talking about the, you know, what is it, the puppy 12,
Puppy Rules of 12.
Yeah, Puppy Rules of 12. When we're talking about the socialization program, all of that is already in there for you guys to download and use. So,
and in fact, we're mostly going to be focusing today on the WCC Berners socialization program and the temperament test. So I would recommend, and DNS, but that's in the social program. I would recommend that you download those 2 files and kind of follow along, because we're going to go week by week through my social program, and then, you know, have the temperament test later today. So,
and I will tell you, one of the things, feedback we get is that people wish they would have brought something to write notes with. So if you don't have anything to write notes with, grab it and take some. Grab a pen, pencil, paper, whatever it is.
If you have any questions that you think can wait until we do the Q&A, official Q&A, write those down so that you can come back to them.
Yep. So, all right, we're going to pop over to the next slide.
well, I think really quick,
Yes.
We're going to probably take a break,
A couple of them.
a couple of breaks throughout the day, just to kind of like set things up and stuff when we're changing rooms and stuff like that, because we have a couple different exercises that take place in different rooms. So we'll do like 10-15 minute breaks, then we'll do an hour lunch.
Yep.
And then what was I going to say?
At 11:30 today,
Mountain time.
Bethany will be over at her sister's for 11:30. That's when we're starting the ENS exercises. As soon as that's done, then we're taking lunch for an hour. And then as soon as we get back from lunch, we are setting up the puppy social socialization. So you can see an actual socialization. We're gonna have a couple different angles set up so you can see kind of the whole overarching group yard. And then we're gonna have a camera down closer inside of the group so you can see any specifics that we're talking about as well from there. But that will be right as soon as we get back from lunch.
Yeah,
So
and
just,
before every break, we'll also do open Q&A.
Yep.
So that's probably the best time to ask questions.
yeah, unless it's something very specific that needs to be answered right then and there. So, all right, let's go ahead. We'll move on to the next slide. So day 1 today, breeding to 10 weeks. This is going to be mostly them. I'll just be a pretty face sitting here. So, all right, this is all about puppies and litters. So,
All right.
move on to the next one.
So deciding to breed. So you want to have a litter of puppies.
Like I said, when we started getting into it, it was very confusing because you hear a lot of different things from people that are breeding. You get a lot of people that are just breeding their pets because they have them and their neighbor has one.
Yep.
And they can put them together, and there's a lot that goes on that way, especially certain areas that's very prevalent. But we learned and found that there's a lot of reasons why not to breed, and there's a lot of reasons to breed. The first thing on our list is, does the dog deserve to procreate? That doesn't mean, is my dog so sweet, and is my dog, oh, she's just so cute and she deserves to, she needs to have puppies, and my kids want to experience the puppies.
Yep.
And all this stuff. None of those reasons are a good enough reason for every dog to procreate. There's a lot of things that go into deciding if a dog should be bred. Are they a good representation of their breed? And this can be, are they a good representation of a pure breed or even mixed breeds? If you put them together, and you need to be still representing those two
Yes.
breeds well.
Yep.
You can't just breed something because
It would be cute.
It would be cute.
Yes, there's so much that goes into it.
There's so much that goes to choosing, why are you breeding two dogs together, whether they're the same breed or not.
And even if you're never ever going to breed, these are really good things for you to know as a trainer or whatever pet industry you're a part of, because you need to be helping educate people. All the time I get clients, that come in for puppy training, and they're like, oh, I really love this dog. I would love to breed them someday. And so I really want to try to give them all the proper answers and information that I can to help them decide if it's really a good fit for them, and if the dog really should be bred. Because a lot of people don't know how to answer those questions.
And on the rescue foster side of things, one of the big things that we hear that people are like hardcore against breeding is like, well, there's just tons of purebred dogs in the shelter. And it's like, this is the most important part. There's a difference between purebred and well-bred.
Yes.
And a lot of the reasons that those purebred dogs are in the shelter, for the most part, is because they're not well-bred, well-temperamented, whatever they're supposed to be. Most really well-bred purebred dogs never end up in the shelter because breeders take them back, and that's, all important stuff. And so just because a dog is purebred doesn't mean it's
well-bred,
good representation of what it's supposed to be.
And
so
basically, when you're talking about a good representation of the breed, what does that mean? If you don't know what your breed standard says, every breed that is an accepted breed has what's called a standard, which is a written description of what the breed should be, both their physical attributes, their temperament attributes, everything about them is written in a standard. And as we're breeding dogs, we should be breeding to that standard. We should be trying to get them as close to that standard as possible. And above and beyond, we should always be trying to breed to create better puppies of that breed.
Yes.
If you are mixing breeds, there should be a purpose. You should have a reason behind it.
Purpose-bred dogs, yes.
Yes, and you should be pulling from both of those standards. You don't want to let those standards get lax.
Yes. Because then that's how you get inconsistencies in your mixing, and
the reason we breed to a standard is for that consistency. We want dogs to come out the way they should and the way we think they're going to be. So many families fail with dogs because they get something they're not expecting.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
Really-
read, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say a really big point. Actually, one of our participants right now, her name's Margaret, and she breeds incredible doodles. I absolutely love them, and she does a really fantastic job of making sure they're health tested. She's getting consistencies in her litter in terms of temperament and all of these things. But how many doodles have we seen that from the same litter are, some are more like the poodle, some are more like the golden or the lab, and some of them are like neither because they didn't mesh well. And you never know which way it's going to go in terms of
You never know
the
what their
puppies.
hair is going to be like. You never
Yeah,
know how big they're going to be. You never know if they're going to be, drivey or hyper or whatever.
The breeder doesn't realize that they bred a high drive working line standard poodle to this really low drive golden retriever, and then you got a mixture of both of that in the line,
and then you get people that are breeding different
really strange
mixes, like poodles with Malinois. Legitimately, I've seen these.
Yep.
And
doodles, pity doodles.
Yeah, you see these dogs
it's not
that have
just doodles.
No, it's
like
not.
there are
Oh,
other
yeah.
things too, but
you see these dogs that have very conflicting internal motivations. And they're like, I don't know if I'm supposed to herd this thing, or if I'm supposed to flush it, or if I'm supposed to attack it. And so there's a whole slew of things that should go into why we're mixing breeds. And I fully support mixed breeds. I love them.
Responsibly.
What does that
your
say?
internet connection is unstable.
Oh, good.
All right. So give us a second if this changes anything.
We're getting a notification that our internet connection is unstable. Are you guys all okay with everything on your end?
We're gonna hope it is.
It better be. All right. So we'll continue.
And you're welcome, Margaret.
Yeah.
We do like we said, we're not against doodle breeding. We're against most people that mix because they're not doing it properly.
Yeah.
We're against irresponsible breeding.
Yes.
That's the word.
Big time.
So basically, when you're breeding to a
Cool.
standard, if you're breeding two breeds, you have two standards to breed to, which makes it more difficult, I think.
Or more than two.
But even when you're breeding to a standard, there are times when you have to wash dogs out because they just don't meet the criteria that you are looking for. You don't have goals. Beth and I are what are called preservation breeders, which means that we are breeding to preserve a specific breed. And it's a passion, really. There's nothing.
People don't breed to make money.
We don't breed to make money. You breed because of the love of the dogs, and you want to create better dogs. You want to, if we didn't have breeders, we would run out of dogs. There are not enough, contrary to popular opinion, that there's a huge dog overpopulation. If we did not have actual breeders, all that would be left were
Unstable,
unhealthy, broken creatures.
Yes.
And the world would eventually have no dogs, which would be really sad.
Yes.
Very sad.
So when you're looking at what to breed, good temperament, and you have to look at both parents, and you have to decide if these temperaments are going to mesh well together. Are they going to do what you're looking for? If you have a working breed, is it going to be able to do what it's bred to do? If you have a little bit of a sharper dog, what do you want to do on the other side to try to counteract that? If you have an issue going on, do you really want to breed that dog?
And the big thing here also is a Cane Corso is not going to have the same temperament as a Berner.
Yep.
And
they have to have a good temperament for their breed standard.
Yeah. And this is
and what does the standard does go over what temperaments should look like. And so in my dogs, it says bold and faithful. So I don't want to be breeding these withering,
meek
little, shy, scared things that aren't going to do anything.
With Berners, they should be slightly aloof, but goofy.
Yeah.
And you would think, oh, Berners and Swissies are very similar, but they're not at all. They are cousins, but they are not. And
They're
so
both
I don't
tricolor. That's about it.
Yeah, exactly. And so I shouldn't be breeding my Berners to a Swissy standard, and same thing with Megan.
And you have to be careful, and you have to know. I mean, I read my standard on a regular basis because you have to remember, because sometimes we get it in our brain what we think they should be, but we're not breeding totally true to what they should be historically and to the standard. Good health. This means a lot more than
a vet visit.
My vet said that they were healthy.
Yeah.
That's the most common response you get when you ask someone, oh, did you health test your dog before you bred it? They say, oh yeah, my vet said it was great. They said that it was healthy and they stretched their legs.
Yeah, they
and
tested the range
whatever.
of motion, and
That is
their heart
not
is
what
good.
good health means. Health testing is a thing. Like it's not just going to your vet and having a checkup. OFA, PennHIP are the two most common registries for health, and every breed has a whole gamut of health issues that goes just with them.
And
some of them overlap, but like burner issues are way different than Swissy issues, which are way different than poodle issues.
Yes.
And so many people believe in something called hybrid vigor, which doesn't exist. It's bunk.
If you breed a poor quality dog to a poor quality dog, you're not going to get a healthier dog. That science doesn't make sense.
Well, and people seem to think, oh, if I breed two different breeds together, then it's going to cancel out all of the health issues in both breeds. That's not correct. That's bad science.
Yes.
Basically, if you're putting two sets of health issues together, you then have a double the amount of health issues that you might have the potential for a dog to have. So having things tested, just for example, in my breed, we test hips, elbows, shoulders, patellas, heart. There are extras. We can do P2Y12. Thyroid is sometimes done. You guys do von Willebrand's.
Von Willebrand degenerative myelopathy, which is both DM and SOB1D. There's two different strains of degenerative myelopathy, which is a lot of breeders don't test for because it's a senior disease. It doesn't show up until the dog is after 7. And so a lot of breeders are like, well, they'll be far out of my hands at that point, which is not fair to those buyers. You need to be testing for degenerative myelopathy because it's a rather sad disease. It slowly paralyzes the dog and is very miserable for them. So that's something that is really big in our breed.
It's my shepherd passed of that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So
it's hard because a lot of these things do have environmental and hereditary factors. Dysplasia of all kinds can be environmental or hereditary. And so
nutrition.
As a breeder, you should be doing everything you possibly can. And then it's the owner's responsibility to do the environmental parts. But you should be doing everything beforehand to make sure that
you're setting them up.
You've ticked off all your boxes. You're setting these dogs up for success.
So 2 easy ways you can find what breeds need. The first is through the Breed Club website. Find what health issues are common for that breed through the Breed Club website, and through OFA.org.
Check.
It's on OFA now. Yeah. So on OFA's page, there's a link called Canine Health Information Center. And you can pull up any chick breed on there.
And not all breeds are subscribed to the
Correct.
chick.
But almost all AKC breeds are on there, and that will list what those breeds need as far as health testing
Basically,
goes.
what it is it's a recommendation that says you should have this, and this in order to get a chick number, which then tells people that dog has been fully health tested.
Yes.
And so it's different. Beth's chick requirements are different than my chick requirements. You have to do your research on your breed and figure out what the issues are and what you're seeing. But then there are also health issues that we don't test for, epilepsy, things like that. That it's up to you to do
Cancer
the research. It's up to you to do the research on pedigrees and to do the talking and the networking and the finding out what's behind your dogs.
Yes.
If you at all possible can avoid certain lines because of issues, and you have to draw a line between what's too close and what's acceptable for you to breed. But doing research on pedigrees and knowing what's behind your dog is huge, just as huge as doing the testing yourself.
Yeah. But having those websites, I think, is really helpful, especially for if you have clients, that are wanting to breed their dog. Be like, okay, well, this is where you need to start. You need to find out what health testing your breed needs and kind of go from there. like I said, even if you're never going to breed, this is really important information to know, even as a trainer.
Well, as trainers, it's there. You get clients that come to you and say, "We haven't got a dog yet,
Yeah,
and we're looking for a
that's
dog."
also another.
Yes.
And
Yes.
it's super beneficial as a trainer to be able to say, "Okay, well, here is what I suggest." And even if you give them the options of saying, you know, if you would like to rescue a dog, this is what you need to be doing when you go to rescue, you know, to find out temperaments and things like that. But then on the other hand, you can purchase a dog, and this is what to look for when you're looking for a breeder.
Yeah.
And big things. So I just started a client actually with a Bernese Mountain Dog puppy. And I was, you know, of course, watching the dog move when I was evaluating it, and I could see some structural issues already going on at 4 months old. So I started digging deeper into asking them, where did you buy the dog? Well, they bought it off of a website. And the puppy came from Ohio, which was another red flag for me. No offense to anybody from Ohio. I'm from Ohio. But basically there's a huge puppy mill population there in the Amish community. And so, you know, found out what the website was called, which was buckeyepuppies.com. And it's basically a broker website for puppy mills. So I got the pedigree that they were sent. I sent it over to Bethany because she knows burner lines. And it's definitely a puppy mill puppy. And, you know, they bought it for like $800.
They may be AKC registered, and they may have a pedigree, you know, a paper pedigree. And
so basically this puppy, and the owners even noticed the structural issues. And they were like, yeah, we were wondering why he was walking so weird. So at 4 months old, we already know that just because the dog, where it came from, you know, the pedigree that it has, they're probably going to end up dealing with some pretty significant issues health-wise, and potentially later on temperament, just depending. Already from the evaluation, we knew what we were looking for. And so we talked about joint supplements. We talked about high quality kibble or, you know, food. I tried to push them over to a raw, and they needed to go already get x-rays and get a really good relationship with a good vet who is familiar with these things. And that was all at the evaluation before they've ever had signed up for training with me, that we were able to break all of this down. And of course they did end up signing up because
it's a wealth of knowledge, and they see why it's important that not only they should work with you, but you know, and next time that they need to do their research.
And as trainers coming from just the training end, knowing this information, let's say that we saw this dog later on in life where now there's structural issues and there's probably temperament issues that will develop later on. We could think it's just the dog being an asshole because they are in pain and we don't realize it. Knowing what to look for, knowing where these dogs come from can help us train this dog far better, because we can now put it on pain management and make sure that all of these things are in place. Understand that if it's a temperament issue, we're not going to train it just the same as a dog who's kind of being just a crank ass for no reason. And so this is going to help us as trainers help the dog better.
And vets too. I mean, as trainers and vets.
Yes.
And if you have a rescue and dogs come in, it is super beneficial to know the background of some of the dogs as much as you possibly can that you are helping.
We have a woman that came to our last Indiana seminar who rescues burners, and I know Beth does too, but she rescues burners, and she's in the Midwest, I think, and she, you know, pulls a lot of the burners that come in from these puppy mills. And once again, it's the same thing for her. You know, even though she's rescuing, you know, purebred dogs, they're definitely not well-bred dogs, and, you know, she knows what to look for all of these things. So,
and of course you're going to have issues with well-bred dogs too, because they're animals and biology. Things happen, both environmental and there are certain things that, you know, no respecter of dogs. They come and they go and things like that. But as long as breeders are doing everything they possibly can, they're going to mostly overall have healthier dogs. And it's important to know where they're coming from. Not just breeding for fun.
but they're so cute.
Puppies are so cute until they're not. It's not, honestly, breeding dogs is hard.
It's very hard. It's very exhausting.
If you do it right and you actually put effort into them and you don't just put them in the shed in the backyard and, you know, let them grow up on their own, it's it's really time consuming and it's exhausting
Yep.
and it's heartbreaking at times. I mean, both of us have been doing this long enough that we've experienced a lot of tragedy with puppies and losing puppies and doing our very, very best to try not to lose puppies. And
Yeah,
it's
losing sleep, lots and lots of sleep.
losing lots of sleep and losing time with our families and losing times to go on vacation and losing, you know, all of this. It's a full-time job when you have a litter of puppies.
Yep.
And it's not easy. And a lot of people think, oh, I'm going to have puppies and it's just going to be a walk in the park. And their mom will do everything and mom will take care of them. Well, what happens when mom doesn't take care of them? And it happens. And not just breeding because they're cute, because they don't always get, it's a pool of sharks at one point and they're no longer cute.
Or because you want your kids to experience birth or, you know, any of those reasons.
If you want your kids to experience the miracle of life, you also need to be very ready for your kids to experience the miracle of death.
Yep.
And to experience maybe not very pretty experiences.
Yep.
But go to a shelter, find a pregnant mama and,
Yeah.
and whelp that.
Or
that one.
rescue. Yeah. And foster.
That's a great option.
Because then you can, you know, see if breeding is actually something you want to do. And if it's just for your kids to have that experience. And maybe it's a cultural thing, but that's something we hear a lot in Utah. And, yeah, I always try to push, go find a rescue. Then there's always pregnant moms in rescues and shelters
that need to be raised in a
Yes.
home. And that's an awesome opportunity to get an idea of if it's for you or not.
Yeah.
One thing a lot of people don't think about when they think I'm going to breed my dog is that it's really expensive.
Yes.
Health testing alone, depending on your breed, number of tests. My breed is actually, we have a low number of tests that we do because it's still a rather healthy breed. I still spend anywhere from $600 to $1,000 per dog before they're ever even considered as breeding animals, just on health testing.
Yep. And I would say I'm probably closer to 1,200. We have more tests.
Yeah. And some of those are one-time tests and some of those are yearly tests. So it's things that's like eyes are a yearly test. You have to get eyes tested every year, whereas hips are a one-time test.
Yep.
And you go and spend all that money just to have a dog fail out.
And
it happens.
And you
quite
have
frequently.
to be ready and willing to say, okay, this dog failed. I've been waiting, because you don't do these tests until they're 2 years old. You shouldn't be breeding until they're 2. Number one, we can't test them before they're 2. Number 2, they're just babies still. They're puppies. They're not mentally, physically, sexually mature before they're 2. So they really, you put 2 years into this dog, you breed it, it doesn't pass its elbows, and you have to neuter the dog. I say this from experience.
Yep.
Or you do this, you raise a dog for 2 years, she passes her health clearances, they're beautiful, she has wonderful health clearances, she earned her championship, she earns working titles, and she has food aggression. So you decide not to breed her. You have to be willing to wash
what's
dogs
best.
out that are going to be better for the breed. You know, you have to make choices that are better for your breed.
Yep.
So that's the last one. Will it help better the breed and create puppies that are superior to the parents?
That's the most important part.
You should be looking at your puppies as they're growing and going, wow, that they are better than their mom, or they are better than their dad. Their temperaments should be better. Their temperaments should be more on track with the standard. Their health should be better. Their structure should be better. That's the goal. And it doesn't always happen, because sometimes pairs don't do what you think they're going to do together.
And there might be one puppy in the litter that is that, and the rest are not.
Yep. The goal is to breed a whole litter of show quality, wonderful puppies, but
that rarely happens.
But it happening is very rare. It's genetics. It's just, again, biology.
Yep.
Like, I'm the best sister out of my 3.
Sure.
See? I'm just kidding. I love you guys.
All right.
So moving on to the next.
So
good dogs are made after they're born, not before. No dog has the genes of a good pet.
So this is talking about temperament, not health.
Mm-hmm. And it's talking about nature versus nurture, and how, so the characteristics, how much influence genetics have versus environmental and the socialization and the raising and all this. These characteristics are extremely important, but only about 35% of a dog is genetic, and the other 65 is made up from socialization, training, management, and nutrition. The idea is that, yes, you want to make good choices when you're pairing two dogs together.
Setting them up for as much success as you can in
Right.
that
But
area.
that's not going to do all the work for
But
you.
that's not, yes, it's not going to accomplish, you're not going to just magically send out perfectly well-adjusted puppies. You have to actually put some effort into it, which is why putting them out in the shed and letting them raise themselves is
Bad idea.
not always the best idea. And honestly, those are, when you're seeing purebred dogs in the shelter, it's often because the breeder has not done the work to set them up for success. And so when they go home with owners, you then have owners that get to a point that they're like,
Can't handle
I
this.
can't handle this dog anymore. I can't handle the behaviors.
Yeah.
So that's where socialization as itty bitty baby puppies is so important. And yes, socialization after they go home is
incredibly
important. But if you can have a really good foundation, that base from birth to 10 weeks,
things go so much smoother once they come home.
you've just set concrete down instead of sand.
Where's this quote from, Beth? Or these statistics?
I got it from the Monks of New Skeet.
Okay. Yep. I just wanted
But
them to know
I'm
it.
not 100% sure if they got it from somebody else.
Anything else you wanted to talk
No.
about there? So we kind of talked about how genetics can play a role in health.
Yeah, I don't think we need to go more
Yeah.
into that.
We talked about how not all health issues are genetic. Consistency is really important. You do see those things coming down from in the pedigrees.
Yeah, you do want to look both at good and bad in the pedigree. That's
Yep.
really, really important. There's, I don't know about Swissies, but Berners, one of their big health issues is cancer. You know, the breed has a rather low
We do
lifespan.
not have that one yet.
And you know they are very prone to cancer, and there's actually countless studies out there that on Bernese Mountain Dogs specifically that are kind of proving that the reason why, one of the reasons that they have cancer is because so many people are just breeding the same lines that are very nice and lovely, and that basically when you bring in like a really nice line with one kind of mediocre line, it actually decreases their chance of cancer because that line doesn't have as much of the cancer genes in there. So even if you have a line that has, you know, some elbow dysplasia, some hip dysplasia, things like that in there, you've got those really strong genetics of low cancer, and then you've got all that side of, you know, really good hips and elbows and everything on this side, and it kind of just helps to bring that together. And more and more breeders are actually trying to do that in a very educated way to help bring the cancer lines down. I mean, there's a lot of ways that we can help decrease the cancer, but that's one of the ways that breeders are now starting to kind of look at, you know, the pedigrees a little bit more, because they were doing it in a way that was not helping the breed based on their cancer. Genetically, as far as hips and elbows, it was, but not with their the cancer. And so I thought that was really, really cool, because you wouldn't think that you would want to take that line and use it, but if you do it in a very smart way, you actually can. So that's something that I kind of wanted to throw in, because sometimes a bad or a mediocre pedigree can be helpful if they have other strengths in there. And by bad, I mean, you know, maybe there are some bad hips in there, or maybe some puppy mill dogs, but if that line has very, very low cancer rates, it might not be a bad idea to bring in your program. You would just want to do it in a very educated way.
We call it the ugly stepsister rule in Swissies, that sometimes you may have a dog that is not the most gorgeous. One thing that I think is different from our two, and we use our breeds a lot to explain, because they're the breeds we're super comfortable and super experienced with. One thing with Berners is that they started to be bred very much cosmetically.
Yes.
They were bred for markings. They were bred for temperament only, their size, coat, things like that. Those were the things that were being prioritized. And some other things were kind of, they were a priority, but maybe down here. Whereas Swissies are still very much bred
as working dogs.
They're not bred cosmetically. We do not have the strict rules about markings that the Berners do. And we've been able to avoid a lot of the health issues. Granted, it's a much younger, rarer breed as opposed to a very, very
Popular.
populated breed
Uh-huh.
that are burners. But you do see a lot of the breeds that have been bred for cosmetics. So the pictures that you're seeing here is
German
a German
Shepherds.
Shepherd.
Very,
They're-
very high cosmetic.
They're
breed.
obviously bred for that cosmetic look.
Tons of back angulation, very
And
low.
it became you see a lot of fad breeding in specific breeds, and you do, at least
Bulldogs are a good example too.
I like to tell people to try to avoid breeders that look like they're really playing into those fads.
Yep.
People that are selling based off of color, people that are selling, all that.
And you do see it a lot in the purebred dogs and a lot in the show dogs, because that's where the trends kind of build. That does not mean that show dogs are bad, because they're really not. Showing is a way that we evaluate our breeding stock against each other.
Yeah.
You just have to be careful that you're not breeding for those specific fads. And not breeding so much for the cosmetics that you're forgetting and letting some of the more important things fall under the rug. So we talked about breeding for consistency, and breeding for beauty or breeding for functionality. Granted, in my opinion, a dog should be both beautiful and functional.
Agreed.
Form and function is my mantra. I love thinking that a dog should be striking and should make you go, wow,
Yep.
that's a pretty dog. And then you can watch them go do their jobs. And that's so cool, and what all dogs should be. Even if that job is therapy and sitting on the couch and being a companion and doing what it does best, making its person feel good. You know, I think all dogs, even the non-working breeds, can have jobs and can function to their best of their ability. Anything else here?
The only thing I wanted to add was the section, not all health issues are genetic, even dysplasia. One thing that I like to bring up that a lot of people don't know about is, obviously the dog's nutrition plays a factor, how much exercise they get at a young age, how overweight they are as a puppy. But one thing that a lot of people don't know about is what the whelping box looks like, and the texture of the whelping box plays a massive role into dysplasia. If your whelping box isn't very grippy and the puppies are sliding around a lot and they don't have good,
it puts a lot of stress on their itty bitty tiny non-existent joints.
Makes them very flexible, and
laxivity.
Laxivity. Yep.
that word.
Yes. So basically, their joints are much more movable instead of very tight in the socket, and that causes problems later on in life. So making sure you have very good grippy texture that your puppies can. I can't think of the word.
As they're nursing and they're bracing off of things, they need to have something to grab and to hold on to. Otherwise, they're just constantly sliding,
swimming in place.
Swimming, and when they're starting to walk, if they are constantly splaying and sliding, it can really put stress on those tiny baby joints. So if they have a lot of grip that they can get up on top of themselves, you'll see them walking and moving faster, being a lot more agile, a lot faster. But it can definitely play in later in life.
Yep. Yeah. So making sure, I like the wool, like a sheep's wool, fleece, lamb's wool type material. And if you can't even make it kind of concave, that helps even more, because then your puppies have a little bit to push off of. So those are things that a lot of people don't even know to think about, that they do play a factor in your puppy's joints. So, yeah.
So looking at these are just, we used hips as an example, just because they're a really easy one to look at.
And I would say most breeds have hip.
Most breeds test, especially large breeds, do test hips. So you can see the difference between an excellent rated hips and a severe hip x-ray. And you can see the I wish that I could actually point to you, because I want to point it.
I don't know if we can see
you
my
can.
mouse.
So you can go, I think, up to...
It's okay. Just as you're looking at the sockets, you can see what's going on. Number one, you can't have just anyone.
They can see the mouse. Okay, cool.
Oh, perfect. You can't have just anyone taking your hip x-rays or any
needs to
x-rays.
Be a knowledgeable vet.
The vet has to know the placement of the joint in order to get a good view of the joint itself.
And these pictures are actually kind of frustrating because it doesn't show the
Yeah.
entire what it should look like. You should actually be able to see the knees in a hip X-ray.
Yeah. And so
but,
basically the leg bones should be straight up and down there at the bottom, which you can't see in those photos. You should be able to see, they look like eggs. And
Where the knees are.
the knee. And it should, instead of the knee being rotated out to the sides of the leg, it should be straight. And this is why a dog generally has to be sedated to have these pictures taken, because they're pretty much pulling the dog's legs like this and showing how the sockets sit.
Can they see us?
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what you're looking at on those hip X-rays, the socket needs to be nice and deep.
Yep. So you can see in the excellent score, you've got really nice deep socket. There's practically no space in between the hip and the
so OFA
joint right
OFA
there.
is going to look at, OFA is Orthopedic Foundation for Animals. And when you send these X-rays, it's not just like they actually go to 3 different orthopedic specialists, and each one gives what they think it should be scored, and then they take the medium score.
Yeah.
So it's not just someone that says,
Yeah.
so I think that looks like this. It's a conglomerate of people.
But these, you can tell these are very, very tight in the socket. The joint itself is very smooth. There's no roughness to the joint or anything like that.
And
Whereas,
it's very, what's this angle?
Yeah.
It's a very, very deep socket.
Yes,
and the head of the hip sits very, very far inside there. And this is one of my bitches that is, she's so cute.
The excellent hip score is one of Megan's dogs. And then this severe rated is just off of OFA's website. So
you can see on the severe,
especially on the left.
Yeah, you cannot see that curve, that lovely like round ball socket on either side on that severe
and
rated.
What's happening on this side more than the right side is it's basically starting to already develop arthritis. It's inflamed. When you compare the joint to the excellent joint, you can tell that right in this area is much more inflamed and not as smooth as this section over here. So
a couple things, because we don't want to dig too deep into
Yes.
this. I mean, this is something that you on your own should be doing. But one of the biggest things that we like to talk about is your dog does not have to show pain, discomfort. They don't have to walk weird or move weird in order for them to have hip dysplasia or joint issues.
The boy that I washed out of my program that failed his elbows has never limped a day in his life.
Yep. So a couple years ago, a German Shepherd won Westminster, and her name was Rumor. And she won the entire Westminster. And afterwards, she turned 2 after, and they did her x-rays. And she actually ended up having dysplasia. And so they ended up having to spay her.
Yep. You can have a dog that moves totally beautifully.
Yes.
And this is why x-rays are so important, because if your vet is just doing palpation on this dog and the dog's like, meh, whatever, like, it's not affecting them at this age, and you breed them anyways, then you're going to be passing on, who knows how many generations of poor genetics onto these dogs. So So it's really important that you get x-rays, and we're not, like I said, we're not going to dive a ton into this. You can always learn more about x-rays and things like that through OFA's website. PennHip is another really good resource for OFA for hip evaluations.
PennHip measures a little bit differently in that PennHip only does hips, and they actually have a number index that they stretch the hip as far as it will possibly come out of the socket and measure the space between.
Yeah, so your dog, instead of getting a good, excellent, fair, whatever rating like they would through OFA, through PennHip, they're going to get a number, and that's how loose their joint is from the hip socket. Basically, what their chances are of developing arthritis later on is, because if you have a really loose hip, they're going to move around more, they're going to rub more, they're going to develop arthritis faster than a hip that's just right sucked into the socket and very tight. So,
did you already sent it?
I think I did.
So yeah, that's like I said, we're not going to dive a ton into that. Okay, so
all right.
now the important part of the seminar. Well, I mean, all of this is important, but the main reason why we created this seminar is to focus more on the socialization aspect of, you know, puppies, because really that's why, you know, most of you are here. Most of you are trainers, I think. And
I think so. Most of them are.
and, you know, that's kind of where you guys come in, the education of socialization. And obviously you're not going to be seeing the puppies from day one, like we're going to go over, but this entire weekend is going to be focusing on building that brain and creating the most socially well-rounded dog possible. So.
All right.
Really quick, I just want to say, sorry, I'm not looking at you. I just want to say one of our hosts from North Carolina, she really took to the stuff that we taught her, and she raised a litter. She whelped and raised a foster mama, and the dog ended up having, I think it was 10 or 11 puppies, and only 2 survived, which was incredibly sad. But those 2 puppies that she whelped and raised turned out amazing. And this is in North Carolina, and they turned out so amazing that one of my assistants actually adopted one of her puppies, and they met in Texas, and she's raising she owns one of those puppies now. And the difference between, it's really funny. So my assistant, the difference between her first dog that she has, and they're all pitties, you know, and she did a phenomenal job. The dog's her service dog, but she said the difference from raising that puppy to the one she has now, who had this socialization program done, is night and day. I mean, she said it is just unbelievable how confident and comfortable and easy this puppy is to teach things to, because of the difference of the socialization program that was done. One dog had none, the other had, you know, this really awesome program. So it's just a really cool thing to kind of see that connection happen from the things that was learned through this seminar.
Yeah, it makes bigger brains.
Yep.
Yeah, literally.
Yep. So that particular puppy, I'm going to be putting out an online puppy course through my business. And that puppy is the one we're shooting all of the videos of, raising and training her. So
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. So things that socialization does for both baby puppies and big dogs, but it's so important to start with baby puppies because why not? Socialization gives the dog a bigger world. I mean, that's pretty huge.
Yep.
That's opening up things so that you don't have a dog that's kind of just
All they know is a bedroom and kids.
Yeah,
backyard.
and the
Yeah.
shed, you know, all
Yep.
they know is the shed in the backyard. And so going to a new home is
Easy breezy.
hard if they've been
Oh yeah, it'll be hard if they
they've
don't
been
have
raised
that.
without it. Socialization gives the dog a bigger brain. Literally, it literally scientifically makes their brains bigger and more capable, and
Makes them smarter.
it makes the dog more capable of learning and accepting and assimilating. And socialization enhances bonding with humans.
The more interactions they've had with humans, the more socialization they've had, it makes it transitioning and connecting to the new owners that much easier.
Socialization creates a healthier dog. It's often, if a dog's brain is healthier, often their entire
Immune system.
everything is going to be healthier. I mean, ENS alone, which is early neural stimulation, makes a huge difference. They have studies that show that it actually has an effect on the physical body, and the body systems. And
we talk about that in one of the slides.
yeah. Early socialization should stress the puppies without traumatizing them. So we use stress in a way that stress is not always a bad thing.
It's productive.
Stress can be a positive thing, and stress should be happening. You should always pay attention to developmental periods in puppies, just because they're not capable of learning certain things at certain times. And you have to be cognizant of that. So we're going to go through those developmental periods. And that's where you get into this, right?
Nope, not yet.
Okay. So 1 day to 8 weeks. How do you go through this?
Okay, so 1 day through 8 weeks is the neonatal period. So that's when they're having their early social period. You know, they're gaining use of their senses. They are learning canine socialization from mom and litter mates, and that's incredibly crucial. Learning how to communicate with each other. If they, you know, bite their sister's ear and she screams, they're learning how to back off, or, you know, if they are trying to nurse on mom and she's like, no, I'm done, and she growls at them, they're learning how to listen to that communication. And it's really important that they stay with mom and litter mates, ideally until they're about 10 weeks old.
In talking, sorry, really quick, in talking about the importance of staying with their litter mates, all of these tactile senses are happening as the puppies move around, they're bumping into each other.
Yes.
And all of those touches and things that are happening where they're always moving and hitting each other and climbing on top of each other are triggering all of these proprioceptive touches in the body. And when there's a thing that Marina Ozuna talks about, which is 5-week puppy syndrome. And what's where these puppies miss all of those tactile senses and touches.
Because that's at that age is when they're getting the most playful and curious and moving and everything.
And so those are incredibly important for having a puppy develop into a normal, healthy puppy. Puppies that are taken away or not, you know, maybe they're singletons, they don't get all of those touches and those tactile senses that are triggering the brain over and over and over. And for that proprioceptive touch, it's huge. So that's what's happening during those stages.
So coming in, talking about, you know, responsible breeders, if you have someone that's sending home puppies, oh, mom is no longer nursing them, so they no longer need to be here. They can
I've
go
seen
home.
moms try to stop nursing at 3 weeks, you
Right.
know? And
Right.
that's just silly.
You
to
have
send
a
those
lot
puppies.
of people, especially newbies and people that get into it and go, wow, this is a lot more difficult than I thought it was going to be. So they try to send off puppies as soon as possible. If they're sent off that early, what a lot of people are forgetting is that mom will often try to self-wean, and she will get what looks like, to people who aren't experienced, it may look aggressive because she may be telling off the puppies and making them cry.
And she knows them better than you do. She
Exactly.
knows if a certain puppy needs a harder correction than another puppy.
Exactly. And she might do these things that makes people go, oh, she doesn't want to be with them anymore. She's done. So they say, okay, they're done. They can go home. What they don't realize is that once she's done saying, hey, stop nursing, I'm weaning you, she will come back and suddenly want to engage with the puppies.
And
She
play
will
with
want to
them.
play with them. She will want to correct them. She's the best one possible to teach them manners.
Mhm.
She can teach them canine manners 100 times better than we can.
Yep.
She can do a better job than we could ever try.
Yep.
And so letting her get through that weaning process and then being able to come back is huge, because they interact with each other, but interacting with her is a huge part of their development as in that stage. They should have access to her and their siblings until they're at the very least 8 weeks, up to 10, 12 weeks, depending on the breed. Some smaller breeds often need to stay longer.
Mhm.
There are some states that actually it's illegal to sell puppies before 8 weeks. So
Right. And so that should be the very minimum cutoff is 8 weeks.
Yeah.
We both tend to keep our puppies longer, 9 to 10 weeks.
Mhm.
And as much as that is like the worst possible period for us as breeders, because they're
snots.
they're so hard at that age, especially a large litter, but it makes a huge difference.
Yes.
You see, I mean, I personally see a giant difference between puppies that have been sent home early and puppies that have had the opportunity to grow up. And you mentioned singletons. And I've had 2 singletons. One, I was lucky enough to have a foster puppy come in so that they had siblings. The other, when he was 5 weeks old, that's your baby, you want to be careful, but I actually sent him to another breeder. He went and spent the last several weeks of his life with a golden retriever litter, because he needed that socialization. He needed that sibling.
Touches
and as much as he had his mom, who was very, very excellent, she was a wonderful mom, he got a new mommy because he needed that litter environment. So if possible, when there's a singleton, you should do everything possible to try to find siblings.
Yeah, even if you reach out to shelters and just foster a litter, if you can't find a breeder.
You have to be careful for germs that way.
You do have to be very cautious of germs pulling from a shelter, but sometimes that's the only option you have.
Right.
So
If you have
one
a good
thing,
network of
Exactly.
friends of that
My
breed?
Yeah.
network, the first, I got my foster puppy because my vet, my reproductive vet, was actually put out the word that I had a singleton and needed other puppies. And then a network of other breeders and things like that that may have litters at the same time that you do.
so one
And-
thing that me and Megan did is we created a Utah Dog Breeders support group.
Mhm.
And we have about 800 breeders in that group. And it's nice because we'd be like, hey, we have a singleton. We're expecting anybody have litters, you know, or it's just a very, very helpful.
And they don't
group.
have to necessarily go live with them like I did. Even if you could just do lots of play dates every other day or whatever, trying to
Or
get
like
that
if they have a
puppy-
litter of 10, maybe they could give you 2 of them for, you know, that
Right.
timeline, and then you give them back. You know, there's
Right.
different ways that you can do it.
Networks are crucial.
Yep.
Yes.
Definitely.
Early handling and exposure to people of all ages and sexes is crucial. I mean, obviously this starts from day one with just the people in the household. But you'll see in my social program, around 3 to 4 weeks, I have, you know, people from outside the household, people that I know first and I trust, and then building into, you know, puppy owners and so on. But getting that early exposure to people of all ages and sexes is very crucial. I try to have my puppies meet 100 people before they even leave my house.
Did you talk about the fact that they gain senses? It's
I mean, not yet, not in depth yet.
okay. So, and the reason I mentioned this was there was a woman I ran into on Facebook who was breeding, and she legitimately was questioning whether they could see and hear.
So
Before.
puppies,
Well, I mean,
puppies are born with two senses.
We go over it when we go into week 1. We go
Okay.
over the
Oh,
senses,
gotcha.
yeah.
Okay.
They're born with 2 senses. They can smell and they can sense heat. So they can find mom.
Mhm.
That's what those 2 senses are for. That's basically their only function. They will search out the heat source, which is generally mom, or if
A
you
heating lamp
have
or
a heating
something.
lamp or something like that, because they're also born enabled to regulate their temperature. Puppies cannot regulate their temperature for the first at least week of their life. So they have to have some kind of a heat source. Their eyes open around 11 to 13 days, and ears open shortly thereafter. Before that, they cannot see or hear.
We do have a raised hand.
Oh, okay.
So, David, you had a question?
Do we know how this works?
He might need to turn his microphone on.
Yeah, you might need to turn your microphone on. I've allowed you to talk for your question. All right. Well, we're going to move on. And,
Ask his question in chat.
Yeah,
if you can, ask your question in chat, and we can answer it, or we can have you wait until the Q&A, depending on what your question is. So please, just find the chat and post it in there. Thank you.
All right. So that's basically the senses of the first couple weeks.
And we'll talk about that more when we get into week 1.
Early socialization to the world should be done daily. So this is not something that is done here and there and, 3 days ago we brought the puppies out and did something. It should be done daily. This is why I say that breeding dogs is a full-time job.
Yeah.
You're literally doing this all day. If you're not cleaning the pen, you're socializing puppies. If you're not socializing puppies, you are making food. If you're not doing that, you're bottle feeding. If you're not, it's a full-time job.
Tending to mom, you're doing,
So one question that I think we can answer right now
Is that David?
No. Is that why moms tend to pant in the whelping box because it needs to be warm for the puppies?
Often the whelping boxes, because you have to keep the temperature. I mean, dog's body temperature is about 101, an adult dog. Puppies are a little bit higher, and you have to keep that whelping box between, depending on your area and what your humidity and things like that are in your region. I keep my whelping box between like 78 and 85 degrees.
Yeah.
So yeah, that means that mom is going to be really hot in the box. I do try to keep half of my box really hot and the other half
Cooler.
not quite so.
Yeah.
And she does need to have the option to be able to get out of the box when she's too hot.
So that's not necessarily why they tend to pant. They're generally they're not panting to warm up the puppies, I think is what the question is.
Okay. Yeah.
They're
panting probably because it's hot.
because it's really hot, and they've
They
got
just worked really hard.
if they've got 9 puppies, they've got 9 heat sources on their belly, and so they get really hot too.
Yeah.
But they they kind of just power through
And
it.
The other thing is that when bitches whelp,
Yes, absolutely.
they their body composition changes. It's very similar to humans. Yay. And the calcium in their body will change. It depletes and it changes the biology of the calcium, and often the panting can be a cause of what's going on inside of their body. Excessive panting, so you have regular panting,
Yes.
and then you have excessive panting, and if you see that excessive panting, it can actually biologically change the molecules of that calcium and make it ineffective. So that is one of the reasons we talk about calcium and things like that later, but you do have to make sure you're not getting that excessive panting.
other things to keep in mind, like versus Swissies versus Berners. Berners have a really thick coat, so they don't like things quite as hot as where the Swissies have a
Whereas,
much
like,
shorter coat.
Mine are like a mid coat, and then you have boxers or something
Yep.
that have no coat, and those puppies will get cold
Really fast.
really fast.
Yeah, my Burner puppies are generally done with their heat source by a week old. They're
Whereas-
staying away
like
from
boxer puppies often want a heat lamp for the first 2 or 3 weeks.
it, if not longer.
Yeah,
I think,
depending on the time
I
of year.
think my sister's Doberman puppies appreciate it for like 5 weeks.
yeah, especially depending on the time of year.
So socialization to their world should be done daily.
We kind of talked about that.
Yeah, so we're going to talk more in depth on that as we go week to week through the social program. So next development period is 8 weeks to 16 weeks. So we like to keep our puppies until they're 9 to 10 weeks old, not only because of the socialization aspect.
And we keep saying 9 to 10, and that's based on how we feel about the litter.
Yeah.
So there are
And where they're
there are
at with their fear
times when
period.
you feel like, wow, this litter just needs a little bit more time.
Mm-hmm.
And so you keep them a little bit longer. And there are times when you're like, you guys
They're
are
done.
ready.
Go home.
You guys
Yeah.
are ready. You've got all of your skills, your manners are there. You've learned a lot. You're
They're a
good.
more mature litter.
But the,
And that often depends on mom, honestly,
Yes,
and how
uh-huh.
good she is at teaching. Some moms are much more adept and have a much better mothering.
some moms are like, meh.
Some moms are like, oh, great.
What are you?
But one of the big reasons is because 8 to 10 weeks they hit their first fear period, and I would say this is the actual defined first fear period, because a lot of puppies do have a small fear period between like 3 and 4 weeks when their eyes and ears are opening up. But it's more of like a
Start,
whoa,
like that was a loud noise.
yeah, or you go to pet them and because they're getting used to depth perception, they're like, holy crap, there's a hand in my face. But it's not a true fear period. They're more jumpy as they're getting used to their senses. But this is an
It's
actual
like acclimating to
yeah.
having a broader.
This is an actual fear period. And even if your puppy never ever shows fear during this point, the biggest risk is you risk imprinting fear if you have something startling happen. So let's say unexpectedly, you drop a glass and it shatters, and they've never been exposed to something loud and startling like that. That can then imprint during that age of, holy crap, I did not like that. I'm going to be really cautious in this area, or however it
You're
imprinted them.
out and about and some big guy in a cowboy
Yeah.
hat is like, oh, puppy,
Yeah.
and your puppy's like, holy crap, I
Yeah.
don't know you. That was scary.
Yeah.
Then they're going to be afraid of men in cowboy hats.
Yeah.
Or whatever association their little brains make with it. Because
Right.
sometimes you don't know why they
doesn't
make
make
that
any
connection,
sense.
and you're like,
Exactly.
okay.
Yeah, it can be something totally silly. So
Yeah.
I would rather know exactly what my puppies are going through between that 8 to 10 weeks, so that if something does develop later, I can be like, oh yeah, you know what? This happened and I did the best that I could to help them recover, but they were in a fear period and it probably imprinted,
Well, that and a lot of owners, bless their hearts, don't know how to pull them through some
Handle
of these
that,
things.
yeah.
So
They
floors.
coddle them and baby them.
floors
and-
are a really tricky one
Yeah.
for a lot of people, and floors can be really hard if they have been introduced to a lot of surfaces early on. Then the owners are not going to be like, I don't know why my puppy won't go in the kitchen anymore.
Yeah.
Okay, so one question that was asked, despite your best efforts, if a fearful imprinting event happens, what do you do to counteract that? We're not going to touch on this right now because really over the next 2 days after today, we're going to go a lot more in depth into
because we're
how
also
we can handle
we're
that.
also going to talk a lot about dogs that haven't been raised by good breeders
Yeah.
with a socialization program like this. Any rescue and things like puppy, you don't know what they had, whatever. So there has to be options for how to
Deal with it.
deal with these problems later.
Yeah, so we will get into that. And if for some reason you
This
feel
just
like,
all makes it easier.
yeah, and if you feel like we don't answer that question by the end of the 3 days, please let us know.
Yep.
Because we're going to go through several different ways how to address that. Fear.
And David's question, we are going to touch on this. He asked, do you recommend exposing the babies to assorted noises when they're in the nursery?
Yes.
Yes.
And we're going to talk about
Yes.
that. We're going to,
We-
yes.
yes.
So we're going to go very heavily into
Yeah.
that, but that's a really great question.
And really quick, guys, let's say that you're watching this as a recorded and not live, and or you know, it's after hours where we're, you know, at night, not recording it. Ask questions in the support group.
Yes.
So that way we
Yes.
can answer them for you.
Yeah.
And everybody gets to see those questions too. So yeah, don't be afraid to, you know, ask questions.
Questions
that
are
way too.
great because other people might have the same question.
And just be
Yes.
afraid to ask it or whatever the case is. So yeah,
And no question is stupid. Like,
I don't know. I'm just kidding.
no questions are dumb
No.
because
Ask 'em all.
everybody ask them all.
We're not
Yep.
going to say it. So
Okay.
So, like we said, around 10 weeks, transition to the new homes. And this is when they should ideally be going to their homes in a perfect world. We understand there's lots of situations where that doesn't happen. But this is when their duckling phase hits, you know, generally until they're about 4 months old. They're in their duckling phase, and that means they want to follow you everywhere. They're very reliable on you. They're not independent.
Yeah,
Although
kinda
you
clingy,
do
underfoot.
get the occasional puppy that's like forget you and does their own thing right off the bat, but that's pretty rare. Most puppies want to be underfoot, want to follow you. They get really worried when you leave the room.
Yep.
They're really, because if you think about it, in the wild, they very much so depend on their mom still at this age. They don't have adult teeth. They're not strong enough to hunt for themselves. They're not strong enough to defend themselves. So of course they're going to still be right on mom, you know, and following her every step of the way.
Developmentally, their brain is not
Mature
mature enough to be comfortable on their own.
So this is the perfect age to be imprinting their name and recall. You know,
Yep.
every time they
Tons of
turn to
coming
come to
back.
you know, say their name and come and lots of praise, big party, you know, because they are going to go through their next stage where they're not going to want to come when they're
Oh,
called.
the fun.
And if you have a lot of really good imprinting, then it makes that stage much easier. So,
Continued socialization with people of all ages and sexes. Just keep it going.
Yep.
I think you do the same. I always tell my people, I like to have puppies meet 100 people at least before they leave my house. So
Yes.
between, you know, up to 10 weeks. And then I liked my new owners to have them meet another 100 people
Before
in
they're
the
4
next
months
10
old.
weeks.
Yep.
And a lot of people come and say, well, they're not fully vaccinated. And I don't
That's
really care.
okay.
that is just fine.
Don't take them to the dog park. Don't take them to PetSmart.
Don't take them to heavy
Be
populated dog
smart
areas.
about where you're taking them. Take them to your family functions. Take them to the baseball games. Take them to Lowe's and Home Depot and all
Put
the
them in a stroller if you have to.
right.
Yeah.
They need to be meeting all the people, all the different
Which-
types of people.
We are going to go more in depth into
Yep.
this
Yeah.
later.
Yeah.
So,
So,
yes.
but just keep up with the meeting of people.
Yes.
It's crucial. I don't care if
And-
they're not fully vaccinated.
Yep.
It's not
Continued
that-
socialization to their world is crucial. So
Yep.
not only to people, to
Or
animals
dogs.
and
There's
their
a
world
there's
is
a lot
crucial.
of people and vets tend to push this a little bit too, that they shouldn't be going out until they're fully vaccinated. And it's just honestly just walking on the sidewalk in your neighborhood.
It's fine.
Guys,
They're like the chance of them actually
Yeah.
catching something serious.
Unless you know
is
your
very-
area, because
Yeah.
there are some areas that are very parvo heavy. So
let me tell you, in Tucson, it's incredibly parvo heavy.
Yeah.
And earlier, or at the end of 2019, I moved into a new house, had raised multiple puppies, and then I had a foster dog, dig in my yard, like a fairly significantly deep hole. And I'm pretty sure that it dug up parvo, and I had 2 puppies catch parvo. Luckily, they both survived, but that was in my backyard. And I'm positive that's where they got it because they hadn't been anywhere in like 4 weeks before that. And it can happen, and it sucks. It didn't happen out. It happened in my own yard. And so it's one of those things where the risk of catching something, if you're smart, is actually fairly significant. But the risk of not socializing is far more detrimental to the life of your puppy, then
that social period closes at 16 weeks.
It
But the
closes.
chance of them
Yep.
catching parvo in a human store, so
Right.
so like a feed store or
or Ross or Home Goods or
anywhere
Yep.
that will allow you, anywhere that's not an animal like a
specific.
heavily dog trafficked
Yep.
place, you're probably safe taking them. And there's so many things. Home Depot and the home improvement stores are my favorite because there's a lot of men there.
Yep.
Which men are really hard to get because it's always women and kids that are, oh, can I see your puppy? And
Mhm.
all that stuff. Men don't often, but there's also those big, long, loud carts, and there's
Yeah.
really strange things, and the floors are shiny, and
Just a whole
so
entirely new
many
place.
things. Even if you don't need to go to Home Depot, take them there.
Yep.
Yeah. So we got two questions.
Awesome.
Well, one question, one comment. Any recommendations on socialization for those who've got puppies during this quarantine?
I think we
we-
can talk about that.
We are going to
later,
talk
Yes.
about that more in depth tomorrow when we talk about this actual development
because
period.
it has
Yep.
been
I
an
will
obvious
say,
problem.
there is some really good Facebook groups out there that are like pandemic puppy raising groups. Like you just kind of search
I've seen some really cool bingo cards
Oh yeah.
that have like, you should be accomplishing all these things, and
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
all pandemic
But-
safe.
Most of the stuff for training wise and socialization, this by the way is just covering developmental periods. Tomorrow and the third day are actually specifically once the puppies go home, what to do.
Yeah.
So we're going to cover all of that stuff. This is just kind of a brief overview of developmental periods. So hang tight for the next 2 days.
Yes, because we
where
are going to
cover
talk
that.
about that.
Yeah.
But one side note I would just say really quick, go to grocery store parking lots. You don't have to
Yep.
go inside. Just walk around. And we're going to go more in depth into this, but basically it's good also for them to be around people without actually being touched by them.
Yes,
Yes.
huge.
So
That's one thing I love about Home Depot too, is there's a lot of
Sorry.
men, but very few of them are like wanting to be in
Yeah.
their faces. You usually can walk around, and don't be afraid to say no.
yeah,
When people say, can I pet your puppy? Say, we're training today.
Yep.
No, thank you.
yeah,
You need to advocate for your puppy, and don't be afraid to say no.
yeah.
Yep.
Which we are going to talk a lot more in depth about, but yeah, that is a really good place to go just to get exposure. Nobody has to touch your puppy. You can even put them in a cart and just move them around
Yep.
just to get them around people. But that's a really good thing to do. And one comment that I did want to bring up, most vets are very strict with the vaccines. We actually have a article. Did you share it in the Puppy Potential group, or is it at the end of this slide? The article about vaccines from the veterinary board.
Oh, the
Is it in the group?
AVMA.
Yeah.
It's in the group for sure.
So you tell them.
It's about puppy socialization. So one of the things that I talk to my clients about when they're like, oh, but my vet said not, because they're vaccinations, not to take them out. The American Veterinary Behavioral Association actually put out a position statement saying that it is far better to start socializing your puppies from the day you get them than to wait until after the vaccinations, because more dogs are turned into shelters and put down for behavioral issues than the possibility of, of course, if you're doing it smart, then taking them out and getting them socialized, starting a puppy class, going to a socialization class, and of course, doing your own socialization. And so, if the governing board of veterinarians is saying, socialize your puppy, listen to
it's
them.
obviously come to their attention.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
And,
so,
and tell your vet about it, because maybe they don't know about it, and
Yeah.
tell them, hey,
or get a new vet.
or get a new vet.
If your vet gets all grumpy that you're trying to give them something that further education,
From
get a
the
new vet.
veterinary board, yes,
Yes.
get a new vet,
Get a new
because that's not the right vet for you, and that's a very closed-minded vet that is not helping their clients in any
No.
way. There are smart ways to socialize your puppies and having your clients socialize their puppies. So again, we're going to talk a lot more about
Those things.
socialization after they go home tomorrow, because today is really just until they're 10 weeks. We're just touching on the development periods
Yeah.
today, but hopefully that helps. If you can't find the article in the group,
It is on my
definitely.
website as well,
Yeah.
puppysensetraining.com under the resources tab. I think it's there, and if it's not there on that tab is some really cool information and handouts. If it's not on that tab, then it would be under my free socialization class tab. It would be under there as well. So there's tons of information in the support group, and I'm almost 100% positive, like 99.999% sure it's in the support group. And if not, I will add it, but it's in there. I'm pretty sure it's in there. So, all right.
Are we ready to
moving
move
the
on?
next. Beth,
all right.
click it to
So
the next.
Oh, sorry.
4 to 6 months, So this is when they get into that, they think they can fly stage, so that I don't want to come back anymore.
Yep.
They get a lot braver. They're going, they're exploring, they're
More
very
independent.
curious. Generally they stop coming when they're called. That's a fun one. So, but like Beth said, if you have that really good foundation of recall, it makes it much easier. Increased mouthiness and teething. Oh boy.
At this
Yes.
stage, this is where puppies are losing their teeth, their puppy teeth, and getting their adult teeth.
And that oral fixation is
Huge.
it's the story of
Surprisingly
life.
enough, it's not their most destructive
Nope.
stage. That's going to be the next one.
But this is more like mouthing on you generally
Yes.
that we're going to see.
trying to
Yep.
grab
Things.
shoes and things, and
and this is something you guys are going to play with, right?
Oh yeah,
Yes.
we talked about all this
yeah,
stuff.
we're gonna talk about
And I
correction
brought a
and-
puppy for you guys to see, and I have not been working with her on this because of I wanted her to have
yeah, we have a couple
Here.
puppies you guys will see.
early stages of puberty.
Yep.
That's always fun.
Usually it's males that we see going into the earlier stages around this age. Sometimes they get real humpy at this age.
Not always, but it does.
yeah.
It
Yeah,
can
if
show
it's
up.
going to happen,
Um,
this is usually the stage.
Possible fear period. So you move into another one. Things like floors that were never scary before suddenly become
Objects.
terrifying. Objects become terrifying. People become terrifying.
You rearranged your living room and now all of a sudden your puppy's totally freaked out about it.
All of a
or-
sudden they're terrified of other dogs.
I have a almost 5-month-old Westie puppy, and she's seen a couple babies while I've had her and hasn't cared. But last night she saw my friend's baby and she was like,
What is that?
"What is that?" And he was barking at her and just kind of like cowering, and
Yep.
And
That's
again,
pretty
we're going to
cute.
talk about how we address that tomorrow. But that's very common at this age, and I didn't go, "Oh, it's okay, you poor
And
baby,"
she
and
didn't
feel
correct her
sorry for her.
either.
And I also didn't correct her because I understand that it's a development period, and so I worked her through it, which we're going to talk about tomorrow.
One of the biggest things that I want to make a point about, guys, is these are literal changes happening in their brain. There's nothing short of suppressing heavily that we can do to stop this. I mean, it's just a natural part of the development. For those of you that have children, our kids go through this stuff too. They go through that clingy stage with mommy or daddy. They only want, sometimes they flip flop. Then they go through this independent stage of like, no, I can
don't
do it all
need
by
you.
myself. And it's like, dude, you're 2, you're going to fall on your face trying to do that. I'm right there right now with mine. They go through these, like literally where their brain is changing and they have zero control over it. So have some empathy for your puppy in terms of these things that are going on, and don't get frustrated, even though it's incredibly easy to get frustrated, because this is normal and natural. And some puppies are going to be extreme with it, and other puppies are going to be incredibly mild with these changes. So
Crucial socialization
Sorry.
period ends at 4 months.
Which we already talked about.
yep.
So this is the worst stage. The 6
Yeah.
to 14 month stage is the worst stage. This is
And this is
where
when
I get
as-
most of my
as-
puppy clients.
As breeders, you get all the phone calls. As
Uh-huh.
trainers, this is where most of the puppies are coming in.
and
as-
in shelters.
Yep. This is the age
This is where most dogs are getting turned into the shelter.
It's a very
So
frustrating.
I always
age.
tell my clients at this stage, this is where most dogs are being turned into shelters. Most breeders are getting returns, and most people are rehoming dogs.
Yeah.
Because this is puberty.
If you can make it through this, yay.
You should be golden.
So this is the rebellious period. Extra diligence with training, boundaries, etc., is crucial.
This is where a
Absolutely
lot of
don't let them
people,
get
like,
away with anything.
When you're potty training and crate training, people start to get lax around this
Yep.
because they've gotten
In a
good,
flow.
they've gotten reliable, and then suddenly it just
tanks.
and that's when we get all the phone calls of, oh my gosh, they're suddenly not potty trained anymore.
Or-
And they're
This is the stage where they stop crating because their dog hasn't been mouthing or chewing on
Right.
things. They, like she said, they've been better at potty training. So they're giving them more freedom to explore. Don't. Don't.
Yep. I highly, highly push with my clients. They should be totally supervised, no unsupervised activity. So they're either crated on leash with you or, doing something with you until they're at least a year, if not a year and a half.
Yeah.
Because during this rebellious period, they start practicing behaviors that they may never have been practicing before, or they regress on behaviors.
Yep.
This is often when dogs get into the trash and dig holes to china and realize they can eat the sprinkler system.
Tear up your
and
couch.
They
They're-
can tear
they're
up your
suddenly
couch and they
making
can reach the
decisions.
counters. And yeah, they're like, hey, I've got adult teeth and I've got, all these raging hormones flowing through me. What can I do with them? and they're very cocky and overconfident at this
A
age.
lot of times. Yeah.
Yes, a lot of
That's
times.
the hormones are pretty dang intense. This is when marking starts and
Humping
the
a lot of
humping
times.
really
Yep.
starts
And for females will hump too.
and
Yep.
mark.
And mark. Yep. Until the confidence and cockiness sometimes will go away when they hit their next fear period, which happens between the 8 to 14 months. We tend to see a fear period, and this is called the secondary fear period. And this is usually when we see dogs become really cautious, suspicious of people and or other dogs. And so they might have been completely loving and accepting of all strangers, and all of a sudden they see a person and they're like, what the heck was that? And it's like, where is this coming from all of a sudden?
And it may be a person they know or
Yep.
a person they've seen before.
Yep.
100%. How many times have you had when your own dogs bark at you because you walked out of the bedroom and they weren't
Yeah.
expecting it? And so this is a stage where, once again,
During their fear period, we
Yes.
would say.
yeah,
And we always look at them and go, what?
why?
And then you go, oh yeah, duh, you're 10 months old, you're in
Yep.
a fear period.
Some dogs get hit at this stage incredibly hard with fear periods, and others we don't even really notice it. My McNabb is in a fear period right now, and we just finished up a 6-day certification course with Joe Silverman. And there was a few times where something really weird, or he heard a noise out in the hall, and he's all, and I'm like, dude, really? Like, what you doing? Come on now. You've been here for 4 days, and nothing really has changed.
But again,
it's-
we'll go over how to go over this
Yep,
tomorrow.
yeah, how to work through it. But it's a very normal part of their developmental periods. So although sometimes if we do things wrong or they have an incredibly scary situation, and it could be scary to them, and you're like, really, that was it? It can imprint, and that's when we have lifelong problems.
And those are the problems that when people are rescuing dogs that are the
Yes.
hardest to break, because and that's you get all the, oh, he was abused before I got him.
Usually
most
not.
likely he wasn't. It was just one like scary.
Yeah. And this is called single event
Experience.
learning, and single event learning can be incredibly powerful, usually, unfortunately, for the bad. And so we want to make sure that we don't allow scary things to happen to our dogs.
As much as we can control it.
Sometimes it's like Beth said, you drop a glass and you shatter it, and it's like, well, there went that. Or
You're
a
walking
dog
down the street and two dogs
Yep.
converge and just
and
you
now
know.
all of a
car
sudden
backfires,
Yep.
you know.
now all of a sudden your dog is terrified of traffic noise, or it's terrified of seeing other dogs because it had those bad experience at one time. And it's very real. So we have to make sure that we are doing our best to not allow any of that to happen. But if you have a better socialization program from puppyhood, you can help really circumvent those things
That foundation.
as much as you can. So
And side note with puberty, male dogs at this age have 7 times the amount of
Oh, yes.
testosterone in their
Oh,
system than
yes.
they will as an adult, which is why they are incredibly obnoxious, and you know, why a lot of people tend to neuter them early. We are going to talk about the pros and cons of spay and neuter at the end of the day today. But as a whole, we like to wait as long as possible.
Yeah. But think about that. They can have up to 7 times more testosterone than a normal average male.
Adult male.
That's like a roid.
So think about a teenage boy going through puberty and their voice is changing. It's just crazy for them. This is what's happening a lot of times with our adolescent males. And so once we get through that, they're usually quite wonderful.
Yeah.
Until
Usually.
then, it's
Usually.
like, oh, you're making me pull my hair out.
So those are the development periods.
Yep.
Pretty straightforward. And like I said, we'll go more in depth into the after 8 weeks old stuff tomorrow.
Yeah. So now we're going to
So
talk
basically
about
that was
whelping.
everything we're going to cover in more in depth. So we're going to go on to back to the beginning, back to whelping, because a lot of you may not have experienced this part of dogs before.
Beth?
Yep, you want to go further? And
Oh, did we click the option I think you need to actually back out of this slide and then open it back up, the whole thing. So stop the sharing, because you have to click optimize for video and sound, which you didn't do, I don't think. So just totally, so
do
guys,
we still have people who can't see the PowerPoint?
Al said that Zoom said everything was working.
Okay,
oh, good. So
perfect.
we're going to just back out of the slide and then we're going to reopen it in just a second. So no, hit the red stop button.
Sorry.
Oh, wait, actually,
Yeah, stop share.
okay. Hold on, if you don't, just go back up there to the,
Why don't you
yeah,
give
bring
it-
that
why
down
don't
where
give
you
it
go
to
new
you?
slide. Sorry, I know, it's my direction.
We're still learning this whole Zoom thing too.
Yeah.
So down here, we want to click on these two. So
Oh,
it's
okay.
optimized so we can share the video and the sound
Okay.
better. There we go.
Okay, wait, we just
Oh.
disappeared.
That's okay, because it's a
Okay.
video, I think.
Okay.
Is that
But
why?
can they still hear me though?
Yes.
Should be able to.
Can you guys
Alright,
still
so
hear us?
if you guys are queasy
You
and
guys
don't
take my
like
phone.
bodily functions, maybe don't watch.
Dog bodily functions.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying to get to the chat. Okay.
Okay,
They
somebody
can hear
can
us.
hear me.
Okay.
Can you
Okay.
guys see the video?
What?
Oh,
Where did that go? Why did that?
You clicked. That's why.
Oh, I thought I clicked play.
It's loading.
Is there another one?
So, if you have never seen whelping before,
so this is one of my dogs. And it's
Cool.
kind of
Oh,
a
there it
cool
is.
video. So basically you can see she's having contractions. They're pretty
Yep.
obvious. What
and you
we're
wanna
watching
watch.
What we're watching for is where the cursor is. That's the birth canal. You will see, you can see the lump
There's that
starting
puppy
to
coming
form.
into that birth canal as she's having contractions. And we do have a puppy nursing on purpose. Nursing helps
Stimulate
bring
contractions.
contractions. So you've got that bulge of the puppy still in the canal right there. There she comes.
Good
Well,
girls,
I don't remember if
Zuri.
it's a boy or a girl.
Here it comes. Good girl, Zuri.
You can see right here the sac is going to start. Well, you can already see the sac.
Oh,
Both
good
Beth
girl,
and I are putting hands on
Zuri.
whelpers.
The sac right there.
Help out for this part.
Yeah, we're always we want to get
Ready
those
to take
puppies
it
out
off
quickly.
before it.
Try to get the placenta out, which
Go
the
ahead and
placenta
just
doesn't come
slide it
with
out.
the puppy.
Slide,
We want to get them breathing. You're going to see kind of how rough you are with
Good.
them.
Come on.
They're trying to get the placenta out right there.
This is going to be.
It doesn't come with the puppy, which is common. You just want to make sure you count that's in the video, by the way, not my dog. Placentas can cause it. Oh, they can There you go. I mute the video,
Oh.
guys.
They couldn't hear us.
So basically you can see just how rough we are with puppies. It's a personal decision on how we whelp.
Yes.
I'm more concerned with getting puppies out and breathing and live than I am about letting mom do that part of things. She can go back and work on herself. She pulled that placenta out herself after that. But it's important for me, for babies to be breathing
Yes.
right away.
We rub
That's-
them. We're really vigorous with them. We don't want them to be struggling to breathe. You know, we want to get any fluid out of their lungs, and we always tip them forward, nose down. And if you couldn't hear because of the sound in the video, the placenta didn't come out with that puppy, and it's important that you count placentas because any retained placentas can cause infection. So, we kind of usually just have a paper and we just mark as we go
and
if the placenta came out or not.
for anyone that doesn't know how puppies are in the womb, each puppy has its own placenta,
And sac.
its own sac. They are all their own separate little entities in there. A canine uterus is built like a Y, and it has what we call two horns that come up like this, and the puppies are linear down the horns. So they move down and come out one at a time. But you often, when you're feeling and things like that, because of those two horns, you have to make sure that you're checking both sides, that you don't have any more. But horns can get stopped up because placentas are in the way. If somebody is turned wrong, it can get stopped up. All sorts of fun things.
Or I had a fun experience my last litter, which has never ever happened before. It was just a birth defect. I had Siamese puppies, so two conjoined puppies, and they stopped up the horn because one, they were conjoined at the shoulders and only had one head. But one puppy, her body was in one horn and the other puppy's body was in the other horn. And so the head was trying to come out of the canal. They didn't start like that, but based on how Zora was pushing, their bodies kind of worked out that way. So Zora couldn't get them out because they were wider and they were now blocking both uterine horns, which was rather scary. She ended up having to have an emergency C-section because we didn't know why she was blocked.
But I've had one puppy, not a Siamese, do the same thing. I mean, when you have the Y like this is the outshoot. And the puppy came and basically instead of coming out, he went up. So we went in because mom was struggling, couldn't do it. We took an x-ray and basically you could see this puppy in a U shape and just completely blocking everything, which is a lot of people don't realize how often C-sections are necessary in dogs.
And especially if you haven't done your research ahead of time, you can kill your mom by not educating yourself on this, you know. Because even with Zora, with that Siamese puppy, she was pushing and everything's, you know, the first 3 puppies that came before them, she shot out really quickly. Everything was going smooth. So I think an uneducated person would be like, oh, she just must be getting tired. And they might have waited way too long to get her into the vet. And there was still puppies after that one. And those puppies survived past the Siamese puppy because I got her into the vet so quickly for that C-section. And I think that if an uneducated person, you know, was doing this litter, they would have lost all those puppies after the Siamese puppies. Of course, the Siamese puppies were born dead. There was no way those puppies could have survived.
But every whelp is different. Every mom is different. Even like, I mean, the mom in the video, she had 2 litters and her 2 different whelping experiences were different. They're not always the same. The number of puppies, the sire that you use can actually make a difference because the puppies might be shaped differently. So for example, in one of her litters, I used a stud who has an enormous noggin. I mean, his head is huge. And so these puppies came out with massive heads. And so they were a little bit harder for her to get out. And so things like that can play into it. And the number of puppies, how if they're head down or if they're breech, if they are, you like to see a puppy come from either horn, you know, just one right after another, and then they might have a pause to wait for the next ones to work their way down. That doesn't always happen. I've had litters where I was pretty positive she emptied one entire horn before working on the other because there was a dead puppy in the other horn blocking. So it's always different. Both of us often help with other whelpings. I mean, I've helped with,
well, you just whelped a Great Dane litter, didn't you?
I've whelped most recently Great Danes, Dobermans. I've whelped Golden Retrievers, Boxers, Doodles, Berners, Swissies, so many. All the different. They don't call that whelping.
Oh, wow.
But it's different with every single bitch. Every bitch does it differently. Some liked, I had one of my bitches earlier this year. She really wanted to have all her puppies outside. Every single puppy in her litter was born outside. And you have to be ready for stuff like that. You have to be ready for
especially if it's snowing,
when they're in distress, and you have to be willing to make that call and say, okay, it's time for us to go in and we need to make this step and go have a C-section. Our reproductive vet has specific time frames that they like us to stay within. If a mom is pushing for longer than 30 minutes, and that's actively pushing, not just like small contractions, but actually bearing down and pushing for longer than 30 minutes, it's time to go to the vet. If there's 4 hours between puppies, without seeing, if you have one and then you make it 4 hours without another one and you know there's more in there, to the vet. You have to be willing to do that, otherwise you're going to lose puppies. And losing puppies,
possibly lose mom.
Losing puppies is inevitable. If the more litters you breed, the more chances you have of losing puppies. It's just a fact of breeding. All right, so we're going to move on to early neurological stimulation, which is ENS, and we start that at about 3 days old. The first part of it goes until about 14 to 16 days old. So we are going, I don't know what she's clicking on to.
I think she's just clicking.
Okay. So I'm just going to read this to you. Early neurological stimulation is a technique that was developed by the U.S. military for their canine program in an effort to improve the performance of dogs used for military purposes. This program became known to the public as the Super Dog program. The military learned that performing ENS exercises with puppies had important and lasting effects. The research showed that dogs exposed to specific ENS exercises were able to handle stress better, were more resistant to certain forms of cancer and infectious diseases. Breeders also found that pups were less prone to an overreaction of stimuli, tended to be more social, and adapt to change more easily. Effectiveness of this program is only in the first 16 days of the dog's life. During this exercise, we are essentially repeatedly flipping neurological switches, which I love that term.
Yep.
Flipping neurological switches that would not normally happen this early on. So this is stuff that these puppies would not have happen if you don't do it. These exercises are no more than 5 seconds long each and done no more than 2 times a day, other than the basket for
So
3 minutes.
Earlier when we talked about socialization, making the dogs healthier and smarter,
This is what does it.
this
So
is huge.
basically, as little tiny, very, very, neonatal brains, they are very non-functional. There's not much going on. And what these ENS exercises are doing is flipping those switches in their brain and basically causing them to evolve faster and larger and more. It's so cool.
Yep.
Benefits of ENS. So we just kind of went over that, but improved cardiovascular performance, stronger heartbeats, stronger adrenal glands, more tolerance to stress. That's the one I think we see the most.
Huge.
Is more tolerance to stress.
They recover faster. They don't
Granted,
get stressed as easily.
We aren't able to see the stronger adrenal glands or
Wow.
heartbeats and things like that. Quicker stress recovery. That one is massive. Greater resistance to disease and greater human sociability. All of these are, why not? Right? Why not do this just because those are huge. So we'll have a video later. This is my daughter, and she's the one who does ENS with our puppies, supervised, of course, but it is something that I think kids can help with.
They're mature enough.
And if they're mature enough, they can hold on to puppies.
Yeah.
And you'll see exactly how she does it when we play the video for you. But the first exercise is tactile stimulation, basically holding the puppy in one hand like you see. The handler gently tickles the puppy between its toes on any foot, and the puppy doesn't have to act like they're noticing it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not necessary to see them like they don't react generally. Between 3 and 5 seconds doing that. Head held erect, so head straight up towards the ceiling, using both hands, obviously, to secure the puppy. The puppy is held perpendicular to the ground so that its head is directly above its tail. 3 to 5 seconds again. Holding the puppy firmly with both hands, and this one sounds scary to have a child do, but you'll see how she does.
And your kid,
Yeah.
better than anybody.
Yes,
Rory is a very
this might
child.
Rory's been helping with puppies since she was itty bitty, so she's probably more capable than most kids are. But so if you were having children help with this might be one that you take the puppy and do this exercise. Holding the puppy firmly in both hands, the head is reversed so that it's pointed straight downwards towards the ground for 3 to 5 seconds. Petting with a flat hand, and this is from like top of the head all the way back on the body, holding the puppy in the lap, flat hand all the way across from nose to tail for 3 to 5 seconds. With the puppy facing you, blow in their face for 3 to 5 seconds, and this is one that we like to note the reaction just because there generally is one, even in very tiny puppies.
Yeah, usually at first they're like, what
yeah,
are you
usually
doing?
they're going to be like, oh, I don't know. And I believe in the video, the puppy does nothing because it's so used to it that it's like, oh, hi.
Okay.
But if they lick their lips, if they recoil, things like this, and we do keep a clipboard which has each puppy, and we make notes. If we see anything interesting while this is going on, we'll make notes on that puppy. It helps us as we're getting a bigger picture of each puppy's individual personality and temperament. Supine position, this is similar to what we call back time, but hold the puppy on its back so that it's resting in the palm of both hands with its muzzle facing the ceiling. This can be done in your lap. This can be done to the side like a baby hold. The puppy while on its back is allowed to sleep or struggle 3 to 5 seconds. We hold it there. Thermal stimulation. Using a damp towel that has been cooled in a refrigerator for at least 5 minutes. In my case, we have, our whelping room has cement floors and that stay very cold. And so we generally just put the puppies flat on the cement and it acts as that thermal stimulation. Place the pup on the towel, feet down. The pup is not restrained from moving. Time of stimulation 3 to 5 seconds again, and you don't stop them from leaving the towel. So basically if they are like and they try to crawl off, we don't force them to stay on. Isolation confinement, so any kind of a basket, place the puppy in a basket or a bin or something they can't crawl out of.
Cardboard box.
Cardboard box, it doesn't matter, just something that they're by themselves. I try not to make it very big. It does need to be puppy sized. And then again, note any behavior and time it for 3 minutes. That's the only one that's longer
And
than 3 to 5
put something
seconds.
soft and grippy down there for them.
And pay attention because they very likely will poop
Yes.
while they're in there. So you might have to change the towel between puppies. All right, so we're going to watch this video.
And try not to narrate because it's hard for them to hear us
Okay.
while video is happening.
Okay.
Oh, the video's
Oh,
muted.
sorry guys. Go away, hold on. Go away thing.
Oh,
How do I get to it?
I don't know. It let me do it before. Press no, you don't want to press exit.
Go away.
Every time we
I
go
can't
down
do
there,
it.
I don't know why I was able to get to it before.
I can't go fast.
Oh man.
Sorry guys, hold on. We're trying to.
Well, we can just
Unmute it.
narrate it.
Yeah, we don't have
We can
to.
just narrate it.
We'll
Just
just
play it
narrate
with no sound. It's fine.
Hi Rory.
So this is
So-
all the steps of ENS.
So you'll
here we have
see
the
Q-tip on the paws, and she's counting to herself. And then she holds the puppy with its head straight up towards the ceiling. And you can see this puppy has had this done, obviously. I can't even remember. It looks like it's about
a week
a
old.
week old. And so you can see how careful she is, but you can see how that would be difficult for a less capable child if they were helping. So down in her lap, then she pets with a flat hand from head to tail. And then she blows in its face.
Oh, it does recoil.
It's such a cute baby.
Cute.
I love the, scrunchy face.
Right.
Don't blow in my face.
And then that little bit of back time. And we do back time at other times. We do quite a bit of back time during the day where we hold them for longer than 5 seconds. But
Yeah.
during ENS, it's just 3 to 5
We
seconds.
do talk about back time in the weeks.
So then she sets it down and you can see that it's like, oh my gosh, that's cold.
Shock to the system.
Yep. It's that little bit of stress that we're
Yep.
putting. And then she puts the puppy in the basket, and she always sets a timer for herself for 3 minutes, and so that she waits until the 3 minutes is up.
And sadly, you don't get to hear it, but she literally goes, Alexa, set the timer for 3 minutes. And it's the cutest thing ever.
It is pretty cute.
All right. And we're back. Hi, guys. Oh, now I need to click off of that. There we go.
All right. So now we're going to move into the socialization program above and beyond ENS.
Yeah, so this program I have mostly developed from ENS and the Monks of New Skeet social program. I really like their social program. I was able to attend one of their first seminars a few years ago, and they allowed me to use their program and teach about it, obviously giving them credit. I do use some from Puppy Culture, but a lot of it I have preferred that the monks do. And a lot of it that's added on too is from my experience over the years, things that I feel like my breed specifically needs, things that I felt were missing from the New Skeet program, based on Puppy Culture, based on what I was seeing as my puppies were developing.
I think it's important to do continued education and take from it what is realistic for you to do and important for your dogs to do.
Breed specific things.
And so like Beth and I have the essentials of our socialization programs are the same, but we have little things that we do differently and that we have pulled from other places and that are just a little bit different. And that's okay. You know, it is okay as long as you're doing as much as you possibly can. I think that's what's important.
So this is where you guys should ideally start following along with the file, my socialization program.
So I don't know if you can see, this is what it looks like when you print it out.
So, I'll probably leave after week 3. Sure. So weeks 1 and 2 are basically the same because the puppies are so young, you really can't do much with them. So, you know, this weeks 1 and 2 are combined. That file is in the support group. If on Facebook, the Puppy Potential support group, you can go in there, join the group if you haven't already. Brittany will approve you.
Yep.
And then if you go into the file section on that group, you can find my WCC Burner socialization program.
And that is what it's called.
Yes, that's what it's called in the file section. So if you can't find it, please let us know. Normally, in a non-virtual thing, we would just hand them out to you guys.
And I'm basically going to read it to you. So.
Yeah, we are going to read it to you as well. But it's nice to be able to follow along.
Right, and make notes. Make notes for the things that you specifically like or any questions that you may have.
Yeah. So we already went over week 1 and 2 is going to be the same with the ENS program.
So that ENS that we just watched is what you do for the first 2 weeks.
Every day.
Every day. And you can technically do it twice a day. But no more than twice a day.
I personally have never done it twice a day.
Me either.
I don't generally have time.
That's time for that.
Especially if you have a large litter. If you think about it, this takes,
3 minutes. Well, like 3.5 minutes a puppy, basically.
Well, then they have 3 minutes of basket time.
That's
so
what I mean.
You've got like 6, roughly 6 minutes per puppy, and there's a lot.
Yeah.
There's a lot that goes on otherwise. So I usually do it once a day.
Yep. So other things that you want to be focusing on during week 1 and 2, other important things that you need to note and focus on, you want to dive into.
Yep. So environment of the whelping box. We've talked a little bit about what the floor should look like. We have some pictures coming up. You'll be able to see kind of what our setups look like. Anything that is textured and that can give the puppies a good grip to move on. Both of us generally have a waterproof layer of some sort that is soft, but it is kind of slick. And so we usually put some kind of vet fleece or a nubby rug or something that is got texture and depth to it that the puppies can actually get a grip on to move around. Temperature should be plenty warm. Things that you can notice are if puppies are piling on top of each other, they're cold. If they are way spread out and they're moving out of the warm side of the box, then you might have it a little bit too warm. Where they're not capable of controlling their own body temperature, they are pretty good at telling you if they're too hot or too cold. Mm-hmm. You do have to be aware that if they are loose in the box, they can wander all the way to the opposite end and get stuck down there and not technically be able to find their way back to the warm, and they can get chilled and they can get cold. Keeping a puppy warm for that first week is probably one of the most important husbandry things, because a cold puppy cannot digest food. They will get lethargic.
Which means then they won't nurse.
They won't nurse, which means they're going to start losing weight. Keeping those puppies warm is very, very important. And like I said, I liked with my dogs that have kind of a medium length coat, my warm side of my box is anywhere between 78 and 85 degrees. And that's accomplished with a heat lamp. A heating pad is often on that end. And you just have to do what works for you to make sure that they stay nice and toasty. You can, if you don't have very many puppies in a litter, it's a good idea to have some kind of objects, or whether you put it underneath the vet fleece or on top. I use IV bags filled with regular water, and I put a sock on them, and then I can warm them up in the microwave, and it has dual purpose. It acts as a warming bag, but it also, they have to climb over it, and it starts building muscles. It starts giving them reasons to climb. If you, exactly. If you have a ton of puppies in the litter, you don't need as much of that because they're climbing all over each other and mom and things like that. But if I would say if you have less than 5 puppies, I would definitely have something like that, or stuffies, or things like that they have to climb over to get around and to get places. Calcium, we've talked a little bit about calcium for mom. So during whelping, we both start calcium after the first puppy comes out. Most reproductive vets will say that you should stop giving anything calcium heavy within the week leading up to whelping. And then the second the first puppy comes out, start putting that calcium in the form of oral calcium, which can either be Tums or Caltrate or
cottage cheese,
Calzorb, or there's all sorts of different, you have to figure out what your dog likes, what they will actually take. But we also use cottage cheese and vanilla ice cream and yogurt, anything that's high in calcium. Often during whelping, mom doesn't want to eat at all during whelping, and then after, for quite a few days they will choose not to eat. So getting those really novel things like the ice cream and the cottage cheese and things like that are very helpful to get that calcium in the body. I generally also have calcium injections on hand from my vet that I give directly after whelping, after I know she's done and the last puppy has come out. Any way that you can overdose in calcium, but it's not going to have an adverse effect other than it's just going to kind of cancel itself out and won't be effective. So you can pretty much give her as much as she'll take. Calcium affects mom in that, oh my gosh, it has so many different things.
Moms will reject their puppies. They can become aggressive.
If they're aggressive, if they won't settle, if they're rejecting puppies,
if they don't have good milk coming in.
If they don't have good milk, if they won't nurse, if they have no interest in puppies, generally calcium is going to help that. If she's being aggressive towards you or towards other people coming in the room or anything like that, often calcium will help regulate her body, get those hormones back into a more comfortable place.
In fact, a Facebook friend of mine that had never had puppies before, bred her female, and posted the day that they were born. She was like, oh, she's such a good mom. She's already laying boundaries and correcting her puppies. And I commented and I was like, whoa, hold up. No, a mom will never, ever correct day-old puppies. That is not a thing. That's something that happens closer to like 4 or 5 weeks, lightly, but day-old puppies is not a thing. And I told her she needs to supplement with calcium. She tried to fight me on it. She's like, no, I promise. She's just correcting them. And I was like, no, boundaries do not start at this age. Mom is going to let them nurse as much as possible. I mean,
if you think about it, nursing will cause contractions, which is not fun. New nursing is not comfortable, especially if they're new and they've never been nursed on. There are times when it's going to be painful. Instinct in dogs is generally strong enough that they don't care. They don't care if the nursing, they are more concerned about their baby's nursing than they are about correcting. If she's correcting her puppies at that age,
There's something wrong.
There's something
so
wrong.
I messaged her and I was like, you need to get her on calcium. Now that's not normal behavior. And she finally listened to me when I got some Caltrate, and she said within like 4 hours, she was no longer correcting them and was totally calm and relaxed. And I was like, yes, that's because she was calcium deficient. You need to keep that up every day, you know, making sure she's getting calcium. And she never had problems after that. But, you know, this is, you know, just a good example of an uneducated, you know, person. She meant well with her dogs, but did not do the right research. And those puppies could have potentially gotten killed, you know.
Because moms will occasionally kill puppies,
Yes.
intentionally.
Especially if
And-
they're low on calcium.
Especially, yep.
Yeah.
And so it is important, if you have a mom that's resisting nursing, that won't lay down, won't calm down.
That's not generally a sign of a bad mom, because
Yeah.
it's generally a calcium issue. There are moms that shouldn't be bred,
Yes.
that absolutely will kill their puppies no matter how much calcium you give. They're just should not be bred.
And then you have some that their mothering instinct is just nil.
Terrible.
Like
yeah.
it's just not there, and they
won't
don't
clean
do
their
a good job.
puppies and yeah.
And calcium isn't going to help those moms and in those situations you do have to force a mom to lay down to nurse. You do have to bottle feed. You do have to take other steps to ensure that those babies get fed.
Well, I mean, if we think about it, why a mom's going to kill a puppy if they're deficient in something, and those puppies are going to basically kill her if they keep taking all of those
Yes.
nutrients.
And like we said before, a lot of bitches won't eat after they have whelped puppies, and that can cause low milk production. It can obviously cause her to not feel super great. It's going to cause her to lose weight. So you have to make sure, when I have a bitch who doesn't want to eat, you got to get creative.
Yep.
You got to feed her whatever she'll eat. I have one that I tell the story all the time because she was so picky, and for the first week would not eat. And it finally came down to,
So we can get more centered.
we made her a pot of chicken noodle soup, and it was
Nice.
just for her, and that's all that she would eat for the first week. But you know, it was food, and it got food in puppies because it helped her milk production to be good. So you sometimes have to get creative.
Yep. Guys, Beth is stepping out to go to her sister's so she can prepare for the ENS. So we'll be doing that, the hands-on stuff.
Once she gets there.
Once she gets there, Beth, you'll message me to let me know, okay? Perfect.
So possible supplementing of puppies, if you are, and that goes into daily weights below, you should be weighing puppies anywhere from 2 to 4 times a day, depending on the size of the litter, the milk production of mom, and if your babies are gaining weight or not. This is one of those things that folks that aren't paying attention to their puppies,
Won't notice.
you wouldn't notice these things. It's literally minute increments. They're gaining in, ounces and half ounces, gaining and losing. And you can have a puppy that's losing an ounce, a day. And if they're losing that consistently, they're eventually going to fade and pass away. So you have to be on it. You have to be paying attention to those weights. If it is perfectly normal, just like in human babies, it's perfectly normal for puppies to lose weight after birth for the first day or two. That birth weight comes, they had that constant feeding going on in the womb. So when they come out, that was a stressful ordeal. They're suddenly having to move around a lot more. They're burning more calories. So they might lose weight in the first day or two. If you don't start noticing puppies gaining weight after, day 1, day 2, that's when I usually start supplementing, which is bottle feeding. And you have to be proactive about it, because if you let puppies get too far, then they will not bottle feed. They will stop digesting food because their body just can't do it anymore. They get too weak. So you have to be on top of it. So weighing them if they're losing weight, supplementing, and supplementing depends on how many puppies there are, how much weight they're losing. That'll help dictate if you're supplementing every meal or if you're supplementing once or twice a day. I've had litters where mom didn't have great milk, so I was letting half the puppies nurse on mom while I was bottle feeding the other half, and then the next feeding 2 hours later, I was swapping and doing opposite.
And really quick,
Um,
her phone is the one connected to the chat. So hold your questions until Beth gets to her place, or you can, type them out, but don't expect a response right now just because she's our question taker. So just be patient with that.
But yeah, so supplementing is one of those things that takes up a lot of time when you have to do it. You can use anything from homemade formula, which I believe that we have a formula recipe. Has it been posted? If it hasn't been posted, it will be. But a homemade formula recipe is great. You can also use goat replacer. You can get actual canine milk replacer, but I have found that goat milk replacer works just as well. I tried once using a Unimilk replacer, which is kind of a universal livestock replacer, and it didn't work as well. So it didn't bring up temperature or weights, and it also caused a lot of diarrhea. So
Fun.
Goat milk is actually, the composition of goat milk is the closest to canine milk. So don't use cow's milk. They're very, very different. But goat milk is generally the nicest on puppy tummies. The other thing that you can use and that you should have on hand to supplement is what we call liver water. It is basically like liquid ambrosia, and it'll bring puppies back from the dead, I swear. You have to take a beef liver and boil it down to nothing. Like I usually boil it for all day.
Nice.
And just keep adding water and just let it boil and boil and boil and boil and boil. And after your water that's left in it is a nice either golden or brown color, the liver itself can just go to mom. That's a great treat for mom. But then I usually freeze the actual water in ice cube trays, and that way I can take one ice cube out if I need it, because with little tiny puppies you're only feeding in like cc increments, so you're not using a ton. And that's something that if you have more questions about things like liver water, ask and we will answer those questions. But it is excellent stuff. Is mom doing her job? Some people don't know that puppies can't defecate when they're born. Every once in a while you have puppies that will spontaneously pee or poop, but more often than not, they have to be stimulated to do so.
Not in control of
dysfunctions. There's a reason that dogs are only pregnant for 63 days, and that's because puppies come out with very few functions, automatic functioning functions.
Yep.
So is mom stimulating them to pee and to poop? If she's not, you have to do it. If you have puppies that are crying, they're either cold, they're hungry, or they need to poop or pee. It has to be done. Mom, generally, if she's a good mom, she's going to do it. She's going to clean it up. She's going to be excellent, but not all of them are like that. And some, especially if it's their first litter, they just don't have a clue. You have to help them. You have to teach them. And there are ways to do that also, if you have questions, you can ask and we can share tips and tricks and things
those are
like
really
that.
good questions for the support group, by the way.
Yep.
So probably ask in there.
Yep. Because those are things that, a lot of people don't know. You don't, and it's tricks that we have learned over the years and that we've tried, and some things have worked and some things don't work. And all right, moving on to week 1 and 2.
This is continued.
Oh yes, continued.
This is just the slideshow.
Yep. So in between 3 and this is something that do's and tails are also dictated by your breed and by the standard. If your standard says that do's should be removed, you should remove them. If it says that they should be left, then they should be left. But you really do need to do your own research on do's and what you decide to do with them. There was a time that I removed all do claws. My standard calls for fronts are optional. They can be left or taken off, and backs have to be removed. So there was a time that I took all dew claws off, and then I did a whole bunch of research, and there's some really cool like slow motion videos that they've done of dogs running and climbing out of things and whatever,
herding and all of those,
doing all those things, and how functional those front dew claws actually are. And after seeing some of these things, I was like, okay, I'm gonna leave fronts. So fronts are actually attached by a tendon, rears are not. They just kind of,
with a couple exceptions.
There's 2 breeds.
Yeah, 2 breeds.
Pyrenees
And
and
Beaucerons.
Beaucerons.
And they will have double dew claws. And
you
usually
are supposed to
one-
leave them.
And usually one is actually fully functional
Mhm.
toe, basically.
So those are things that you need to know about the breeds, especially if you have like a rescue litter or things like that. You might get those polydactyl puppies and you're like, what the crap is going on with their feet?
yeah, why are there multiple?
Why are there so many nails? But you need to know about your individual breeds, and you need to know about your standards. You need to know about the functions of your dogs. So does your breed do something that requires the use of those things? Should they have tails removed? If they should have these things removed, dews and tails should be removed between 3 and 5 days old. After 5 days is going to be more of a major surgery.
Like the Doberman litter you guys are going to be seeing, just like 2 days ago, she had tails and dews done.
Yep. And if you wait too long, so generally you want to call the day puppies are born and have that appointment set so that you can actually get in that time frame, because it needs to be done before 5 days old. Fading puppy syndrome is the #1 killer of puppies, and no one knows what it is or why or what it's doing, and it can really apply to anything. It can apply to in humans. I believe the term is failure to thrive.
Yeah.
And in humans, obviously, we do a lot to counteract it. I mean, there's so much that we do medically and things like that for babies who are not thriving. And it can be anything from palate and mouth issues. You know, in human babies, you have tongue tie and things like that. In puppies, we see cleft palates, we see short palates, we see narrow palates. All these things that make it so puppies can't latch properly. They can't get that vacuum suction, and they may be nursing, but they are not getting the full amount that everyone else is.
Megaesophagus, internal.
Megaesophagus,
problems.
you don't often notice until
Yeah.
they start eating real food, and I think we talked about that
Yeah.
at
Well,
that point. But
that particular puppy was Beth's puppy that had megaesophagus, and she'll usually mention that.
yeah, so that's a megaesophagus is not, it's an esophagus issue, obviously, and it causes solid food. The esophagus will not do this. Words, and it won't push the food down, and so basically the puppy cannot survive on solid food. Some people try to keep megaesophagus puppies alive, and some people choose to euthanize those puppies. It's totally a personal decision. But fading puppy syndrome can apply to anything. You sometimes have puppies that have those eating issues. They just can't get the nutrition that they need. You have some that legitimately have something wrong with them internally, or nervous system, or excuse me. And you may or may not know. For me personally, if I ever have a puppy that has to be put down or that passes away, I do always have a necropsy done, just so that I know. These are things that if you're having repeated issues, it might be genetic, and it might be something in your dogs and in your lines that you need to take into account in your breeding decisions. So you have to keep record of these things. You have to keep track of them. You have to understand them. And some fading puppies don't have issues. It's just that they're weak and they're not as strong and they don't do as well, and they need help. They need that extra supplementation. They need a little bit more care. They need to be kept warmer than the other puppies. All sorts of things can go into fading puppy. Eyes generally open around 10 to 14 days. The world suddenly becomes very big. And those senses start budding, they start building, and
they don't come with perfect eyesight right away, by the way.
Nope, their eyes open a little tiny corner in the middle, and it slowly opens, and they are very cloudy. when they open. For the first several days after opening, they have no depth perception. And it's basically, from what I understand, it's just shapes and colors and lights. So you have to make sure that you don't have, this is when things like a red heating lamp or what are the heating lamps with no light? An ultra whatever one, a heating lamp that's really bright can sometimes not be very great for brand new opening puppy eyes. So you might have to figure out a different type of heat source. Ears open shortly thereafter. The first thing that puppies are going to hear are the high-pitched, I always test with the kissing. You walk in the room and make a kissing noise and everyone will jump up and freak out. This is when you have to be careful that you're not overstimulating that sense right away. So I don't start doing loud sounds and, shaking the trash bags and all that stuff until that they're a little bit more comfortable with that, that sensation of hearing. Start weekly baths and grooming. Puppies can have baths before their eyes and their ears open, if they're dirty and stinky and need baths. I usually give mine baths after those things happen. Around 2 weeks is when I give my first bath. I think that's when she starts and you just do it in your sink. I don't even use, for the first one, I don't often even use soap. Just warm water and get them all warm and whatever. You do have to make sure that they are thoroughly dried, because again, they still will get cold. Trim nails. Nails need to be trimmed within a few days of birth. Right when they're first born, they're generally still attached to the quick, and if you try to trim off that pointy end, you will make them bleed. But within 3 days, when they have their dew claws done, is about when you can start trimming nails. And the best way that I've found is with a little pair of human baby nail clippers. Those are super sharp and they're little, and they do a great job of trimming little puppy nails. And I use those baby nail clippers up until their nails will no longer fit in them. So moving on.
So Beth just got to the her
awesome.
sister's house.
Perfect.
Well, so she's just getting set up.
So she's going to show us what ENS looks like.
There's 9 puppies in the litter. She's only going to do about 4 or 5 of them. There's no reason to do all 9 puppies. For you guys, you can see 4 or 5 of them. It's the same thing. They're week-old puppies. So
they're just cute, and we wanted you to be able to see puppies.
Well, and what it looks like in a real life situation. So she's going to get that going, but we can talk about. We can just continue on until she gives me the go ahead.
Okay, so while we're waiting for her, we will move on to week 3, which we call sounds and restraint. During this week, puppies are introduced to daily structured puppy socializers until puppies go to their new homes.
So usually, by the way, she starts with this.
Oh, okay.
So
we go, ENS changes just a little bit in week 3. You do pretty much all of the same things that you did in week 1 and 2. You just add in a couple of new things. So if you have downloaded this, the socialization program, I'm looking at the week 3 page. So all of the first steps are all the same. And then you add in the noise stimulation. So clapping your hands, jingling keys, making the clicking, kissing sounds.
This is not with ENS. You do ENS and then this is separate.
This is like throughout the day and whatever. This is also when you start conditioning coming when called, which in my house, we call this introducing the puppy call.
Oh, there. Okay.
We introduce the puppy call during meals. So when puppies are handed their food, we start making, and mine, I don't know what that uses, but I think it's similar. Mine is, I use come. I use puppy come, puppy come. And they start to associate food with that noise. And so then later on, you find that when you make that noise, they will all turn and just book it towards you. This is when we should start really talking to puppies. When you are in the room, just chatter at them, talk to them, tell them about what you're doing. Puppies will listen and they will pay attention. They really do like to hear us talk to them. They like to hear what's going on. And this is when it's perfectly okay. This is when I stop telling my kids to be quiet. And my kids can be loud. They can come in and they can play in the room, you know, not with the pup, but being loud and being kids and whatever, and getting them used to all different types of voices. I always try to make sure that we have conversations around them, my husband and I, so they hear male voices and female voices and young voices. And this is when you really, really should start handling all of their parts and pieces. So doing a lot of playing with their paws and their toes. I really like to use I use a Dremel to do nails on my adult dogs. So I use a mechanical toothbrush, and I will just let the toothbrush buzz their toes. And I usually do that once a day with each puppy and go through all of their toes, and you need to play with their ears. So things, Hedwig will be our puppy right now. So if you think about it, when you take a puppy to the vet, you don't want this to be scary, right? You need to be able to look at their teeth. You need to be able to look in their eyeballs and down inside their ears, and you know, play with their lymph nodes and feel them everywhere that the vet would be feeling. All of this stuff is, when you're handling the puppies, this is not something that I go in and I'm like, all right, I'm going to sit down and handle everybody's parts and pieces. This is when I'm just playing with puppies.
Making it nice and pleasant.
I'll just sit there and like massage their toes and play with their ears and do all that stuff. All of that type of,
Beth's ready.
Perfect.
So we're going to pause this, and then we are going to bring Beth in for the ENS. I can't see that far away. Sorry. Give me a second.
There she
is. There's Beth. All right. Can we hear Beth?
No, we can't.
You're muted, Beth.
We can't hear you.
All right. Hold on. Top right corner or top left corner, I think.
Make host.
She's already a co-host. There she is.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, cool. And I can hear you guys finally.
Yay.
Okay. Can everybody see me okay?
I don't know. You have the chat function.
Oh, yeah. Oh, crap. I think, never mind. Let's see. There we go. Okay, cool. Now you guys can see me. Perfect. So here is my sister.
Hi, Megan.
And these are her Doberman puppies down here. We're only gonna, there's 9 of them, but we're probably only gonna do 4 or 5 with the ENS for you guys, just because the basket, you know, takes quite a bit of time. But let me switch my camera just so that, there we go. Okay, now my sister, 1 second. Sorry, let me take it out of the phone case. I'm blocking some of it. Okay, so if you want to take over, Megan. Yep. So, do you want me to do first, or just grab one?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Cool. So we have our, looks like a little gray and black collar boy, and we're just going to start right in with the tactile. I don't really care if they like pull their paws away or anything like that. They don't have to show that they can feel it. So then we're going to have them head held up, then head held down. A little bit of struggle on that one, pretty common. Then head held on their, on their back. I know. Good boy. And petting. That's a good way. Blowing in his face, no response. He's like, whatever. Good job, bud. And these guys are just barely a week old, or?
Yeah, just a little over a week.
Do you want them on the floor for the thermal?
Yeah, that's fine.
So we got tile floor here. So put him on the tile floor and you can see he's already like, whoa, nice job. And then in the basket. So the basket for 3 minutes. And he'll probably be in there as we go through a couple of them. It doesn't have to be exact 3 minutes, but I often set a timer for that. So let's move on to this little pink girl, right?
Yep.
Yep. So go right in with the Q-tip. This one they usually don't really care much about. Head held erect. Held down. Yep, I know this one is not fun, huh? I love their little puppy noises. God, she doesn't care about the back as much as her brother did. And if you can hear him, I don't know if you can in the basket over there, he's very concerned that he's in there. And blowing on their face.
No, it doesn't like that one.
Good job. Then we've got another basket over here. We'll put her in.
Oh, you got to put it on the floor.
Oh yeah, sorry, thank you. Pregnancy brain. But she really doesn't like that. She's like, oh boy. Good job. And the basket. Okay, let's grab her girl. I don't remember how many boys and girls are there.
6 girls and 3 boys.
That's right. Okay. This one's already complaining about just being held. Even at this age, they'll show their little personalities, you know. Very squirmy, really not wanting to do this. Oh, I know. This one's going to be full of herself. Oh my. Lots of complaints. Oh, that puppy pooped in the basket. So we mentioned that. And here, I'll just cover it if that's okay.
Yeah, please do.
So we mentioned that they can poop in there. That's common. And no biggie if they do. We usually just cover it till the puppy's done and then we switch out the towel.
I love it.
And on the floor. She's actually a little bit more confident on the floor, wanting to move around more, whereas the other two kind of throws up on the floor. There you go. So he's probably about done. I'm going to switch him. It might be not an exact 3 minutes, but I'll switch him. Put his sister in here. Oh, she just pooped. My goodness. Grab the cloth. Good job, little miss.
This is what puppies are all about.
Yeah, poop,
Poop.
everywhere.
So much poop.
Clean up her bum.
She's a little calmer, but still making noise. Oh, sorry, sister.
I know. It's very hard, huh?
Just put it down in the bottom of that basket.
This one is dirty. Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Thought I folded it up right.
Okay.
So much poop.
Yeah, sorry.
But you get to see in action what it's going to be like.
Yep. For sure.
Okay, and then let's do one more. We'll do this little rainbow one. Oh, this one has poop on the back of his head. You guys are poopy this morning. Oh boy. This
Was that her?
not happy about being held.
She's a fiery one.
Now you're fine. You just had to get one little scream out, huh? There you go.
Right on the top of Silver.
Very squirmy. It's on the like brown and green and black. Let me come over here. This, other than the scream in the beginning, this puppy's actually pretty calm about all of this. She seems very sweet. Nice job, everyone.
Question. Do you change what paw you do tactile on?
You can, yeah, you can change the paws around. Basically no response, which isn't a bad thing. They can be pretty calm about it. They can be concerned. They can be curious. I think that one. And we'll switch these two for the basket.
Good girl.
Nice job.
Not yet, I don't think.
Is that four?
Do you do more of the front paws or do you use the back ones or does it even matter?
I try to just kind of switch it around every day, so it doesn't like totally matter. But it does help to get different paws going, just so that they can feel that stimulation in different areas. And I'll even like, as I'm going along with my Q-tip, some days I'll just really do really light ones. Some days I'll really go in between the toes. So I like to just mix it up, give them different sensations. Yeah, is that 4 puppies? I think it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah. You want me to do one more, Britt, or what do you think?
Yeah, do one more. They're cute. They're super cute.
I'll do the orange one.
So she has a head tilt, so she's a little bit more challenging to do.
Oh
But
yeah.
the vet says she should outgrow it.
Oh good.
So she sometimes flails a little bit more.
I'm used to that.
But I like her. She's very sweet.
She's pretty calm, pretty relaxed. Sweet little pup. Freaking cute.
I know.
Oh, she does not like that. And on the ground. So you can really see her head tilt on the ground there.
Yeah.
Oh.
You are grumpy.
So those red fuzzy things are the IV bags with the sock tube over them. That
Yes.
you mentioned earlier.
Yeah,
Megan, can you pick one of those up just so people can see what we're talking about?
Yep. Do you want to like open that end? And
No, you don't need to open it. It's an IV bag. Everybody knows what an IV bag looks like.
so
but it's warm, popped in the microwave and warmed up with the, like a sock or something over it.
Yeah.
That way, they're not right directly on it.
and they really like.
Especially since right now these puppies are not under a heat lamp or anything like that, so they have to have something warm to snuggle with.
Yep.
Very cool. All right, so we're gonna pop back over and finish week 3. So we'll see you in a minute, Beth. Okay.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you. Hi guys. All right, so we're gonna go back to our slideshow.
Oh my goodness, you are so grumpy.
Oh, I
I think
left again. Oh, I didn't.
do her. She'll leave in a second. Here we go. Bye, Beth. All right, so we are back to our slideshow.
All right, so
Back to week 3.
I hope you enjoyed all the cute puppy noise. Oh, we still hearing
we
them.
still hear
We
'em.
can still
All
hear
right,
them.
hold on. I gotta mute Beth. I think.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, she muted herself. Okay, perfect. Oh, whoops.
Oh, too
I
far.
need to go back.
Ew, gross.
Um,
Okay, so going more into things that we do in week 3. So we just talked, we talked about handling their paws and toes and tail and ears and all that stuff. Lots of petting with the flat part of the hand is really, really good. Where'd you go, Hedwig? Come here, can you see her? So lots of petting, especially on top of their head and things like that. Basically, again, just triggering that brain to be okay with things going over them. Something that we add is being on their sides. So turning the puppy on their left side for 30 seconds and then turning them on their right side for 30 seconds.
so basically the puppy will be laying flat on a side on your forearm with your other hand on it. And then you just
And you can just do
rotate.
this.
It's like a waffle maker.
I know. I wish that we had like so you're holding the puppy like this and you just
Come here,
flip it over.
Hedwig.
I know, Hedwig's a little big. So both sides and then straight up facing you, kind of like you would if you're blowing in their face. And you can talk to them and whatever. And then holding the puppy face down towards the ground for 30 seconds. When they start to get bigger, you have to figure out different ways to do this. One way that makes it easy is if you are sitting on a couch or something like that, always put your hand up under the puppy's in front of their shoulders to basically support their body, and just tip them down between your knees. And then placing the puppy on the floor for 30 seconds. Basically on a different floor that they're not used to being on. And then we talk about back time. Back time is something that we do, both Beth and I do a lot, and it can be done on the floor. It can be done in your arms like a baby. It can be done on your lap. I do a lot of in my lap because it's just, they fit so perfect right there on your knees. But you can talk to them. You can blow on their faces really lightly to get their attention. A lot of puppies don't love back time. It's especially if they are a little bit more of a sauce.
Yeah, like that one little female Doberman you saw that was all over the place screaming. She's going to be one that needs the back time the most.
Back time is going to help build that willingness to be put in more of a submissive position, more of a compromising position. But it's always a good idea with baby puppies like this and big dogs to know how to roll on their back for you, so that if they ever have to have any veterinary work or something checked or whatever, you can ask them to lay on their back.
Bethany's litter of 7-week-old Berners, I mean, she can literally flop them in her arms and just love on them, and they're so calm and relaxed. It's really nice to see. They don't struggle, they don't fight it. So it's a really cool thing to be able to see that relaxing.
That is something that's a little bit different between Swissies and Berners, in that Swissies are a little bit more like, no, you don't.
Do it with a Malinois.
And so it takes a little bit more effort on some breeds that are a little bit more, have their own, more opinions of their own.
Or hectic puppies or.
That back time is really nice.
Yeah. That's why it's so important to do it now.
Yep. And then still placing the puppy in the basket. And the puppy in the basket is a lot of different things. That's a stressor, being by themselves all of a sudden, but this is a great setup for crate training.
Yep.
Honestly, putting puppies in that basket starts to build and hopefully make it so they don't have this great fear of being alone.
Yep.
So that's that one. And then let's see. Okay. In week 3, the structured puppy socializers are introduced. And that is something that Beth does that I don't do.
Yep.
I do things a little bit differently. And so she basically has people that are scheduled to come, and she has some that are different every day or every week, and some that are the same every time they come. It's the same people, and they do the same thing.
Usually what happens is she has like one family or person come on Mondays, a different family or person come on Tuesdays, a different one come on Wednesdays, for each day of the week. And they come from week 3 until the puppies go home, and they do structured socializer things. And she has a whole booklet, which this is what this is that we're covering, that they work on each week with them. So they get them to their goals for each week. And so they get comfortable working with new people. Of course, the socialization aspect is huge. And then the different activities that they're doing with them are really important. So at this point, they're doing ENS.
Yep. So they will do a lot of this stuff, I believe.
Yeah, they're doing all of these things that Megan just talked about.
So the this and all of these things are being done by new people, which is handy. I think that she has it really nice because she, being a dog professional trainer, she can pull a lot from her clientele.
Yep.
I don't have that luxury. I often can't get people to come on a regular basis consistently like that. So I have to be a little bit more creative in how I get this type of socialization done. And I do that with visits and things like that, but I also have open houses.
What week do you start that at? Week 3?
No, open houses start at week 5, but I start having visits at week 3. So that is, if I have local owners that are coming, that are getting one of these puppies that come weekly, they will do these things. I actually have a whole bevy of nieces that love to come over and play with puppies, and they are usually the ones that do this type of stuff for me because I can rope them into it easily.
But if you can't get other people to do it, you need to be doing it.
Yes. Yeah. So the times that I can't get people to come, it's me and my family that do it. I try to enlist neighbors and things like that. The only thing about having all of these people come into our home with such young babies is we have to be insanely careful about cleanliness. Bringing people in, they do not wear shoes. Have to sanitize like crazy.
So Bethany has them make sure that they don't go to dog parks. They're not, going to the shelters. They're not going any place that they could possibly pick up some sort of germ.
We both have a laundry list of rules, and we can make a file of that list of rules for everyone to have. And it's every time we post and say, come visit puppies, that list of rules goes right on there and basically says you cannot have done this, you cannot have been around sick dogs, you cannot have gone to a pet store, you cannot have all of this within a certain amount of time. When you come, expect to sanitize your hands, expect to wear clothing that has been freshly laundered, expect to leave your shoes at the door. All sorts of things. We are not taking any risks at bringing germs into our little tiny baby puppies. They have, mom's immunity, but that does not mean that they are safe from the outside world. So then this is when we introduce puppy sound effects playlist, and this is really fun. This was
David's question earlier.
Yes. Yeah. So you were asking about sound effects. This is when this comes in. Alexa makes this so easy. Like a lot of people
she might be listening.
Sorry, stop listening.
See,
she totally was. But something like that makes this super easy. We do have a playlist that is handy. You can just play on any device. We put it on,
it's already in the support group. It's Bethany's Spotify playlist. So you guys can find that there.
Yeah. And it's awesome. It has, anything you can think of that would be, you want carnival noises and city noises and fireworks and thunderstorms,
animal noises,
ocean noises and animal noises and vehicle noises,
people laughing, crying, screaming, sneezing, coughing, baby sounds. There's everything.
And then I love to do when puppies have been playing or doing something and they start to settle down and go to sleep, I will turn on thunderstorms. And things that normally dogs are afraid of as adults, just because they're happy,
fireworks,
they're full, they're fed, they're sleepy. And if this is just going on in the background, it's just conditioning their brain to not be afraid of these noises.
At this age though, started off quiet.
Yeah. Yeah. It needs to be like, that's why I love thunderstorms, because they are kind of like
background
mellow
noise.
And low and background noise, and then you can introduce the things like fireworks and stuff like that. But and music is important too, in all types. It's another reason why that device that's listening to us is really easy, because you can just turn on any station, whether it's music you normally listen to or not. Puppies should hear a little bit of everything. I've played mariachi music. I've played,
metal.
We have metal. We go through country and everything that I can possibly think of. And I just let it play while puppies are in there so that they listen to all types of voices.
Yeah. And just a suggestion, when you're playing these playlists, play it while you're gone. Otherwise you will hate life. Play it while you're not home, so you don't have to listen to it all day, because it gets annoying.
And in the first couple weeks of life, there's the chance that you're in there a lot, and don't be afraid to watch your TV shows and things like that have all really strange noises. That's where, not that dogs should not be afraid of them, but gunshots, are in TV shows a lot, and things like that, and really strange. We were just talking about this the other day, that movies and TV sounds really strange if you're not watching it. But those are great things for them to listen to. potty training is introduced, and
Woo!
we're going to go over, this is the least fun part about puppies. And it's messy and it's stinky and there's so much poop.
So much.
Your life revolves around poop. And we're going to go a little bit over how we potty train and the methods that we use that we have found are very effective. Not only effective for while we have them and keeping things clean and whatever, but it seems to roll over into potty training when they go home. If they have it in their brain that I go to the bathroom in one spot and I eat and sleep and play in another spot, it is so much easier for people to potty train them when they go home. Toys are introduced. Toys, I start soft and small. And so anything, the stuffies, the softer ropes, the littler toys, baby toys are great, like human baby toys are great. All of those things can start out, the things that they could destroy as when they're older, that's what they play with when they're younger. Try to mix up the toys a lot. Don't overstimulate them all at once. Only put, a handful in at a time. They're new, they're exciting. They're usually like, what is this? If it's the first time toys have been put in, often they just are like, I don't know what that is. And they won't pay any attention to it. And then they slowly get into them. Toys should be changed out and new things introduced on, I usually every other day, every 2 days, I will take out toys and put in brand new ones that are completely different, that have different textures, that make different noises, that have all sorts of fun stuff that they can do with and chew on and start to test their little teeth and their mouths. And the cutest thing is when they first start grabbing and shaking stuff,
or they go to grab it and their perception's off and they miss.
And it's so fun to watch because you'll see them like develop and you see their little brains work and start to really function. So lots of toys, not all at once, but changing and ever rotating. I try to keep, I have a whole bin. So throughout the year, if I see toys on sale, I just buy toys even when I don't have puppies, and I build a bin. That way I have so many different kinds and I can rotate all the way through. As they get bigger, their teeth get stronger and they get stronger and more destructive. The toys age with them. So it needs to start getting into the toys that they can't tear the squeakers out or, just rip all the stuffing out. That's when I introduce chewies like horns and antlers, nylobones, Benobones, things like that come in once they start really using those mouths. So you, again, just watch as they are growing and doing awesome. This is also when food is introduced. Everybody starts food a little bit differently, depends on what you're feeding. Some people start with raw, some people start with gruel, some people do a mixture of both. Bethany starts her puppies on raw. I start my puppies on basically like a gruel kibble, kibble that's been blended and then is wet. You want to make sure that whatever they're starting on has no chunks, has no solid pieces, has nothing they can choke on. And usually if you put food in and they don't show much interest, they're not ready for it. They'll tell you. And I've had litters that are ready at 3.5 weeks to introduce food. And I've had litters that aren't ready until they're 4.5 weeks. It really depends on the individual puppies. Usually this is something that I feel like litters go together, unless you have like one outlier who is maybe not as quick or as healthy or whatever as the rest. For the most part, if one is ready for food, all of them are ready for food. This is when we start watching for megaesophagus. Megaesophagus puppies can swallow liquid. So drinking and nursing are generally okay. It's when they start eating the solid food that they will not be able to get it down, and they will regurgitate pretty much anything they try to put down. And it can be tricky in that you'll have a puppy that the first time they eat, you won't see anything, and then the next time they may regurgitate. And So that's, you need to start watching for things like that as you start feeding solid food. You should always supervise meals. Choking is a common one. You have to make sure that they are not inhaling the food too quickly. So I do supervise meals always. So onwards. So talking about potty training. Potty training is super fun. I honestly start potty training at about 2.5 weeks. Not that we're going, okay, we're potty training. We're starting to build boundaries and the idea of the separation of space. So in this picture, you can see that's gross, right? It's nasty. And this was one of Beth's early litters. And we do, in this presentation, we're going to show you a little bit of the evolution of our potty training method, because it started off very different than it is now. You have to experiment and figure out what works, and we have found what works for us. So basically, in the beginning, you want to build a space that
just take what you want.
Oh, I
So-
don't know. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. In the beginning of potty training, basically what we want to be able to start doing is with the potty pads, as you can kind of see there, we're trying to create the idea for the puppies that you have one section of area that's going to be dirty and stinky. That's where you go to the bathroom. And then you have a much smaller section, which you can see in this picture where Mama's laying, that is going to stay impeccably clean. And so in the beginning, it's just building this repetition idea in their minds that over here, stinky, nasty, this is where potty goes. Over here is your clean area where you sleep and where you play and where you eat. So when we begin with this, you can see that about 2/3 of the area is nothing but potty pads. And you want it purposefully stinky. So leave the pee when they poop. You will pick up, the big chunks of poop, but you kind of smear it around. So that way it kind of stays pretty darn nasty. And in the beginning, you can see over here next to Mama that it is wet and stuff. They will have accidents in the beginning, but we want to be able to keep building this idea and keeping this whole area that's open as clean as possible. So when they do have accidents, we're changing it out constantly. So that way they aren't having the idea that over here is where we go to the bathroom. So
you basically, you're going to evolve, and so we'll just look at a couple.
Yep.
As they start to get the idea, the potty area is going to shrink, and this is where there's a ton of cleaning that goes into it, because the non-potty area has to be changed and cleaned 500 times a day. And the potty area can stay pretty dang gross. Pick up the piles, but leave everything else. And this is the period when puppies are really stinky, because you are leaving it really, really gross. But you can see in this photo how the potty area has shrunk. Going on to the next one, you'll see that then the potty pads have been moved into a space. And in Beth's case, she uses a pool. And there are some pictures of mine a little bit later where it's a little bit different. But so then the potty area gets moved into a distinct space.
something to lip.
Something that it's a transition, something that they either have to step up onto or climb into or something. It starts to compute in their brain that there's a difference between one area and the other. And you can kind of see in the photo on the left, you can see that there are pee spots outside. We find that potty training poop is going to come along a lot faster. Puppies are going to poop in the right spot way faster than they're going to realize that they need to pee in a specific spot. And mostly because they're going to be asleep, and the second they wake up, they're just going to pee.
Yeah, and I think she said in this picture on the left, this was like 1 or 2 days after she transitioned them into going in the pool. So,
and every time you make a change, every time you adjust the setup, they're going to regress a little bit and then
pick back up.
Progress again. So you can see it looks disgusting. It needs to be gross, and nasty and whatever. Photo on the right, obviously that's fresh, clean, beautiful.
This was a double litter that Bethany had. So she had 15 puppies out of 2 litters total. And so she just had a side-by-side setup.
And it looks like a tiny little pen, but you actually want to keep the space really small while they're learning, because if they have too much space, it's too much for their little brains to compute. You need to keep it small, especially like even if they start getting it really, really good and you expand their space a little bit at night, you're still going to want to pull back and shrink that space. Otherwise, they're going to regress throughout the night.
Yep.
Mostly because you're not picking up poop all day. So they're going to go in and step in it and track it back out. And then out is going to smell and be yucky. And so the lines get blurred. So moving on to the next one, just a little bit. So on the right is kind of an old setup. This is like an old before and after. So on the left looks more like what things are going to look like in Beth's puppies now. And on the right is what it used to look like years and years ago. And you can see it was a lot more rough.
So a couple things you can see, obviously she had a wooden box. That's really hard, very heavy. It also gets stinky and is much harder to clean.
You can't sanitize wood.
Yeah. Over here, you guys can see that the X pen is blocking off an open section. So this is at night. She made the area much smaller, but during the day, she would open it up, this X pen, so there was another portion of space over there for the puppies to play in. But now this is more realistic to what it looks like now, much cleaner. And this is, once again, early on in the puppy stage. You can see a little bit of open space. Right now, there's still only potty pads in that pool, but you can see this big lip has been cut out for the puppies to be able to access it.
And with the potty pads, as they soil them, you don't remove them. You take out the piles of poop, but then you just put new potty pads on top. And you layer it so that smell is just nasty.
Yep.
You want them to go, this smells like a potty.
Yep.
This does not.
And this rest of this area stays impeccably clean because you want them not at all confusing
the two spaces.
Yep. So moving on.
So this is, again, an old setup.
Very old setup.
Very, very old. I mean, this is back when we were both just learning and trying to figure out what worked the best and trying a lot of different methods. And this was a litter that she tried shavings. You can try it.
Don't.
Oh, it's just bad.
Messy.
Especially with long-haired dogs. Oh, it is just bad. But you can kind of see they have the space out, and then they have the potty area.
So a couple things is, once you progress from, let me move back, the potty pads alone in their box, the potty area, then we move on to adding, the potty pads would stay underneath this with a very thin layer of whatever your cover is.
So whether you're using pellets or newspaper or shavings, or
Megan uses AstroTurf.
I use turf.
You want to keep those potty pads under it in the beginning with a very thin layer of your covering over it, so they're still getting that smell, but now you're adding what you're actually going to be potty training them to.
Yep.
So we don't want shavings, but this is another old setup. You can see.
So this is, again, you can see the evolution of these pictures as we got smarter and we tried more things, and this is one of those things that we did a lot of trial and error. And so what the final product that we're trying to give you guys is what we have found that
is the best.
Works.
Yeah.
Is the best, is the cleanest, is the easiest to maintain.
And Bethany always talks about, she kind of began with the Misty method of potty training, and you guys can just Google that yourself. Misty method of potty training, and they've progressed, and like Megan said, they evolved it to be more functional for their breeds and more functional just in general, but a lot of these were that early on phase of what that original potty training started as. So this here is actually very much what Bethany's setup looks like now. I'm actually staring at it right over there. It looks pretty much identical. This is puppies that are way beyond that initial potty training phase. You can see she leaves one of those water absorbent mats underneath the front of the potty box, because
You want to always have something as they go in and go potty, they're still going to track things out
Yeah.
on their paws. So you always want to have something right outside the
catch it.
potty area that is going to help them wipe their feet as
And-
they come out.
and a lot of times in the beginning, you might have puppies that'll put front feet on it. And
Boys,
yeah, always the
boy
boys.
puppies it's the thought that counts.
So they'll put their front feet in the potty box, their back feet will be out, and then they'll end up peeing right around that area. So that's just something that makes it nice. And you can see she has her water bowl over here also, so that way if they spill it. And then you can just see some of the things that she has in her area. She's got, a little stair climbing set. She's got the slide, a tippy table.
And this
toys.
box has the capability. So this would be like a daytime setup when they are here to clean up after the puppies and things like that at night. Right where that slide is,
Right
she would put a wall down and shrink their space back
Yep.
down.
And that's in the beginning.
And that it does a couple of things. It starts to teach them that nighttime is not for play. Nighttime is quiet. Nighttime is there's not as much fun
Yep.
at night.
Get them on a
And
schedule. a little
and
better.
it helps keep them more solid
Going
on
into
their
the
on their potty training in the right spot.
Yeah, because if they're sleeping over here and they wake up and need to go to the bathroom,
They're probably only going to make it
halfway. Yeah.
part of the way in, not all the way into that pool.
So, all right.
So this is some of my method, what I do with turf. And so I start with potty pads just like Beth does. And then eventually the turf comes in and goes on top of the potty pads. And then it goes up on a shelf. So it's on a raised lip that they have to step up on top of. But we can move to the next one. So this again is my setup, and it shows the difference between the one on the left is a morning shot. So that's what I came out to in the morning. And I had it, you can see it was shrunk down to just the long skinny section. But most of it made it in the right spot. And again, the rug is there to catch anything as they come out. That has even evolved. This setup that we're looking at right now is mine from 2 or 3 years ago. And so it has even evolved more now. So on the right, you can see that's a fully open daytime setup where crate training has started. Crate is in there
corner.
so that they can start learning that that's pretty cool.
Multiple different textures in there. So the hard floor, this different types of textured rugs.
Yep, and the toys
Yep.
and things like that. So next slide. This is also my setup. Adding in more toys just shows you difference between, on the right, that's 2 litters. So you have 1 litter on the
Starting
right.
potty- or, just beginning.
Yeah, just beginning potty training, and 1 litter that had less puppies. And but you can see all sorts of activities going on.
This here, you can see this on the picture on the left. PVC pipe it's literally just kind of an extension PVC pipe with dangly toys and things like that on top of
And the
it.
toys that are dangling from that change on a daily basis.
Yep.
So things that make noise, I use cowbells, I use all ropes can hang from that, stuffies.
Rope, yeah.
Baby toys are great, like the keys, baby key, teething
Yep.
keys. And
Just the other day, so Beth's got this exact same PVC pipe in her pen right now. And just the other day, she had a little puppy that was laying on its back underneath them and just pawing at it and biting at it while it's on its back. And it was the cutest thing.
they're adorable. So just lots of stimulation and things for them to do, things that feel weird, look weird.
Yep.
You can see some of the things hanging from that are canning lids. It's metal, so it feels different in their mouth, but it also makes different noises, all sorts of things.
And just so you guys know how much I like you, I've been in Utah for over about a week and a half now, and I haven't been able to touch Bethany's puppies at all because I'm temperament testing them for you. And so I have been deprived of puppies because we want to keep it novel for you.
So again, these are my setups, and there's a couple different things happening here. The photo on the left it's 1 litter, but I actually had a puppy who broke his leg, and so he was quarantined in his own own little box over there. He had a crate and a potty pad and a bed and things like that. So you can see how that was working. And then on the right, that was when I had an older litter and was getting
area.
ready to whelp a brand new litter. So I was whelping the pool, was ready for the new litter to come, which is it is really not very fun to have potty training puppies and brand new baby puppies.
Exhausting. Hi, baby.
But okay, moving on.
All right, so actually what we're gonna do now is we're gonna break for lunch before we continue. It's time for lunch, right? Yeah, it's 12:30, so
12:30,
that's about right. All right, so we're gonna break for lunch. Let's meet back at 1:30, and when we meet back, we're gonna go right into our socialization class outside. Oh, Bethany wants us to do questions and answers first.
Oh, yeah.
So let me see if I can figure out.
Can we get the chat?
Oh, it's over
Oh,
there.
I can't even see it.
All right,
though.
Megan, do you want to hop over there and read
Yeah, I do.
it? All right. Just because I know, sitting here.
Oh,
So
okay.
let's see
I'm
what
gonna
we've
sit
got.
right here.
I don't
and
know where we
read.
stopped.
Is this a touch screen? Can I just?
I don't know if it is or
You
not.
don't- you don't- I'm just gonna see it. Oh no, it's
No.
not. Okay, let me see this then. All right, we're gonna try to answer some questions here. Let me see how high. Okay, I don't see Bethany. Da, 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 da. Where do you?
Where do you get the bags? Is
What
that
bags? Oh, the IV bags.
so? That was probably from when we were doing
IV
ENS.
bags. I get them from my nurse friends.
You could probably order them online though.
So they're lactated ringers, but I have basically and I refill them with just plain water. If you have friends that work either as vet techs or nurses or things like that, ask them for auxiliary rolls. They use them as bolsters for patients and as heating pads, and often they just get thrown away after they've been used. So you might have to be creative where you get them. Is Bethany's socializer booklet available?
Literally, the entire
Yes.
thing that we're reading is her socialization stuff, and it is all put into the support group.
Yep.
So you
And
have
then
access to
the list
that.
of rules is not in there yet, but we will make that available.
Yep.
Spotify list is on the
It's in the support group.
support group. YouTube has a 10 hour long thunder and lightning video. Yes.
Was that David that said that?
Yeah, that's
Yep.
basically what you
But
can. You
thunder,
can also,
lightning, fireworks, those are all also in the Spotify list. If you just want one thing to play, it just rotates through literally thousands of sounds.
So you can also, I'm not going to say her name, but Amazon Echo, you can just say play a thunderstorm.
Yeah.
And she'll play it for hours. How many hours a day do you have sounds playing? Most of the day. Nighttime is quiet.
Yeah, nighttime, nothing plays.
I will often have a fan or some kind of white noise on at night, but during the day, just because our houses are generally noisy, so they will have noise more often than not. There will be quiet times, but more often than not, there's something playing. Oh, that was from Beth. Oh, she answered questions.
Oh, that's good.
Someone said they use the bottom of a large crate for the potty area. That works. Beth, she's been answering things.
Oh, so maybe we just need to.
Somebody's sound went off. Okay, so someone said, where did you get the white panel fencing for the
Oh yeah,
puppy
that was the
pens?
other thing I wanted you to.
Those are raised garden boxes.
From Costco.
Mine didn't come from Costco. I just got mine on Amazon.
Oh, cool.
You can just, they're just
Customizable.
vinyl. They're just vinyl garden boxes, and you can buy them in many different sizes. And the thing that we love about them is that you can configure them however you want.
And they're so easily sanitized.
Oh my gosh. So how I sanitize those, I use my pool that puppies were whelped in, and I fill it with water and bleach and just submerge everything in a bleach bath, and it's so slick. All right. Any other questions? Right now is when
Click that Q&A.
Okay,
there might be something in there.
Here we go. Do you guys have a sheet or resource for us as trainers to give away
of what questions clients need to ask breeders. That's a good question when they are looking to get a new puppy. We should.
We can put one together for
We
you
will make
guys.
one. That's a good question. We will make one. Do we recommend a puppy heater? There's lots of heat lamps out there, lots of different types of heat lamps. There are some that have these really cool like faces on them so that, you know, dogs can't touch them and burn themselves. I don't have a specific brand that I recommend.
We could probably take pictures of, and put them in the support group of the ones that you guys use.
Honestly, the heating lamp that I use is just a chicken heater.
Well, and I think Beth and Al just got one too that was for a chicken heater that doesn't have like the bulb in it. It's
you do.
But we could probably take a picture of it and post
we
it in
will.
the support group for you guys.
I have a cane puppy heater that has an automatic temperature control. Awesome. Yeah, you can. They're really easy to find. What is the website for the Super Dog program that we may be able to pass along to breeders as trainers? Maybe
Google
working with. So
Google early neurostimulation. It'll pop up. You'll be able to find that.
I believe that Bullhard has a whole page about the Super Dog program.
Yeah.
And ENS.
There's a couple things I will tell you from a regular, like if you Google ENS, there's a few things, the basket, the blowing in the face, and maybe the back time's in there.
There's a couple that are just from
the
Monks of New Skeet.
So
the Monks of New Skeet's ENS program is
slightly
larger,
different,
slightly
yes.
different and larger than both Puppy Culture and Bullhard.
Yeah. So this one is very specific to Monks of New Skeet. But if you just Google in general, ENS, it'll come up with most of the stuff. But this one here, you guys have access to it, in terms of it being in the support group. So.
Okay. So once dogs go home, should the pad layering go on in home? No. So it gets to the point in potty training that I change the potty. Well, in Beth's, she no longer has potty pads.
Yeah, there's no potty pads.
Once the litter gets added and they learn how to use the litter, there's no more potty pads.
She just uses pellets.
Yeah, they're basically like it's stall bedding. It's like horse stall bedding, and you can get it in any feed store. With mine, I do have potty pads underneath my turf, and those get changed every morning. I don't send anything home like that with puppies because by the time they're 10 weeks old, they
are going outside.
They've got a really great potty training base. How tall are your raised garden boxes? Mine are, the ones that Beth and I have with both layers are 22 inches. They have 11-inch sections, and so it can be 11 inches tall when the puppies are little, and then you can raise it as they start climbing over it to 22 inches.
You can also stack multiple, right?
You can.
If you have like Great Danes or
you have
Wolfhounds.
to get pretty tricky. Like I have a friend who breeds boxers, and her puppies go over the 22 inches, so she has to raise hers one section higher. But honestly, if I had puppies that did that, I would use some kind of basically like a coyote roller on the top. So you would put dowels down in the posts and run a cord from each dowel, and then put a piece of PVC so that when they climb up
put their paws on it,
it just rolls and they can't climb over the side. My puppies don't go over the 22 inches though.
Yeah.
So
every puppy's a bit different.
All right. Litter. Any more questions?
Click back down in the chat to see if there's anybody that.
It's over here.
Oh, okay. Nope. All right. So we're going to go to lunch. Let me see what time it is now. So it's 12:30 here. So we're going to do 1:30. And when we come back, we will be out in the social yard doing a social. And then once that's over, we'll do that for about 15-20 minutes. Then we're going to come back inside, go through more PowerPoint stuff, leading us all the way up to temperament testing. We'll do a temperament test. And then from there, we will finish up the day just going through up to 10 weeks right when the puppies go home. So we will see you guys back at 1:30. And we will be good to go. So if you guys have questions, save them until we get back in our after social. So let me get all this paused.
All right, we'll see you in an hour.
Bye.
wanna explain what we're doing?
Hey guys, all right, so we're gonna be running dog off-leash socials. Generally, we have at our in-person, everybody that brought a puppy is gonna go into this group. Here, we've got sparse puppies, but we do have Megan's, one of Megan's last puppies of her last litter. This is Molly. We have one of Bethany's Westie puppy, and a bunch of little smaller dogs, and then some really nice social bigger dogs, which you can see are Bethany's big crazy beast over here. So we're gonna have all these guys kind of come in for a social. Megan's puppy's probably the only new puppy in this group. Everybody else here is pretty familiar with each other. So, but we're gonna just show you how to run a social. We're hoping over the next 2 days that we can have other new puppies come. We're trying to recruit, so we're gonna do the best we can. One of the biggest things that we just wanna show you is a lot of body language, how we run the groups, how we keep dogs from causing problems, all that kind of stuff. So we're gonna let these guys out. Bethany's got the camera, and she's gonna just kind of be following a lot of the dogs, showing a lot of
Yeah, you can give that to Brittany. Yeah.
showing a lot of the different body language. When we want to interrupt, I am very slow to correct. And if I do, I'm more likely to use the squirt bottle than I am the whip. However, this is like if things really go sideways, or, you know, I just need to kind of step in, move dogs away. So these are the tools that we generally use in the social yard. And it just makes it for the least amount of conflict that we can possibly have. Make sure everybody stays safe. Make sure nobody's doing anything ridiculous. And yeah, especially when we're mixing big dogs and small dogs. Never put big dogs in with small dogs unless you are 100% sure they're safe. They're not gonna, you know, do anything stupid to harm puppies or little dogs. So I'm gonna go ahead and let these guys out. Once that happens, we're gonna start walking in a counterclockwise circle to help keep the energy flowing. Usually we have all of the owners in here with their puppies as well. But right now it's just the three of us, you guys. So we're doing the best we can with what we've got. Wait. Nessie, stop. Chris. Loki. Loki. There we go. All right. Come here. Let's go. Oh my goodness. You guys love the big yard. There we go. So this is a lot of free behavior. We like to see the dogs really learn how to make these choices with as little intervention as we possibly can. Sometimes we cannot have this much energy. That is a huge thing that we have to realize. If we have really shy, fearful dogs, we do not want this much energy running. But with dogs that we know that are safe, if we're only introducing like 1 or 2 dogs at a time, then having a lot of energy is no big deal. Trick, come here, baby.
They keep trying to go up on the deck.
Tris,
Dot, let's go.
oh, there we go.
Oh my, very graceful. Tex, Dot, let's go.
I know it.
Little Molly over here is checking things out.
And the others come together, but for the most part, she's
Yep. So a couple of things that you always want to watch for. The rest of these dogs, except for Molly, the Greater Swiss Mad Dog puppy, are very familiar with each other. So we're not
In
as
the yard.
in the yard. So we're not as concerned about them in terms of having to manage. They know how to handle each other. But now that we have a new puppy, or if we had multiple new puppies, or puppies that aren't as familiar, we would definitely want to be able to shadow them a lot. So making sure that, you know, we have these bigger guys that are high energy, or if she was more fearful and nervous, that you had to just say, hey, I need you to go away, create a bubble around her. So this is what a lot of times we'll call advocating. So if she was nervous, we would keep a big bubble around her to help her feel more secure. Now she's not that nervous. She's actually fairly comfortable. So it's not that big of a deal. She's really comfortable, you know, with dogs, especially if they're not super crazy around her. Tris, come on.
Come on, Mace.
We definitely want to be able to always think this through when we're doing socials. What dog do I need to worry about? If I had a dog in here,
do was, if I had a dog that I knew was like too much energy, and I had to go down. So let's just take this big, huge guy over here. This is Knox, the big Bernese Mountain Dog. He is a lot of dog when he gets moving. And so sometimes, let's just pretend he was kind of a bully and pretty rude, where he'd be knocking his dogs, running them over, pouncing on them. We know that he is a dog we have to keep an eye on, and we have to slow down, because if we had a dog like him, and we had a dog that, you know, a new puppy that was a little more shy, we would really have to keep an eye that he wouldn't make the newer dog comfortable, and we have to teach him as well how to be appropriate with the other dogs, and we don't run them over. Now, he gets going. These guys over here are fairly, you know, they love it. They run with it. But it's just things that we always have to keep in mind as we. Happy. Loki. Happy Persona. Loki. We never have to worry about grass. So my dogs, I have two of my dogs out here who are like, oh my gosh, grass. We're going to keep all of it because they never get to see it.
No, my dogs see it every day, and all of us go see it. Yeah. Ducks, ducks, Tina. Thank you.
Good. So sometimes just managing the environment.
Something really good that Miss Molly really wants to eat. And if you ever run outside socials, you'll have situations like this. So we're just kind of yielding her, pushing her away, and creating that space. The yard's clean, you know, so who knows what she found. Something, yeah, probably a dead worm or something really tasty. But we don't want her to get into something. There you go.
So generally in the socialization class where we're running this with actual dog owners, a couple rules that happen is when people first enter the room, all dogs are on leash. And we then tell people to release dogs. Once the dogs are off leash, we start moving in a counterclockwise circle to help keep energy moving and flowing. It also is a big rule that we tell owners, pick it. We also tell owners, don't talk to the dogs, don't touch the dogs, and don't try to stare them directly in the eye. A dog like Knox, who might be a little more hesitant if people are staring him directly in the eye that he doesn't know.
Hedwig.
We want to make sure that, you know, that we're not intimidating those types of dogs at all. So you have to be able to give your owners very clear rules in terms of running socialization classes. We want to make sure that we're keeping the dogs safe. We want to make sure that we're keeping the people safe. So we have our two puppies here that, you know, are starting to play. Now, when we have a big, gigantic puppy like Molly versus a tiny little dog like Nessie, however, Nessie is actually a couple months older than Molly. Molly's, you said, 12 or 13 weeks? 12 weeks, and Nessie, the little Westie, is 5 months.
Yeah.
So, you know, Nessie's actually mentally more mature than Molly. But even when we have these big size differences, Nessie, thank you. When we have these big age differences, or I'm sorry, these big size differences,
easy.
And where one puppy is far more mentally mature than the other, we always have to keep that in mind. We do not want our little tiny dogs that come to class to get bullied or rolled or things like that bulldozed by our bigger clueless puppies. So there are always things that we have to keep in mind.
Yeah. Just chasing the chickens.
The chickens. Come on, guys. There we go.
Yeah, Pickett likes to chase the chickens. Minna. Good girl. Hey, Minna.
That's a good play. So a lot of people ask me how do you know it's too much? Well, the dogs are going to tell me what's too much. So when we have really rough play going on, as long as it's mutual, I am okay with it. So when we get dogs that are just ripping and tearing and rolling, rolling each other, fighting, one puts one down, then they get up, then the next one goes down, I'm okay with it. As long as both dogs are willing participants, they can play as rough as they like. Now, let's say that Molly was an incredibly rough player and Nessie was really soft. At any point, if Nessie said it was too much and Molly didn't take the cue, we would be able to step in and move Molly away. So that way we're advocating for the dog that needs it.
We're generally going to move them away by either with the squirt bottle or our body pressure.
So like here she's eating grass, we would just start to move in. Maybe if we have to do one of these,
just kind of
move into the dog, just
move her with the whip a little bit.
Right? That's gonna just allow that dog. to
Hedwig's
back
eating
off.
grass too, if you want to use Hedwig.
We can use the squirt bottle, which you just saw me do. Just a little bit of okay, move along. And we have our sweet little Hedwig is running crazy laps. Hedwig!
Wiggy,
There
good
she is.
girl.
Yay, Hedwig! That's my good girl. I do not allow puppy owners to touch dogs. I always tell them, do as I say, not as I do. Because a lot of times I want to be able to come in and give feedback to a dog. If they're doing something well, they come back to me when I call them. If
They
I
found
ask
that
them to
shade
move
over
on,
there.
if they're all in shape. Go, guys. There we go.
Nessie, good girl.
Oh my goodness.
Good job, Ness.
A lot of times, if it's just a couple barks, I truly don't mind it. If I have a dog with an incessant barker, I'm going to get on their case about it. I'm either gonna kind of chase them down and squirt them. I'm gonna do something that's gonna help deter that barking, because barking can create targets on dogs. And it's just kind of annoying. So we don't want to
Okay,
create a
enough.
dog who is a super bad barker. But a couple barks here and there really is no big deal.
Molly's passed out. She's done.
He ran. He's like,
That is something you have to take into account as if you're doing outdoor
Yeah.
socials.
Yes.
time of day is a big deal. In Arizona, if we do them outside, we have to do them crazy early in the morning or at night, which means that we have to have appropriate lighting. And we always have to keep that in mind. Mostly I do my socials indoors, which I prefer outdoors. As you can see, it gives the dogs a lot more things to do and focus on other than just the other dogs. Really educate a lot of that,
Especially like this with, chickens along the fence line and, stuff like that. Gives them a lot more.
Come on, baby girl.
Sorry, we got a question really quick. Can't hear very well. What do you do for barking in socials? So for most barking, if it's just occasional here and there, we don't mind it. But if it's really excessive, we will slow the dog down, whether we need to apply body pressure on the dog or if we need to put him on leash and slow him down a little bit, because it can't bother other dogs and make him a target. So we don't want a ton of excessive barking, but if they're just doing occasional play barking here and there, we don't mind it much. So.
Good job. Generally, socialization classes are a half hour long. That's how long I run mine for, and I believe that's how long I run yours for, Matt.
Yeah.
Half an hour long. Any more for young puppies is too much. They get overtired, and then they start becoming cranky, and we see a lot of snarkiness come out, usually at the end of even that half an hour, because it's a very long time for them. We forgot our headsets.
Yes, that's what I'm doing.
Yes. Tomorrow, guys, we'll have headsets on. We're really sorry.
Yeah, we forgot to
Put 'em on.
put them on.
So usually half an hour is the longest. For the seminar, we're only going to be running 10 to 20 minute long socials, because we're trying to just show you what it looks like. We don't have to do a full 30 minutes. All right, if you have any other questions, let us know. We're going to actually pause everybody, and we're going to get the dogs put away, and give us about
5 minutes.
5 to 10 minutes, and we'll be back, and we'll answer any questions then. Hey, don't forget to have the camera up now. Okay. No, let's go. Hey, Lovey. Lovey.
Want this?
All right, guys, let us know if you can hear us. We are, oh, yep, we can hear us. I can hear myself in Beth's phone. We are ready to get going back.
First, we want to answer any
Yep.
questions we didn't get to.
We have some questions. Beth will be able to pull those up in just a second. We have at least one question I know of for sure that we need to answer about socials. Like I said, I'm really hoping that over the next 2 days, we're going to have different puppies that we can introduce in there. And so we can show you what it actually looks like with, you know, real people and real other puppies that aren't ours.
Hopefully we can get some others.
All right, Bethany, what's the questions that we've got?
There was a question about breeding,
Well,
being
no,
concerned. Do you want to
Well,
answer
there
that
was
one?
We'll get to that one in a
Size
minute.
question.
We're going to answer socials first.
There's the social size question.
So the size, we had a question, somebody was asking if there was like an appropriate size based on the number of dogs and the number of handlers. Truthfully, it just depends on indoor or outdoor socials. If you're doing indoor socials, the size that you have needs to be large enough that dogs have room to move. So, you know, if you were doing like 1,000 square foot room, truthfully, I would probably only have like 5 puppies in that room, maybe 6. Especially if you're dealing with a bunch of dogs or puppies that don't know each other. That is, you need room for the puppies to be able to move away to create space for themselves. If they're feeling overwhelmed, or if you have a super busy puppy that needs to be slowed down, you don't want them all crammed and crowded on top of each other. I used to do socials outside in Arizona, and it was a really beautiful space. It was a arena that was made for the dogs. And when we could no longer use that space, we tried a like 900 square foot room. It was so stressful. It was so, and we only had, I think, 6 or 7 puppies there. Because there was just no room for the puppies to be able to move and disperse all of their energy. And so we had some, you know, a little more shy, nervous puppies, and then we had a couple really rambunctious players, and the, you know, more shy, fearful puppies didn't have space to move away. So they just kept getting, you know, run past and jumped over and all this stuff. And no matter how well you manage it, you're just on your feet nonstop, having to really get in there and interject. And it just makes it a less enjoyable experience for not only us as handlers, but also the dogs.
Well, and when the handler's energy is charged,
Oh yeah,
the whole
yeah.
room is charged.
Yeah. So, you know, for me right now, we do an indoor space that's about 2,500 square foot, maybe a little bit bigger. And we've easily had 20 dogs in there, 20 puppies, and it works so nicely. They all have room to move. They all have room to run and play, create space. There's some nooks and crannies, like under, you know, cupboards and shelves, that the more shy, nervous puppies can go to, where we can just kind of advocate, keep a bubble. And the other puppies have plenty of space to run. If you're doing outdoor,
I think outdoor lends itself to a lot more wiggle room.
absolutely, because, and I made the comment, I don't know if you could hear me. I promise tomorrow we'll put our headsets on. We'll remember. The outdoor space allows for the dogs to have many other things that they can be interested in. The ground cover, the, you know, the being able to have a visual outside. Yep, that just the air smells different. Everything is so different about having an outdoor space that they don't just have each other to focus on. They've got everything else. So you could probably get away with a slightly smaller space for an outdoor area. But, you know, obviously the bigger you have, the better you can, you know, the better it's going to be a social experience for the dogs, because they can go create their own space. You saw in the social that we just did, a lot of them were hanging out off on the sidelines by themselves. And then the ones that wanted to play had plenty of room to run and play. And that's exactly how you want it to be. The dogs that were hanging out on the sidelines, they are very social dogs, but they just were choosing in that moment to just hang out. We didn't really have any fearful or nervous dogs in that group at all. But if we did, that's where they would be. They would be hanging out on the sidelines, or like you saw, Molly, the greater Swissy, should follow Megan around pretty closely. Megan becomes a safe space. And when we run socials, even if we aren't the owner, a lot of times, because we're advocating for those shy, fearful puppies, we become a safe space. So when they get overwhelmed, I get puppies all the time that'll come sit on my feet or stand behind me, because they know that when they're near me or I'm near them, I will advocate for them when they need it. And then as soon as they're feeling ready to go back out and socialize, they leave my side, they go do it. It becomes a really, really nice way for the puppies to learn about
Sometimes
how to
they
ask
do-
for
They
space.
do the elastic thing
Mhm.
where they're right here and they'll venture and then
Yep.
they'll come back and they'll venture and they'll come back.
Absolutely.
And it's very fluid, and I mean, that's a really healthy way for a puppy to do it if they're nervous, is
Yep.
try it out, get to their limits, and then they come back.
Yep. And you'll see that, I've had, I run small dog and puppy socials. So I put them together. So it's small dogs, 25, 30 pounds and under, and then puppies up to 6 months. And then you'll see that we do have quite a big variance. A lot of times I'll have these really big, doofy, just super sweet, easygoing dogs that are older than 6 months and obviously much larger than 25, 30 pounds because they're good with little dogs, they're good with puppies, and it gives them that experience, but I had a small dog take 12 classes before it came off the wall. It just sat there for 12 classes hanging out. We just had somebody there every single day that it was with us in socials, just advocate, create a bubble for that dog. And now it's, a really confident little dog. She doesn't, she's not out there running around and playing, but she's out there, she's moving with the crowd. She's got no problem if she needs to correct a dog. Hey, get off me, snap. And that dog creates space because she knows that she has a voice, and it becomes very easy. So, with that space, making sure it's large enough, we are able to help these dogs really progress, usually in a very quick time frame. Usually, if for puppies, it's 1 or 2 classes if they're really fearful or shy that they're sitting on a wall. And then after that, they will come right out. So any other questions?
Yeah, so Nicole asked, how are you running socials right now with COVID?
Not.
By
I'm
the way,
not.
I'm off to the side, my feet are swelling, so I'm lying on the other couch, putting my feet up. so
Okay, I don't know if you guys
can't see.
can hear. Can you guys hear Bethany?
Should be able to hear me pretty good. Yeah, they can hear me.
Okay.
Okay, so we've been running socials here in Utah for like 13 years, maybe not that long, probably closer to
No.
11 or 12.
No, it's been
Close to
Remus
that.
is like 14 years old.
Yeah, so, so it's been weird not running socials. We haven't been running socials for the last 2 months. It's been weird, having Saturdays off, but we're actually resuming socials again on June 6th, because Utah opened up gatherings to 50 people. So,
So
we can
just go with what what your area is
Yeah.
saying.
We're
right-
gonna
right
require
at-
everyone to wear masks and practice social distancing
Yeah.
the best they can.
Right at this point,
But,
in most places, you could have puppies. You could have like 10 people get together with puppies and
Yeah.
things like that.
Yeah, but we do plan on resuming socials. I assume you haven't been running socials, Britt?
So mine start back up on the 29th of this month. So in the next, I don't know even know what day today is. Today's the 17th. So in a week and a half, I'm starting my socials back up. And I don't run, I usually have like 20 people in my class is my average. So, we're able to get back and run that. And, our space is large enough that we can still continue social distancing. So we will get those back up. But right now I haven't been running them, and it's been so sad.
It
I
is
miss
sad.
them. I
It
love
is
them.
sad, and we hear all the time that my puppy needs it
Yep.
so bad, and
So we try to help out in other ways. I've actually had a couple of people that have puppies I've met with privately that, I brought my dogs that are good with puppies, and I may or may not have 4 puppies. But, just bring those to socialize individually with these people. But in a week and a half, I'll be back up and running. So it'll be good. Any other questions there?
I don't think there are any other current social.
Yeah, but we had the
questions.
other ones
so
That breeding one we missed.
All right,
there
so-
was one question
from
that
Margaret.
that she asked about. She has a bitch who's fully health tested, beautiful, wonderful temperament, but she's worried about breeding her because of the safety concerns.
So basically, this is one of her favorite dogs. She absolutely adores her. And she is like, if I breed her, the potential for something to go wrong, do I want to take that risk? And she had asked if Bethany or Megan had ever, kind of run into that issue.
And she mentioned something about, potentially breeding her later in life
Mhm.
and things like that. Always you have risk. There's always going to be risk associated with breeding and with birthing and all of that. There's always the chance.
Something could go wrong.
You
yeah.
run the risk every time you breed your dog. They do better the younger they are. With my breed, I don't breed past the age of 5. That's when we start getting into geriatric moms.
Yep.
And they're not geriatric but they're considered, Swissies average between like 8 and 12 years. And so when you get up there, they're getting older, it gets harder. It's just like why we as humans have kids younger.
Well, by the way, they, in humans at the age of, 35, you are considered geriatric for pregnancy. And so, 35 is not old. It better not be old. It's not old at all. But when it comes to reproducing, your body is significantly changing. It's the same for dogs. And so, the older you wait to breed your dog, the more chance of problems you're going to run into. So if you're going to breed her, Margaret, I would do it sooner than later.
Especially between 2 and 5 is the window that I give myself on bitches. And because 2, they have their health clearances, they're sexually mature, they're what I feel like is old enough, and 5 is at the point when you do worry a little bit. They're getting older, their things are slowing down, they're not as capable. There are other breeds that people will breed much longer,
especially smaller dogs that have longer lifespans.
Smaller dogs that live a lot longer aren't considered geriatric as early, and so that's another one. You really need to know your breed.
Yep.
And you really need to know what other breeders are doing and being successful at, and just be smart.
But if you do have a really
another thing is weight. Weight will heavily affect a bitch on how she whelps.
Oh yeah.
If you have an overweight girl, she is not going to whelp as well. She's going to struggle.
Yeah.
It's not going to be easy for her.
So if you, basically to answer fully your question, if you have a dog that you just absolutely love the temperament of, it's, breed standard type of temperament. She's, has excellent health clearances, and, your only hesitation is because you're worried, yet, but you do breed. I mean, that's a personal choice that you have to make. And if you're a breeder, you want to be able to pass those temperaments on. You want to be able to pass those excellent clearances, hopefully on to the puppies. So you have to individually make that choice, but that's a type of dog that should be being bred versus the ones that you're not as connected to.
Yeah.
So,
and in the end, go with your gut.
Yeah. All right, Bethany, there's another question.
So another question, how many litters for one mom?
Totally depends.
That totally depends on your mom. I always check with the health of the dog with my reproductive vet, not just a Joe Schmo vet. If you don't have a reproductive vet, find a vet that is the most knowledgeable with the reproductive system near you. And it totally depends on the female. I've had girls have 1 litter. I've had girls have 5. I very, very, very rarely do more than 4. The girl that I had do 5, she's very healthy. Her first litter was a 1 puppy. Her second litter was 2 puppies, which are very, very small litters for burners.
Incredibly small.
And my reproductive vet, when we, after her 4th litter, I just asked for kicks and giggles, and he was like, oh yeah, she bounces back great. She's super healthy. I don't see any reason why she couldn't do a 5th litter.
I think there's so many variables you have to look at. You have to look at her age, how well she is as a mom.
Yep.
Is she a good mom? How well she bounces back. Does she get her weight back easy? Does she recover? Does her coat come back quick?
Yep.
Does she act like she's fine? C-sections versus natural whelping. They can naturally whelp after they've had a C-section, but chances are she's going to probably need another C-section. I have one girl who was Wonder Mom, perfect mother, whelped. No, she didn't. She didn't whelp beautifully. She was a beautiful mom, perfect in every way, bounced back. Her coat was beautiful. She sucked up really good. She just looked wonderful. She had 3 litters. And on her 3rd one, she had all 3 were C-sections for different reasons each time. And I probably would have bred her again because she's my favorite. She's the one I'm super attached to.
Yeah.
She's the one that I loved what I was getting out of her puppy wise. And when he was doing the C-section, he said, you shouldn't breed this dog again because he felt like her uterus was very compromised. And so basically if she were to have another litter, there's the potential that and it wasn't her uterus that was bad, it was the incision that where she had 3 C-sections, and
The muscle lining.
he said at that time we did a completely elective C-section because she'd had 2 before that, and he said that if I would have let her go into labor, the chances are that incision would have burst while she was in labor. So you do have to be smart about how you're breeding them and pay attention to your moms. The most I would ever breed is 4 litters, and that's if I start right at 2, and you can get 4 in before they're 5. But my general, like my average is 2 or 3.
And
I've only ever bred 1 dog 4 times,
okay,
and the rest have been 1, 2, or 3 litters.
gotcha. Any other questions?
Not really a question, but, oh yeah, we did just get one, but one second. Nicole just said, she wanted to start socials, but hasn't yet because of COVID, and they have to stay in groups of 10 or less. You can still run them.
Do it. Yeah.
Do a sign up list, get
Yep.
8 dogs, 9 dogs, really the number of dogs don't matter.
Well, and you could do a time schedule. So, have 10 people in one, and then give yourself enough time to clean in between, and then have another group of 10,
Yeah.
and then give yourself enough time to clean.
If you have enough
and-
signups, yeah, you can
Yeah.
certainly do it that way. Or, you could figure out some kind of like drop-off schedule, almost like a mini daycare, if you really wanted to go this route, where, you have like, hey, drop off your dogs between this time. We'll go into socials for, half hour, you hang out in your car. And then, if you have enough helpers, you could do something like that.
Yep.
Don't do it by yourself.
Yeah.
But even if you just start with, groups of 10 people and do, 1 or 2 classes even, when things pick back up, you're already at 10 or 20 people, and others are hearing about it, and they'll be ready to jump in when you can. That would be my suggestion regardless. I mean, just get them going now.
Yeah.
Because the faster you get them going, it took me like 2 or 3 years to build up to 20 dogs, to build up to 20 puppies.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. And so it doesn't usually happen overnight for you to get people, you'll get a person come once or twice and then they leave and you don't see them. To get 20, like on average, people that are consistently coming is kind of what I mean when I say to build up to that point. And right before we got shut down, I mean, we were consistently having, 3 or 4 new signups every single week. And that's really what you want to be able to get to. So start now, and it will only grow for when things open back up.
This is another social class question. How much do you charge for these classes? Let's answer this really brief.
Yep, because we talk about it at the end.
Yeah, Brittany doesn't charge anything.
Nope, mine are free.
I charge a $50 like
One-time
one-time fee, and then they can come for free after
the
that,
life of the
after
dog.
life.
So
For the life of the dog.
the
right?
difference between us is I only run small dog and puppy socials with a graduates class. So if they size or temperament out of a puppy class, then they go into a graduates. Bethany runs socials for puppies and small dogs, a medium dog class, and a large dog class. And so a lot of times, she's dealing with more problem dogs. So she likes
a lot of difficult and aggressive dogs.
so she's charging that $50 fee, so that way they're not taking this huge risk for people that aren't
And
committed.
both of you evaluate dogs before having them in class always.
I don't
right?
have to, no.
We don't
Mine-
evaluate puppies.
Yeah,
but I
puppies and
evaluate
small
either.
dogs. I mean, we do. And we'll talk more about socials, not now, but like in another. I think it's tomorrow or the next day. We actually talk about socials, and our requirements in terms of vaccinations, fecals, all of that kind of stuff. We'll get more into on the day 2 or 3. I don't remember which day it is, but
Yeah.
All right.
Last question so far, and then we should probably get going back on track, guys. Do you breed back-to-back or skip heats? Again, it depends on the health of the female. We've both done both. Some females can.
There
breed-
actually have been studies done that show that a dog having an empty heat cycle is essentially the same as having a litter.
Yes.
Hormonally in their body, it does all of the same things. So technically, many reproductive specialists will say that back-to-back is better because then you can get the litters over and done with
And retire 'em young.
and retire them young. And whether you spay them or not, most say that, you know, then you can spay them and they can just be done with all that hormone stuff. It really depends on the girl. It depends on how she does. But then there's the factor too that it really depends on you, because there are times when
You don't want to do back-to-back.
you can't do another litter mentally, physically, emotionally.
Or, you know, you're having a baby like me.
Yeah, Beth is not doing another litter because she's having a baby. Or I say, I really need to spend some time with my family and not have puppies. And so it's there are so many factors.
Yeah, but it's okay to do back-to-back.
Yes. Yeah.
As long as your female is healthy for it.
Yes.
I'm generally, if I do back-to-back, I'll do back-to-back and take a heat cycle off and then do back-to-back if I'm going to do 4.
Yep, and then be done.
And be done.
Yeah, I'm the same way. Ideally, I like to do back-to-back rest of year, back-to-back.
And then you also have some people will not do winter litters in areas where there's snow, and winter litters are hard.
They are very hard.
Because you cannot have puppies outside. Unless
for long periods.
Yeah, I mean, you can take them outside, but they can't go outside and hang out there, unless you live in Arizona. So it totally, there are some people that are like, I'll do spring and summer litters, and
then some people are like, in Arizona, we're not doing summer litters because it's way too
exactly
hot.
the opposite. You still couldn't have them outside because it would just be way
reaching
too hot
100 and
for puppies.
10, 115 degrees during the summer.
Yep.
All right. So,
all right.
We good?
Yep.
All right. So we're going to continue on to week 4.
Week 4.
Surfaces.
Okay. So this is when looking at the week 4 paper, the socialization program, we discontinue ENS at 4 weeks old. They should be coming when called to the conditioned noise. So whatever that puppy call that you use is, whether it's, you know, Beth kisses at her puppies, mine is a puppy come, whatever you have done, we talked about that. You're still handling all of the parts and pieces, all of the paws, the toes, the tails, the ears, the teeth, doing all of that handling still on a daily basis. Still flat hand petting the puppy. A lot of that is so that you don't have dogs that are shying away, you know, things like that. Still right, left side holding of puppies. Again, they're getting bigger at this point, depending on the puppies. This is getting more difficult. They need to learn. This is helping them to be cooperative. Straight up facing you and straight down again.
30 seconds.
All for 30 seconds. And then place the puppy on the floor for 30 seconds. And back time on the floor. So lay the puppy on their back for 30 seconds, hold them until they settle. Again, thrashing and is normal.
Yep.
You can talk when you're doing back time and doing this, you can talk to them. You can, you know,
make it comfortable, scratch their bellies,
play with them, be lovey, whatever. Take puppies out. This is the introduction in week 4 is to take puppies outside 2 at a time. And go over all manner of surfaces. So anywhere you can go, sidewalks, pavement, grass, gravel, anything, anything you can, in the weeds, in the whatever, anywhere you can go, get them used to all those new surfaces. Taking them out 2 at a time is getting them to the point that they're being a little bit more independent. They're not being quite so dependent on the group, the litter as a whole. So again, this is something that takes a long time because if you have 10 puppies and you're taking them out 2 at a time and spending 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes outside, which at 4 weeks, they probably won't make it 20 minutes.
Probably not.
But, it takes a long time.
If you know, I know like in Arizona, it's mostly just dirt. So, sometimes you have like a rock driveway that you can take them onto. If you literally are finding trouble getting surfaces, lay down some X pens and have them walk across X pens, or plastic.
Put a tarp down or
tinfoil or
get creative.
Build wrap, tinfoil.
Yeah, build surfaces on the
wooden,
floor.
just plywood, anything that helps create a different texture, a different feel, a different, noise when they walk across it. So there's a bunch of things that you can get very creative about, because I truly know, like in Arizona,
There's not a whole lot of options.
We have dirt.
And then so that's all the daily stuff that needs to be done on a daily basis. But then you have the things to add in, which are on the screen. Feeding your puppies on different surfaces or textures. Again, getting creative, putting things that they normally wouldn't have to walk on, but making it a positive experience by having them eat on it. So putting down a big thing of bubble wrap or rubber mats that they've never seen, and that's new and it smells weird, and newspaper. I really love when you get a big old box, Amazon box, break it down, put the car, or even I got some once that were like flat big boxes, and so when they walk on it, it like leave it intact, you know, play with it, be
creative.
I'm always like, Amazon is the best because we get plastic poppers, we get the big pieces of paper that they pack stuff with,
the packing paper,
and big huge boxes. Use it all. They're going to destroy it eventually, but use it. I mean, play with it. Continue the puppy sound effects playlist. It can start to get a little bit louder. You can just keep rolling through everything that you can think of that might be kind of interesting or weird. Potty training continued. If they're doing really well, you can expand their space, again, shrinking it still at night.
So this picture is an expanded picture.
Yeah, so the picture on here is basically like, this is almost an end setup, right?
No, these guys were 5 weeks old.
Okay,
So it's early,
it's a nice expanded setup. They've got all their toys, and yeah, you can see the blue thing in there is a tippy, like a teeter-totter.
Just a plank of board attached to a PVC pipe, so it just makes a little rocking.
So different toys are added, again, just pulling from that box we talked about earlier and rotating new toys in, new textures, new smelly things, things that make noise or have balls inside of them, or whatever you can find that is fun. Mirrors, puppy cubes. So the puppy cube is kind of like that, the PVC pipe that was over my box that had all the stuff hanging down. You can make a cube out of PVC pipe, like basically an open box, and hang a whole bunch of stuff. There's pictures. I'm sure there's pictures later. When you are cleaning, do it with them there. Vacuum right in there with them. Get them used to the vacuum. Play with the vacuum around them. This is when you can start adding things like that. If they're in your house proper, don't be afraid to use the blender or all of the normal kitchen noises that are big and loud. These are things that they can
purposely start slamming doors, kind of stomping. So this is the age where you want to start getting really loud about what you're doing. When you're having conversations, start raising your voice a little bit.
When you change the trash bag, don't just change the trash bag. Take the used one out and shake the big one so that you're getting all the air in it, and then shake it in there with them. And usually they're going to run away, and then they're all going to be like, what is it? And they're going to come over and they're going to start chewing on the trash bag, and it's going to become a fun plaything instead of a scary whatever. So just keep in mind that everything you're doing can be used as socialization.
So when we you see on there, it says balloons in terms of the added, daily objects. So hang, balloons on the edge of their pen so they can see them. They're moving, just these big round spherical things. Don't put actual balloons in there with them because they'll pop them.
They'll pop them and eat them.
So don't do that.
They all sorts of things. You don't have to be super expensive with your puppy toys. Water bottles are an excellent. Fill them with rocks or coins, and they will start to eat them eventually, and you will have to take them out. But for the time being, anything that makes noise and is funky. A lot of people from their puppy cubes, they just hang like big kitchen utensils or
anything
things
that's kind of clangy and bangy,
clangs together and makes a lot of noise. So one thing that I do, these are some of my puppies. I do practice one thing from puppy culture called manding, which we start as soon as the puppies are starting to track people and are cognizant of, I like humans and I want to look at you and I want your attention. We start manding. And what manding is it's the opposite of demanding. So when you approach the puppy box and they all are just clambering up, jumping up, yelling at you, barking and whining and crying and carrying on. we will, and my kids, anybody that comes in the room, me, everyone knows that at this point, you do not reach into and give affection to the puppies until they are sitting and giving eye contact. So basically you can see in these pictures, I'm just standing there waiting for that attention, and they will eventually give it. And they learn that by anytime someone does sit, you reach in and give them some affection. Good job, good puppy. And then you have to be kind of fast, because they pick it up really fast, and they'll be sitting all over, and you get it, and you get it, and you get it, and you get it. And they get lots of attention when they sit and are polite about it. So basically they're asking you for attention. And this rolls over later into life, because this teaches manners. They're learning how to be
patience.
They're learning how to be polite instead of demanding attention. So when they meet new people, hopefully they're going to remember their manners, and instead of bouncing up and being crazy,
they're calm.
They're going to sit and ask for that attention.
All right, so give me 1 second.
So this is,
you want the sound on for this video?
Yes, right?
yeah, because it's a vacuum.
You might want to unmute it before you play it, just so that little bar doesn't pop up.
Oh,
How do I do that?
Oh, it's still popping up.
Yeah.
Can you shrink the screen for a second?
You can.
Like,
Stop
can
the
you?
presentation
Oh,
and then go back
never
to
mind.
it.
Okay.
Is there
So-
like an unmute here?
No. So this video, can you?
Oh,
You went too far.
what the hayseed?
That wrong one.
Oh my gosh, I'm losing my mind right now. Hold on. There we go.
This thing is.
Let's just a list of slides.
Can you press exit?
Dang, now that's go
That
back.
exits the presentation.
Yeah, that would
Never mind.
literally, I mean, I could and then open it back up.
I'm trying to figure out how to unmute the video, because
So,
every time
sorry,
she
give us a
goes
second.
over. There you go.
So
Okay.
the next couple videos we're gonna play for you guys are kind of loud. Just to give you guys the idea of
What these things look like that
Yeah.
we're talking about. So the
So-
first one is just vacuuming in their pen.
yeah, and we won't talk during the video.
All right, so that was obviously, you got a couple different types of puppies there. Some were completely ignoring it, some were trying to play with it, some were trying to bite it,
Some were trying to avoid it.
some were avoiding it. You get a little bit of everything.
All right, so here's another one. This next video is a video of, I think, Bethany's double litter. So there's like 15 puppies out there. But this is her working on following and coming when called. So that kissy noise that she does. So we won't talk during it. What?
Oh.
Why did it do that? There we go.
Puppies! Come here, puppies! Good puppies! Come here, puppies! Oh, good puppies! Hi, puppies! Come here! Come on, puppies! Oh, good puppies! Come on! Good puppies! Hi, puppies!
All right, so you could see in that video, I love that video, but you could see like there is always one puppy that just hangs out in the background that's like, nah, I don't want to do that. And it's not abnormal to see, you know, one puppy kind of want to do its own thing. So don't be surprised if that happens. All right, so we're going to move on to
So week
this is
5.
Let me bring us back. There we go.
So week 5, we're gonna the added ENS type stuff. So the stuff that is in the packet. Still continuing to condition with the coming when called. Still handling all the parts and pieces. Still petting the puppy with the flat hand. Still holding the puppy face down. Still laying the puppy on their back on the floor. So that back time. Then we add in encouraging the puppy to play with a toy and fetch it. This is just starting to build a little bit of drive, a little bit of play, wanting to work with you and learning the basis of fetch and all that fun stuff, right? Take puppies outside 2 at a time, have them follow you across different surfaces still. And this week we introduced puppies to stairs. You want to start kind of slow. So if you have 1 or 2 stairs, maybe going up onto a deck or a patio or something like that, that it's not a huge flight of stairs. And encourage them to follow you up and down. Often I find that mom helps with this the first time. Taking mom out, and because they'll sit at the bottom and bark at you and be worried and they don't know what to do, and you can have mom come up and go down and come up and go down as many times as it takes for them to get the process. And this is, my daughter gets really impatient and she'll sit at the bottom and lift bums.
She's like, all right,
because they'll print their front legs up and she's like, just go. And so she'll often push their little bums up the stair, and once they do that, then they're like, oh, I can do this. So stairs are really fun, and those will increase as they get better at it. You can go from doing just a couple of stairs here and there to larger flights. You have to, the reminder on here is to remember that puppies are very uncoordinated. They will fall, and so you have to be careful. If it's a porch that doesn't have any sides or anything like that, you have to be careful that they're not going to
or stairs that don't have
off the side.
Yeah, anything in the back of them. You want to make sure they don't slip through.
Also introducing a tippy table, which if you look at this photo that is on the screen, right in the middle there's a black circle. That is a tippy table, and you can find those. That one's an actual dog one, but you can actually get like the exercise ones for humans.
Yep.
The balance. The balance
board
discs or whatever they are. And you basically just put the puppy on it and kind of support them and just hold them on there and rock it for 30 seconds. So that one's pretty easy. And honestly, the tippy table is something that puppies don't even seem to notice it when it's in their pen and they're playing around on it.
They're just on it. Yeah.
They're just on it. And that's good, because you want them to be used to surfaces unstable and falling away from them and all that jazz. So here, obviously continuing potty training. So cleaning up every morning, cleaning up throughout the day as they go, keeping things really clean at this point. We're not stinky anymore, hopefully, because hopefully at this point they've kind of caught on. They're doing a really good job, and you can keep things much more clean. Still shrinking at night if they're not doing well. That totally depends on the litter. You have to pay attention to how they're doing and give them the freedom and give them the room as they earn it and as they're doing better. So you might give them a night to try, and if they really don't do well, then you shrink it back again. I've had puppies litters that, because I often, like you can see, there's 2 pools in here. So I'll have one potty area and then introduce a second potty area and then open my box up to have more space. And I've had litters that just continue to pee in that extra space. So I just keep cutting it off until they actually get it. Introducing obstacles to the puppy area. These are super fun because they're just fun and puppies love them. So you can see there's a couple in this picture. There's a little stair ramp thing, the tippy table, the slide. Oh my gosh, that slide is like
the most perfect slide.
The puppies think that's like the greatest thing on the planet. But introducing all sorts of fun things. I think there's a picture of it somewhere. I have a really cool thing my husband built me that that's basically like the play cube we talked about, built out of PVC, but it has a suspended platform. So the whole thing shifts when they step on it. And so again, it's just kind of a whoa surface that they get on, and it moves and it's weird. I think that it sometimes makes them think when they're looking at it, they get so used to it, but it kind of resembles what the scale at the vet looks like, because it's kind of a, you know, square that is raised and looks a little bit different. But just gets them used to uneven and unbalanced surfaces. But there's so many different things you can put in their pen at this age for them to tunnels. And I love concrete molds, the cardboard concrete. It's what you use to make posts out of.
Oh yeah.
And it's basically a tube of heavy duty cardboard. And yes, they do chew on them and destroy them eventually, but they make awesome tunnels. Yeah. You can find all sorts of things. You don't have to buy super expensive, like puppy specific stuff. Again, cardboard boxes and open both ends to make a tunnel, and it's a different type of tunnel. Using like those kids fort builders, like those waffle blocks, the big huge blocks, and building structures and just making all sorts of fun things for them to experience and play with. And don't put it all in at once. Introduce something every day, take things out, and then put them back in 3 or 4 days later, and it's new. You can make things last longer that way if you don't have everything in at once and leave them with them all the time. Continue playing the puppy sound effects. 5 weeks is also when they can, at least mine, when they can start going outside and spending, you know, time outside by themselves with their mom or whatever. They always need to have shade. They should have, I like to put raised beds out there for them to lay on. But they're learning how to be outside. And always in a pen, always having water. Things you have to watch out for when you have puppies outside are, do you have birds of prey that live in the area? And things like that.
Snakes, tarantulas, scorpions.
Yep. It depends on where you live.
Coyotes, Gila monsters.
Continue feeding on different surfaces. Get creative. Use all sorts of things. Again, balloons, now start popping them randomly throughout the day. Just another sound for them to get used to.
Have a startle effect.
Continue vacuuming, being loud. This is when puppies are really, really busy and they start discovering we have these awesome things on the fronts of our faces that do this, and it's awesome. So they will start using their teeth more. They become little piranhas. And this is where in puppy culture, you start causing challenges to get to their food. So in order for them to get to their meals, they might have to go over something or under something or they have to problem solve, and you don't really help them very much. You're basically teaching them how to problem solve. Don't go crazy though. You don't want them to learn how to climb fences.
I mean, maybe you do. Yes. And in the beginning with that stuff, you always start easy. Mm-hmm. One obstacle that they have to get to or get through to get to their food. And then, you know, within a couple of days, if they've mastered that, maybe you add in one different type of obstacle. And then maybe you would build it up to 2 obstacles.
So it might just be that instead of picking them all up and putting them out at their food, you open the gate to their pen, and there's a little lip on the X pen that they have to figure out how to get out to get to their food. And the next day it could be you put something small, like something crackly. You can put some of that paper in front of where they have to go, and they have to get brave enough to cross the paper to get to their food. Yes. And they have to learn how to problem solve. Again, it's just getting the brain to do bigger things.
Yep. All right. So we are moving on to another video. So let me.
This video's rather loud.
Yeah. So this video is going to be loud. So adjust your speakers.
right. So that was basically one of the sound clips that you can play. It has all sorts of weird things going on. And it is nice sometimes for them. You notice that there was food in there. It builds that they can go over and get a snack, and it's positive, and the sound does not mean anything scary or bad or anything like that.
But that was just basically, you know, an everyday occurrence for, you know, Beth's litters, where the sound list is playing throughout the day. You could hear how loud it was. So at this point, it's built up to a pretty significant, you know, substantial volume. And then all of the different activities that were in there. You could see the puppies really liked climbing on all the stuff, the toys they were using. So it just was a really nice clip of what that looks like. This video here is of Megan, one of Megan's litters and her outside yard. And it's just an introduction of her using a hose with them. And note what all of the puppies are doing. Some of them are going to come into it, some of them are going to avoid it. But it's just another really great way to introduce novel experiences, in this case, the hose.
Maybe.
do, 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 do.
Oh my gosh, is she eating it? Like an ice cream. Mom. Shh. Mom won't share. No, me mom won't share. No. She's loving it. Oh my gosh, that is so funny. I love it. Hey. Blue, you're not so interested, I guess? Hey. That's you, he's trying to eat it. Are you gonna eat it? Okay. Go get it, buddy. Go get it.
So, you know, how many dogs do you hear all the time that are like, you know, or owners that are like, oh, my dog's terrified of water? They probably never had really great experiences with it. And so just introducing them, you could see some of them naturally love it. Some of them are a little hesitant of it.
And you can do the same exact thing with your litters with a small pool.
Yep.
And I usually start when I introduce water, it's in like a rabbit tray that you can only get 1.5 inches, 2 inches of water in it. And so when they get in it, they're up to their ankles.
Right.
But it just teaches them that this weird shimmery stuff is not scary. It's not going to swallow them up.
Yep.
And some of them, I'll get puppies that will just go lay in it and totally enjoy it.
You know, and it's one of those things where you don't think of like Bernese mountain dogs loving water. I dock dive with one of my Berners, and my other ones love the pool. I mean, they would just live in it if they could. And it's because they've been introduced really well to water. I didn't have to teach them how to love it. They just came to me from Bethany, already being incredibly comfortable with it. So, all right, here's another video. This video is, once again, litter of Megan's, and this video here starts to show a mom actually correcting her puppies.
So this is after puppies are completely weaned, and someone might go in there and try to nurse, and she will tell them off. But you can see the types of corrections that a mom should give. And sometimes we watch moms and we're like, oh man, that was pretty intense. But she knows what she's doing, and she knows how hard she can correct her puppies, and she knows how hard she can correct her individuals. So one puppy may be softer and not need as much of a correction, and the other puppy might need to be laid on the ground and held down.
Told not to do that. So, and then we talked about earlier, moms need to have access in and out, you know, so they can come and go as they please, and you'll be able to see that in this video as well.
Again, maybe. So you can see she was just hanging out in there and playing, and every once in a while someone would go try to nurse and she'd tell them off, and if anybody wanted to engage with her, she was playing with them. And then you saw Crazy Jane. So there was one puppy with that litter that was considerably older, and she had a health issue, which is why she looked so funny. She kind of looked like a Greater Swiss Chihuahua. She had bad kidneys, and she only lived to be about 5.5 months old. And she stayed with me for that entire time. But she was a good, I think she was 5 or 6 weeks, maybe not that much, maybe only 5 weeks older than the rest of the puppies in that box.
All right. Here.
So we just have lots of showing you different types of socialization
Setups.
So tons of kids. I just happen to have lots of nieces and nephews, so my puppies get a huge amount of kid socialization. But just having people over, inviting your neighbors, inviting groups, again, being very careful with cleanliness. But that's showing the pool. When puppies are little, you can use a small pool, and they tend to love it. Maybe not at first, but it is helpful sometimes to have a big dog that is comfortable with the water, show them how it's done, show them that it's fun. You can kind of see my play yard there in the picture in the, up in the corner with all the kids. There's tunnels, there's right behind, I don't know if you can see, this is that's a pan full of water that has balls, like from a ball pit, floating on it, and so they can go in and kick the balls around and play with it, and there's a couple beds and things like that, raised cots and tunnels and chairs. Honestly, they go sleep and hide under the chairs all the time, and so lots of options and lots of play stuff. So moving on to week 6.
Does anybody have any questions really quick about week 5 or before? No, we're good. Okay.
Perfect. Moving on to week 6. So a lot of the same things that we were doing before on a daily basis, we should still be working on coming when called. Using that puppy call that we use to condition with food. I use that from when we start food all the way till they go home. And honestly, I have owners that will play puppy videos that I post online, and they can hear me making that puppy call in the video, and they say that their dogs will like jump up and come running, and it's totally a conditioned behavior. Still handling all the parts and pieces. This is where puppies might get a little resistant with you handling those. They're going to start thinking, no, I don't want my nails done. No, stop messing with my ears and things like this. So still doing all of that on a daily basis is very important. Still petting the puppy with the flat of your hand. Holding the puppy face down. Still, again, they might be getting bigger if they're a large breed. This becomes more difficult to do, but still do it. Back time, laying the puppy on their back on the floor for 30 seconds. Encourage the puppy to play with a toy still and fetch it. Figure out what they like. Figure out the types of toys that they think are fun. This is helpful too for when you send them home, and you kind of, if you've been keeping good notes and records of your puppies and their individualities, you can tell your owner, she really, really is into ropes and she really loves this type of toy or things like that. Take puppies outside one at a time this week. So that's what changes. You're now doing one-on-one time outside, going for little walks in the front yard instead of in the backyard, or wherever, going all over.
Remember, this is the duckling phase that we're in right now. And so they are all about following you, and just keep them moving with you.
And if this makes them really nervous, you can bring mom too and keep her with you, and most likely they'll follow her much more readily. Still using the tippy table and anything else that is like that. Adding really weird behaviors that humans do. loud fake crying, fighting, yelling, screaming, falling, tripping, laughing loudly, jumping up, and anything that's just super strange, but that might happen, especially if you don't have children in the home. You need to be letting the puppies get used to things that kids do, because let's face it, kids are weird.
Yep. Walk by them and stumble.
Yeah,
right.
Kids are really unpredictable. They make really strange noises.
Go get yourself a kid.
Right. They often smell really different
Yep.
than adults do. All sorts of things that if you haven't introduced them to those kid behaviors, they're going to be totally weirded out by. Throw high value food after each session to create a positive response. Start softer to not traumatize puppies. So the first thing that you do, you don't want to go in and like, you know, because they're going to think you're a fruitcake. Terrifying. Again, start easy and work your way up. Build confidence, get louder and bigger, and as you go along. And then throughout the week, introduce an older dog other than mom to the puppy. This kind of depends on what your house looks like. In both Beth and I's situations, our puppies are kind of where there are other dogs, so they actually see other dogs
all the time.
All the time. In the beginning, right in like the very beginning when they're fresh and 1 week old or whatever, mom may not want other dogs around, and that's okay. We manage that. But our puppies start seeing our other dogs
as soon as they can see.
As soon as mom will let them in the room. This kind of talks about one-on-one. So having that puppy meet another dog by themselves.
Or the litter can meet another dog.
Yeah. So sometimes I will have a neighbor that I know their dog is healthy and vaccinated and all that. I'll have them come over and we'll throw the dog in the pen and let the
usually the outside pen.
Let the outside pen, yes, and let the older dog get a little harassed by a bunch of puppies. And you kind of have to know that dog and how they're going to react. Are they going to be appropriate in their corrections? Are they going to be overbearing in their play? Things like that. You do need to do this with dogs, you know.
Yeah, and that are safe. Yeah. And like, how many dogs do you own?
5.
Yeah, so
in my house.
You know, so she could always introduce for the first time, you know, even if it's a dog they've already seen, one of those into the group. So now the puppy's actually going to experience that.
Yeah. And it does make a difference. Like if you, for my situation, for example, if the puppies are in their outside pen, my adult dogs are always there on the outside, but it might be completely different to then either all be out of the pen or all in the pen. It changes when you take down fences and things like that. It changes. It is like with me, all of the dogs that live in my home all look the same because they're all Swissies. Beth has other breeds of dogs, so it's helpful, but you do want to make sure that they are introduced to dogs that don't look like them.
Yep.
They need to see
big dogs, small
big
dogs, pointy ear
small dogs,
floppy ear dogs.
If they're black, they need to see, you know, other colored dogs and things
tails
like
that curl over the back, no tails, you know, smushed faces, long faces, everywhere in between.
Anything that you can. If you have friends or neighbors or family that have dogs that are appropriate and you think would be good with your puppies and they're fully vaccinated and safe and all that stuff, by all means, have them bring them over. Continue playing the puppy sounds. Make getting food harder. So again, introducing those obstacles to have to problem solve through to get to their food. And again, don't help them. They have to figure it out themselves. They have to process through, how do I get that? You don't want to be coddling them and helping them through those challenges. But for example, going through tunnels, up and down ramps, through hanging rags, things like that. Introduce different toys, like the robotic toys that do weird things. So the things that dance and or you know, those cat toys that
like
have the tail.
Yeah.
Stuff like that can be scary, but it's excellent because they learn not to be afraid of it.
Yep.
Socialization. So week 5 is when I start having open houses, and you need to, after week 5, you really need to make sure that there's lots of people. This is when your 100 people are really going to come in. Daily visitors, if you can. I do open houses twice a week. And so on a regular, obviously not during quarantine. I just had 3 litters during quarantine and it was really rough. I really struggled getting people over.
Yeah.
But anybody that you can get over, and when someone texts you and says, can we come see the puppies? You say, yes, if you bring your husband. Because men are the hardest to get to come see puppies for some reason. You get a lot of women and kids. Men you need to try, and especially men with beards and
Tall men.
people of all
Yeah.
colors. And I have a friend who I seriously send a message to every time because he's Black, and in Utah it's not that common. Like, we have to find them, and I'm like, I love you, can you please come see my puppies?
Come play.
Please, because they just need to see your beautiful skin. And he of course loves to come see puppies.
So, and these socializers are different than Bethany's structured socializers. These are just people that come over to play. They don't do
Yep.
anything special other than play and hang out.
And when children come, I do have rules. So little people have to be sitting on the ground. I regulate it to an extent. I do not want my puppies to get dropped, obviously. You don't want them to get hurt, but I do allow kids to be a little awkward with them, simply because they're going to go home, and the kids in their home, I guarantee, are going to be a little awkward. So they need to be held weird, and all the stuff that little people do that is not normal to puppies. Granted, I have little kids in my house, so that's helpful, but
they're much more dog savvy.
Yeah. They know how to hold a puppy.
Yep.
But definitely anybody that you can get to come over, and again, removing shoes, sanitizing, freshly laundered clothes, all the jazz. All these people, I have a huge, and I post it on my door before they can come in my house. They have to sit there and read it and go through.
Moving on to.
And I do also do open houses like Megan does
Yeah.
as well, outside of my structured socializers.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's very
Yeah.
different than just.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, all right, we got another video here. I'm going to pop up full screen. So once again, we won't talk during this, but you can watch Beth in action.
Come on, puppies. Let's go, puppies. Oh my goodness. Come on, puppies. You can do it. Oh no, come on. Good, puppies. You beating me to it? Come on, guys, let's go. Come on, puppies. Come on, puppies. Puppies. Come on, guys. Good puppies. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Oh, good puppies. There you go. There you go. Hi, guys. Oh, I know. Hi. I know. Hi. Oh, my goodness. Hi, guys.
All right, so in that video, the very first thing that you saw was Bethany pulling the puppies out of her puppy yard, which you probably got a glimpse of when we were doing social.
And
You
my
saw,
ducks, we're
yeah.
my ducks in the background.
So
my puppy yard is against the chicken and the duck area, so they get that socialization
Yeah.
as well.
Yep. So while they're out in the puppy yard, her chickens, ducks, and bunnies, I think you have a bunny out there too, are all right next to the puppy yard. So she's taking them out of there. You notice how she did not help them at all. They had to climb up all those stairs, the rock stairs, the wood stairs. What was that? You want to pull it up?
No.
Oh.
Oh, no.
No, it's pictures. So you guys could see all of, you know, that the challenges that Bethany makes them go through, and of course Megan does as well. Just, you have to learn to be self-sufficient, puppy. I'm not going to baby you. So that was a really cool video. And
it's a pain in the butt to carry that many
Yeah.
puppies from indoor pens to outdoor pens 50 times a day.
Yeah, unless they're Chihuahuas, and even then they're probably just really wiggly. But here's some more pictures of
Socialization. So obviously tons of kids, letting kids hold them and hug them, and it's a fact of life. Kids are going to manhandle them.
Yep. All right, so that brings us to week 7. This is temperament testing. So temperament testing, the one that we use is the Volhard aptitude test. There are a couple others out there that are a little bit more involved if you are looking for, you know, service dogs, like you're breeding specifically for service dogs, or if you are breeding, you know, more specifically for sport dogs. So this is a general, really nice, well-rounded temperament test for especially pet dogs. And you can always, you know, say, okay, the temperament test shows that this dog might be better for, you know, some other type of work, and we can then go from there and test it. But the Volhard temperament test happens, there's very specific rules that happen with the temperament test. And, oh, I can leave that, it's fine. So it must be done on day 49, which is week 7, or, you know, within 1 or 2 days before or after. We try really hard to do it specifically on day 49.
Sorry.
Okay. So specifically on day 49, and that's actually why we decided to do the seminar starting today, is because Bethany's litter is 49 days today. So what we're going to do first is we're going to temperament test the puppies. And when we temperament test, it must be done in a area the dogs or the puppies have never been. So today we are going to go down into, Bethany has a entirely separate puppy room in her basement that this litter has never been. So we're going to go down there. They must be tested by a stranger, somebody that has not touched the puppies. You know, so that's why I haven't had a chance to play with them yet, is because I get to be the stranger. Am I missing any requirements? New area,
new person.
And 49 days. Yep. So there are 10 tests, 10 steps to the temperament test. And you guys have access to the actual testing pieces in the support group on Facebook. So those 10 pieces, if you guys want to kind of follow along, and you can read as we go through.
It's called the aptitude test.
Yep.
On there. Yeah.
Yeah. So are we going to go down and just do that right now then?
Yeah, I think we should break for like 10 minutes
Yep.
to set up.
We
the
have
stuff,
to, yeah.
but-
So we have to get set up. So we're going to break for about 10 minutes. We're going to go get set up, and we will come back from that break. And we are going to be down in the puppy room. Hi guys. We'll be down in the puppy room. So give us about 10 minutes and we will see you then. If you have questions about anything else up to that point, just let us know. Okay.
We've got 6 puppies we're going to be testing, and yes, this is Basil. This is my Spices litter. So we're going to just dive right in. This is Social Attraction. Then following. Good.
Do you guys want to tell the scores as we go?
So the first one, I gave him a 3, tail up. And a 3 on following as well. He was slightly hesitant, mostly distracted about the room, but he was confident about following. If you guys are following along with the temperament test, you can kind of see why we're scoring the way we are.
Got eye contact?
Good. Very nice. And this is a puppy that I would probably mark a 4 because he's not really like freaking out at all. He's very, very relaxed. But I'm gonna note that there was eye contact.
Crawl right in my lap and give kisses. All right, we'll go to elevation.
And so far, this is no surprise for this puppy. He's a pretty easygoing, chill guy.
You can see his legs are pretty tensed up.
Yeah.
Retrieve.
Yep. Oh, no, yeah, he saw it. Common for burners to not be retrievers. Yep, touch and then sound.
Zero response.
Zero response.
You said sound? Looked and located.
Yeah, I'd say looking located on that one.
And then, like,
Oh, did he back off against the wall? Yeah, so 5 on that one. What do you think, 4.5 or 5?
I usually do 4 or 5.
We do have.
What's 5?
Cringes, backs off, hides.
I would say 5.
That's kind of what I'm thinking too.
So
Yep, sight. Come on. That's a good boy. There you go. So I'd give him a 3 on that one. Very curious. And then stability. Sensitive boy. Give him a sec, see if he decides to recover. But he's looking like he's pretty unsure about it. Yeah. So we're gonna give him a 6 on that one. Sensitive guy. Oh boy. And there's always, you know, you're not gonna get perfect puppies in every litter. And kind of a side note with temperament testing, there's no right or wrong, pass or fail with a temperament test. This helps you to know weaknesses, strengths in the dog, where to place them, the kinds of homes to place them in. And it helps me as the breeder to be like, okay, this puppy, he's a little bit more sensitive with sounds, and
He might not be one that I'm putting in a home with a million crazy kids.
yes. And also, I can work on this before he leaves to help build that confidence too, you know. So it helps me to be able to know the type of home he should go to, and also what to work on to help make that transition as easy as possible. But very social puppy, very confident in a lot of ways, but you know, more sensitive to sound and sight.
And my first time getting to snuggle them. What was it?
What color is that?
Oh, yeah.
I know.
I was like, ooh.
So now we're gonna go on to Curry, yellow girl. She's generally one of the more confident ones in the group. So 3 on that social attraction. 3 on that following.
Lots of eye contact.
Good. How hard are you pinching between the toes? We start off really, really soft, and the longer we go, we just kind of slightly pinch harder and harder. And the last puppy gave no response at all. Brittany counted all the way to 10. So he got a 1 on that one. You don't want it to be, you know, so much that they're in pain, you know, but enough that they're uncomfortable and they want to move their paw away.
So struggle.
Yep. That was a 3 on restraint. And she's very social, loves people, definitely wanting to just snuggle into your face.
Oh,
So 3 on that one as well. Little tense.
struggle settling.
So 4 so far. Pretty mild.
Yeah, very mild. I did a litter of GSPs once that literally just spun and tried to cut half the entire time.
Very happy girl though, this one. Oh, what's that? Good job. Yep, touch. No response?
And sound?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you face away, right?
She might. You could just kiss at hers. There you go. Nice.
Nice.
Nice job. Definitely a 3 on that one.
Cute girl.
She's like, I'll follow you. There she goes. I like her. She's one of my favorite ones. Really happy girl. Did she?
No. She just She might.
She's gonna surf on it.
So this is just a standing over.
So 3 on that one.
What's 2?
Looks barks tails up.
What's 4?
Looks barks tail tuck.
Yeah.
And 3 is where they
Looks curiously attempts to investigate.
They don't ever stand over. That's the ball. Yeah.
All right, sweet girl.
And stability. The lovely umbrella. Oh yeah. Much different. That's a good girl. There she goes.
You can't see it, but she is sniffing it.
Yeah, I'll move it.
Yeah, she's done. That's fine.
So I think that's actually a 2, if I remember right, because a 2 is looked and walked to the umbrella, smelling it cautiously.
Yep.
So
Oh,
all right, we got Chili Boy next.
oh, you already ready?
Yeah.
Oh, you are on it. Ready? Just a machine over here. Oh,
This boy is one of the shyest in the litter. He's very soft. Generally recovers pretty quickly, but there we go. Nice tail up, cautious approach, but tail up nonetheless.
What a good boy.
There we go. Nice. So I'm going to give him, this is a puppy I'm going to give 3.5 on because he's slightly hesitant, but his tail is up the whole time. So we often do half scores because sometimes they don't fit perfectly into the Volhard test. Yeah, he's a very social boy, but it's much softer energy, very, very sensitive. He's pretty relaxed too.
I was pushing on you.
Oh, got it. There he goes. There's some struggling. So this is it. I'd give him a 3 for this.
Isn't relaxed at all. Yeah.
Yeah. He's settled, but Yes.
Yeah, tense, like.
Very different from the first two. The first two immediately snuggled in. He's like, I think I can forgive you. And we always pet till we have a response. Some puppies take a little bit longer than others. Like I said, he's the shyer of the puppies. This is kind of how he's always been. And you can imagine how different, how much even more shy he probably would have been without a social program. Because you can't guarantee all puppies are going to be social confident. They're born their own personalities, and we help them be the best versions of themselves with a good social program. Do I adjust my testing when testing higher drive working line breeds? For example, with my German Shepherd puppies, we are creating a lot of racket with can curtains to test noise response. Most are unfazed by the noise. These will hard test, but it's quite amped up compared to the sweetness I see here.
Burners test very, very different. Even my Swissies test very different from these burners.
I don't adjust the test though, because I'm going off of the Bohart test. I feel like if you're adjusting it, you're doing a different test. If that makes sense. And hopefully I'm answering your question right.
No, we're just see different responses.
Yeah, we're just going to see different responses. And with the German Shepherd, I want more drive from them. With a burner, you don't want as much drive. We're expecting to see less drive. On social dominance, what responses are you looking for from a puppy on social dominance? If you look
here, I can just read.
So yeah, there's 6 different responses.
The numbers on social dominance are: 1 is struggled fiercely, bit, growled. Number 2 is struggled fiercely. Number 3 is no struggle, relaxed. Number 4 is struggled, settled, licked. No, just kidding. Sorry, that was elevation. I'm reading the wrong one. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I was like, that's why I stopped. Number 1 is jumped, pawed, bit, growled. Number 2 is jumped, pawed. Number 3 is cuddled up to tester and tries to lick face. Number 4 is squirmed, licked at hands. Number 5 is rolled over, licked at hands. Number 6 is went away and stayed away.
So with German Shepherds,
Hang on, they're saying the video is frozen.
That's because you are on the chat.
Shouldn't change the video. Can you see the video now? Hopefully. Okay, so apparently when I open the chat, it pauses the video. So I'll try to open the chat as little as possible. We might have to answer some questions at the end. As a whole, what we're looking for with a social dominance is just one of the responses. We want to see a dog.
That's what you want to see.
Yeah, so he's now like, okay, I'm licking you, I'm kissing you. He's forgiving the fact that she just held him on his side, on his back, I mean. And some puppies, like him, we've got a much softer puppy. It took him a little bit to decide, okay, do I want to warm up to you or not? There's no right or wrong response to any of these tests. Just helps us to know the puppy in front of us and the type of home that they should be placed into. So
a couple of things with like Malinois and Shepherds and things like that, you're probably going to see more of the starky, like,
yeah,
what the hell, and that's normal. You have to look at what the breed temperament is supposed to be. So he's incredibly relaxed and all of that. So
no struggle, relaxed would be 30. Yeah, you did fine. Yeah. Note that it took a while.
I don't think he saw that one.
Yeah,
he is totally like.
Oh yeah, if they don't see the ball, you can throw it again.
So he definitely saw it once he looked over there.
And he has never been one to have a drive. He's like, hey, we're friends now. We can just chill.
Yep. So that is your response.
And like I said, this puppy's always been one of the softer ones in the litter, which is fine. He can go to a nice, quiet home, and where there's not a ton of stress. I would say right there is a response. He's leaning into it. Yeah.
We do count as loud seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was about 3 seconds in. So that just goes to show he's far more sensitive to physical things as well. Is it noise?
Yes,
I'm gonna set that up.
Good. So cringes, but recovered nicely. Even though he's going to Brittany, that's a really nice recovery. He's not, you know, running away or anything like that. He's just like, okay, you can be my safety net. Nice. Yep. So yeah, I would say a 4 for that. Maybe actually I'm gonna give him a 4.5 because it was closer to not a total 5, but more on the softer side of things. Yeah, some dogs are not as intense when they're with their curiosity. They just like briefly sniff the towel and then they're like, okay, that was cool. Awesome.
He's following it.
He's a very serious puppy, you know, not goofy and aloof like the other, I mean, goofy and outgoing like the others. Very serious puppy. Nice, best with the umbrella so far though. Sniffed it, checked it out. Now I'm going back to Brittany.
To me, I saw that he's more interested in the human than in
Yeah.
that, which is he's much more people oriented.
Yeah, and he didn't startle easily, which is nice.
Yeah.
So
He's very trusting of the human that's with him,
Yes.
even though he doesn't know.
nice job, buddy boy. He's a sweet, sensitive guy.
It's-
Nutmeg, yeah. This is the snot of the litter,
You can look at that face.
right? That cute boy.
All right.
Next.
Yeah, this is the snot face of the litter, usually. The one getting into trouble. The 2 pinks. I don't care either way. Nice.
So the first one you would score
3.
3, second one
3.
Yep.
She's a little distracted, but still really nice puppy.
So you can see very tense right now. See if she
But she's given eye contact. It's common for them to be relatively tense, you know, like, you know, just stiff a little bit with on their back. And you can see Brittany is massaging her belly, and I don't know if you can tell, but her legs are kind of softening a little bit. I know it's hard because she's dark, but you know, she's softening up quite a bit.
Yeah,
I'm surprised she's not immediately just diving into your lap. And sometimes you'll be surprised by the temperament tests when you do them.
So, and one thing that I always, is that because of the line that I'm breeding my dogs, they don't lick.
Oh yeah,
And so something that I have to make note of is that my puppies
may snuggle up.
They
Yeah,
may snuggle up and sniff, but they won't lick.
yeah. I'm really surprised she's not diving into your lap because she's usually like the first one to the gate and
I think
everything.
if you put your face right down there by her, just how she's looking at you.
She's getting there, snuggling up. There she goes. Yeah, I'd say she gets a 3 on that.
Oh, she's so smart.
Oh, good.
Good girl.
Now you've got elevation. You working hard that day?
She was definitely the most relaxed.
Yeah, that was really nice. Which 4 is settled and relaxed, right? No struggle, relaxed. Yeah. Or is that 3? 3, sorry. She's like, I liked being helped. That was nice. Oh, there she goes. Good. What a good girl.
That's something Swifties never.
Yeah, we get occasionally in burners.
Whereas like testing golden retrievers or even
Yeah.
the boxers or whatever.
Well, and like German Shepherds, you want to see that.
Retrieve all of them.
4, 5, 6, 7. There you go.
So no response? Now sound, and then sight. You don't have to take her out. Ooh. Big response. See if she'll recover. Nice. Listen, located. She's like, what do I want to do with this thing? Actually, maybe I'll go check it out. She's still thinking, huh?
And don't go fast with these guys.
Yeah.
Let them make up their minds. Sometimes they're just a little unsure, and then they're like, okay, they're no big deal, or go up there and check it out. Okay, I think she's gonna settle.
Hot box.
You guys got your response?
Yeah,
The score?
I would
Yeah.
say on that one, I'd say 4, don't you think? Or 4.5. What do you think?
Yeah, 4.
4?
She looked.
Yeah.
Can they see her response right now?
Nope. I'm moving it. She's hiding. She's not hiding, just lying down in the corner.
Well, she backed up about 3
Oh, yeah.
spaces. and then what was that?
See if you can make the kissy noise at her. There you go.
But see, what happened there is a familiar noise was made, so her
Yeah.
confidence suddenly boosted.
Doing a new activity, so we wanted to bring her out of that. And we'll come back to chats after we do the temperament testing, just so that I'm not pausing the video.
Now we can see her
Yeah.
response there.
Then stability.
When I bring the umbrella in, I just try to get as nonchalant as possible. I don't wanna
Yep, and not open it towards the puppy. It's a little concerned, but very nice.
That's very good.
I'd say a 2. Approach smelled cautiously. What do you think? Yep. Yeah, that's fine. Like 2 days ago, it wasn't.
She wrote.
Yeah. So this puppy, you guys, was
Very special.
born with a birth defect. She has no ears. No ears at all.
So she can't hear.
She is deaf. And so we obviously are going to get no response from the sound test, but she is overall a normal, confident puppy. This kind of takes her a sec to find people and to ride herself. There she goes. So she's checking out her environment.
So which side is this?
Right, and we think she's blind in her left side. And this puppy has stolen my heart. She is such a sweet thing.
And in most other programs, she would not observe
Yep,
it. Or she would just be a hot mess.
yes. She is a,
Grab those
yeah,
doors.
they're both 3. And she generally is really chill on her back. This puppy is so calm, cool, and collected most of the time. Yeah, she has her spunky moments, but she's nice and chill. And she was giving eye contact a second ago. Now she's not. She's just kind of chilling.
She's so super relaxed right
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, there's 3 with some eye contact.
I know.
Oh yeah, making out with the face, totally snuggling up. This puppy is a doll.
And because she's deaf, and it often causes some of that balance.
Yeah, she does have equilibrium issues, which is why she occasionally spins and has a hard time keeping her head sometimes straight.
Is she relaxed?
Super relaxed. She struggled just.
Yeah, I'd say a 4 on that one because she did lick at
And
her
she-
face.
She was looking, yeah, she was looking at you.
This puppy is such a love.
That's it. Oh, shoot, there's Travis.
People. I don't think she saw it. Yeah, you gotta go slower with her. There she goes. 4 on that one. Oh. Touch and then sound. We'll try sound anyways, but
Right there.
yep, I saw that. So she gets a 4 on that one. And no surprise, no response. But she's gonna check it out anyways, so she'll still get a 3. So she's still curious, but didn't respond because of the noise, just because there was something new in the room. So. This puppy is going to a really awesome family that the owner is hard of hearing, and they have a bookstore, and they just want her to be a lazy bookstore dog, which I think is perfect for her because she loves people and is very curious and, you know, very social. So we got a response on that, a 3.
She's a 3 across the board, isn't she?
A couple 4s in there, 3 4s, but otherwise 3s. Yeah, we'll see how she does with the umbrella. Oh, she's such a special puppy.
This is a puppy I own.
Yes, me too. Yeah, honestly, if I wasn't having a baby in 2 months, she would stay here. Because I'm so in love with this little girl.
Hi, guys.
This is our special girl with no ears. And we are very happy that we kept her and didn't just put her down. Because the vet really wanted me to put her down, didn't think that she would be a normal puppy. And she definitely is a normal puppy, just can't hear.
She's just special.
Just a special girl.
Special.
We're waiting on the last puppy.
Yeah, we've got one more puppy coming. I don't blame you.
Yeah. Assistant. Oh, I love her.
She is a killer puppy. I'll check the chats while we're waiting on the last puppy. Do you ever have puppies that are so nervous that you don't do the test because it would scare them quite a bit? Yes. We actually have a couple videos we're going to show you guys after this that kind of compare different tests that we've done over the years. But one test that I did not get a video of, I did once an entire Old English Bulldog litter. And I think there was 9 puppies, 8 or 9 puppies. And I tried to test every single one of them, and not a single one of them would get off the floor. They just pancaked to the floor, and I gave each of them about 3 minutes to try to come and approach me. And they were so shut down and shy. I told the person, is like, I can't get a score from them. And I told her, you know, basically she needs to work on her social program. I was very nice about it. You know, just scored them all with, I think, 6s, or whatever the scores ended up being, because I literally couldn't do anything with the puppies.
Well, and it does make a difference. You'll find if puppies are tired.
Yeah.
If they just ate and they're ready to go to sleep,
Or vaccinated, dewormed.
Yeah.
they generally will not participate.
Yeah.
And so you have to time it right. You have to make sure they're awake. But you also don't want them overtired, overstimulated. You really have to find the sweet spot.
One question was, if there's no response for touch sensitivity, then you don't get a score. No, we'll still score. They get a 1 because they got to 10 seconds. So 10 seconds or more is a 1. All right, last one. This is Paprika. And our little deaf girl is Cayenne. This little girl is very confident but independent.
That's nice.
Yes. She's one that is generally like, no, I don't really want to come. So she's a funny little girl. And the smallest besides Cayenne.
How's the eye contact?
Good.
It's super soft, like such a soft face. Not really any stress in the eyes. Really relaxed body. And her back was
Yeah, she's so chill right now.
Look, she's not even like, her legs are flopped out.
So she gets a 3, and yes, I know that 5 says no struggle, but 5s and 6s err more on the side of shyness and nervousness, and she's clearly very relaxed, very comfortable, and oh good, and she's giving tons of eye contact. So this is a puppy that's just really comfortable with being on their back because I do this every day with them. So, and clearly very nice recovery, really nice.
So the social dominance aspect literally tests how quickly they recover, how
Yeah.
fast do they forgive their forgiveness. And so we like to see a dog that can forgive.
Little bit of struggle.
Yeah, so she gets a 4 as a whole because she's settled, struggled, not trying to lick, but they don't have to do everything on the line. So you can see she's a little bit of struggle, a little bit of licking, a little bit of settling. Happy little girl though. She's like, what did you throw at me?
I taught her that.
Right?
Well, she gets a 4.
Hedwig,
That's 1, 2, 3, 6.
See, I generally gauge the lick.
Yeah, I would have done the,
You think?
yeah.
Because she's down and you do it and she goes
No, but
like
that's
this.
normal. I mean, if it was a quick response, but that was just kind of like, oh, okay, you're out there. So that's why I didn't
Yeah.
stop with that one. If it would have been a quick reaction, I probably would have scored it.
Yeah.
So there, the time that I felt like she even showed any like tension in her paw or came down towards it is why I gave it the 6 seconds.
Okay.
So I mean, but
You
that's
guys,
up to
you guys decide. Because I'm not.
I truly felt like it wasn't a response.
Yeah, if you don't feel like it was a response, then yes.
I mean, it was
But
like such a relaxed head up.
But I do want to point out that can be a
Yes, it can be.
Yes.
if they start looking at your hand,
Or if they look up at you in a more of a tense way.
or even just pull.
Hedwig.
All right, guys, let us know at all if you can't see or hear us. The wind picked up here really bad, apparently, and just totally knocked the internet out. So we are connected to a mobile hotspot to get things back up and running. But I think we are good to go now.
We've got 14 and we were at like 22.
Okay, we're gonna just wait a few more minutes.
Anybody have any questions while we're waiting? We might as
There you
well
go.
do that.
Yeah, because I lost the chat. There was a couple questions in the chat and I lost it. I don't know if it's saved on that, but I think it's in the old one. You want to pull up chat
Yep.
and see if it's on there?
I can do that. There's a couple. It says, I am back, and yay, we are back. I'm really glad that you guys are back. I'm super sorry about that. That was really frustrating. So we have somebody that raised their hand. I don't know
Deborah, I know that you're raising your hand. Can you please type it in
Can
the
you
chat?
post in chat? That seems to be the easiest way for us to. There we go. Life happens. All good. Alicia
Well,
says.
I appreciate that.
We're really glad we did our social earlier because literally the house is blowing down.
Yeah, it's super windy all of a sudden, out of nowhere.
And we are currently using
A mobile hotspot. So
because our internet is totally down.
if it's slow.
If it's slow and choppy, we apologize. The second our internet is back, we are going to switch back to it.
All right, we had 2 questions there, Beth, and it's really.
Okay, here, let me read it. It says, oh, when will the recording be available? I had to leave to train an 8-week-old.
Connie Corso.
Oh, good.
She says, by the way, I used things from today in the session.
Oh, good job. So the recording, we will let you know tomorrow when it's available. Our hope is that we can get it up and running right away. It's just, we're brand new to the Zoom webinar format. And so
we're figuring it out.
We're downloading it on the computer or a hard drive, but also it goes into the Zoom something. And so as soon as we get it figured out, we'll let you guys know, but for sure we'll have an answer for you guys.
Hopefully soon.
Yeah, tomorrow at the latest. So
are you charging a different price for your deaf puppy than the other puppies in the litter?
I've got it on my phone now.
Oh.
all right.
Yes, I am. I'm currently charging. I normally charge $2,500 for my puppies, and I'm charging $800 for her. But that may change because over the next couple of weeks, we're going to be doing some more extensive tests on her to kind of see what
her life will look like.
Yeah, what her life is going to look like. I'm optimistic that she's going to be a pretty normal puppy. She's growing at a good pace, and other than being deaf and possibly blind in the left eye, which I honestly don't think that she is totally blind in the left eye. But other than being deaf, she is a normal puppy. She, like you guys kind of saw on her temperament test, she almost scored better than most of the puppies.
Yep.
And was very confident and happy and social and very connected to the people.
Health-wise, she'll be
normal.
Very normal.
Yes.
She just will take a different type of training.
Yeah, and I was very picky about where I was placing her. I wanted her to go somewhere close here in Utah so that I could help with her training and make sure, I was here and ready if something serious came up. So I may adjust her price depending on what the big tests say, because I'm going to be doing a bear test and an eye test and just kind of some overall really thorough health exam and stuff, just to kind of rule out any, what we can see major health issues. But I'm not seeing anything like other than the hearing that is concerning, mostly because she's eating well and growing and acting like a normal puppy.
For the most part, interacting normal.
You're supposed to see
you can read the question.
main screen. Oh, sorry. Are we supposed to see you right now or just big screen?
All better now.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, okay, got it. Sorry.
All better now. We're here.
All right. Do we think everybody's in? How many participants do we have? Let's see here.
We're at 14. So
all right. Well, we're gonna
let's just move on.
We do have 2 in the Q&A.
Oh,
okay.
Hi there. Are we at how many weeks?
We're on
7 weeks.
Week 7 at the video for temperament testing. Oh, thank you. Somebody answered. All right. So we're gonna. We should tell them what the last 2 scores for a little puppy.
Oh, I put the.
So the internet obviously cut out before you guys got to see us finish the temperament test. So what was this puppy's name? Huh?
You got 3. That one was Paprika.
Paprika. So Paprika, we on our end it showed that we lost it when we were doing the sight test with the towel that we were dragging. She scored a 3, and then on stability she also scored a 3. So you could kind of see those. Did you? Oh, you left it over there again?
Yeah, it's okay.
Because we were going to kind of talk about what each puppy's life looks like what we would put them in and all that stuff. So just kind of a recap. So one of the things that we usually do when we talk about temperament testing, after we get a score, or we score the puppies for the temperament test, we go through and look at kind of the averages and what each puppy's scoring looked like, and we decide what kind of life we think that puppy would fit best into. So talking about the very first male, Basil, the green collar boy,
had 4, 5 3s, 1 6, 1 1, 1 or 2 6s, and 1 4.
and a 5.
Yep.
So, majorly 3s on the scoring, but definitely lots on the more sensitivity side, which is not surprising. So for him, for me, I would say that this puppy would definitely fit well into, not a crazy busy home. Definitely could be fine with kids if they were calmer, maybe even a little bit older.
And he might possibly be going to the stud owner.
Oh, nice. Yeah. So, but he's just a little bit more of a sensitive dog. So not a lot of crazy hectic things going on. And we also have to keep in mind that these tests show where the weaknesses are. So, and I know we said that while we were doing the testing, but this shows Bethany where things that she's going to work on with each individual puppy from here until 10 weeks when they go to their new homes. So then we move on to Curry,
who was a lot of 3s. She was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 3s.
7 3s,
a 4, a 1, and a 2.
Yeah. And so this is going to be a much more active puppy. So generally when we see all 3s, just to give an example, my Bernese Mountain Dog Tris scored, I think almost all 3s in like 1 or 2 4s. So very active, generally very comfortable, confident puppies. So, she'd be a great dog to be put into a home that has kids and they want a little bit busier of a dog that's not going to just be so much of a lazy couch potato. Agreed?
Yeah.
Chili
got 3.5, 3.5, 3, 3, 3, 6, 4, 4.5, 3, 3.
So once again, much more busy dog as well.
And one thing to pay attention to is the consistency and temperaments across the litter. So if that's what we like to see, because it means that we have a good idea what we're getting from both parents and how they're combining and
complementing
and
each
what
other.
they're passing on, and if they're complementing each other. So if you have a crazy high drive and you want to temper that a little bit and you bring it down and you end up with crazy high drive puppies, you obviously didn't temper it. So you need to do something different on the next breeding.
And if you have puppies that literally score all over the board and there's no consistency, one puppy's really crazy high drive, you got a couple puppies that are just kind of lazy, and then you got a couple puppies that are like really, really shy, fearful, nervous, there's not a consistency in your litter either. So we want to be able to see consistencies through all of the puppies, and I'm sure you could see with Bethany's puppies, they had their individual personalities, but overwhelmingly all the puppies scored 3s and 4s.
Yeah, they wanted to approach, they wanted to follow, they were curious.
Which is normal for a burner.
There were no terrible outliers in this group, which it's very, very common for there to be one puppy that is totally different.
I would say if we were to say one, it would be Basil, because he had the most.
He was kind of all
variability.
Over
and Chili was borderline, but even though he got mostly 3s and 4s,
you can see there's a 6.
Yeah,
that's a retrieve.
It took him a while to warm up to you. He was very soft and cautious about all of it.
Oh, was he the one that took forever to forgive? Yeah.
So
So those are all notes that you want to make, because if he's going into a home that really wants to put pressure on him in terms of doing a lot of stuff, he might take a while to really come back from anything that was making him nervous. So those are,
and it's really interesting because those of us that have been doing especially the same test for as many years as we have the ability to go back and look at adult dogs tests and see kind of what it looked like, what it ended up being, what it looked like, if it was accurate. And the parts that were like, oh, I can totally see that, or he grew out of that, and it is really cool to be able to compare.
And a lot of people I hear, they say they don't believe in the temperament test because they just don't think that it is accurate. But these guys have been temperament testing their litters for 10 plus years, right?
Yeah,
and
around 10. Yeah.
And they can literally go back, and they know all of their puppies. They're able to talk to all their puppies' owners and see, these puppies are fairly consistent to what these temperament tests said. And
the only reason they wouldn't be is if they had lack of socialization, continued socialization, lack of good training, or a traumatic experience.
And there are some environmental things that can affect, their outcome or things like that. But if they raise the dog even remotely well,
they should turn out
Yep.
like you see at this age.
Yep.
And the reason we do it, did we explain why we do it at 7 weeks?
No.
Because they've
That's a good call.
they've done tests when they were developing this program and developing the military dog program, the super dog program. They actually were doing cognizant tests on puppies and dogs and finding that their brain activity was as developed as it's going to be ever before it goes through all of its
Fear periods and changes,
and its
hormonal.
adolescence and
Yep.
whatever.
Because if we were tested 8 weeks, that we might be in a fear period.
Yeah. So you have a puppy whose brain is pretty much as advanced as it's going to be. Now it needs to learn things and it needs to sponge and pull everything in. But for the most part, that brain is what it's going to be.
It's as close to
As
the
an
adult dog, yep, as
You
Yes.
just then in the adult add the experience and the conditioning and the training
Yep.
and all of that stuff on top.
so there's actual scientific reasons why it's done very specifically at 7 weeks. So, and then all of the other puppies overwhelmingly scored 3s and 4s.
Yeah.
So, I mean, very consistent in terms of that litter. Is that Cayenne is the second to last one?
Yeah.
She was almost, she was a
was-
lot of 3s and a lot of 4s. That was it. She's just going to be such a nice puppy.
Yeah.
But
Deaf or not.
the
Yeah.
difference between 3 puppies that score majorly 3s and the puppies that score majorly 4s would be my puppy Triss and my dog Triss and my dog Deja. They're both burners. I temperament tested Triss, and then Deja was temperament tested maybe by you. But Triss scored almost all 3s. Deja scored almost all 4s, or maybe I think she did score all 4s. And Deja, I call her my bear rug. She's very lazy, very social, very, very confident, very comfortable, but like super low drive. And Triss is just high drive, but all of those confidence things. And so that's, very normal that we see. We like to see a lot of 3s and 4s with puppies.
Yeah.
So with my sport dogs, I generally like to see also a little bit more drive in terms of ones on the retrieve test. The sight test, I like to see ones where they jump on the rag or the toy and they grab it.
1s and 2s, yeah.
Yeah, so you'll start to see that kind of stuff.
And like we were saying earlier, you do see differences between breeds.
Yep.
And you see consistencies in breeds. So like litter to litter to litter, boxers all kind of test very similar. My Swissies test very similar. The burners test very similar. It's even coming from different programs, different breeding programs. It's the inherent breed characteristics. And you hear people say that, oh, it's, who cares what breed it is? It really makes a difference.
Absolutely.
It really does matter because they have different tendencies. They have different instincts. They have different
Your
little idiosyncrasies.
your livestock guardian breeds should test more independent as a general.
Well, and that's my Swissies do not score as well on the coming when called and things like that because they're more like, I don't know you.
And that's what it's supposed to be. Yep.
And that's how they're supposed to be. They're more aloof.
All right, so we are going to hop into these videos. These videos.
Or you want to answer that?
Oh, it's not a question.
Oh, okay.
I think our internet is back if we want to switch it.
You do?
It's gonna interrupt the connection.
Yeah, we'll have to back out of everything. So
Cancel the meeting and read it well.
yeah, let's not do that.
Okay. We did just get another Q&A.
Okay.
Would you have a similar temperament test you would do for older puppies? Maybe you don't have a full history / background. Oh, it just kicked me out. Wait, sorry. Sorry, 1 second.
Do I need to?
No, I got it. Yeah. No, we're good.
Okay. Oh yeah, we're gone. Where are we
No,
gone?
that's me.
Yeah, but we are.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
You have so little left, just go with it.
Maybe you don't have a full history background on or who you don't know the actual age of the shelter. Got it. So basically for a
Dogs,
puppy.
yeah.
Shelter
So
puppies. and
I
stuff.
would do a very similar test, but I probably wouldn't be expecting the same types of scores. I might be using more food in the test, more toys.
It
to
would
kind
be
of see
more
the
of a
drive.
general eval, I think. I wouldn't be scoring the puppy at all.
Yeah. Just because, once again, these are very specific tests for this age period. But puppies that are, when I go to a shelter to evaluate if I think this would be a good puppy for somebody to adopt, I'm looking at, do they follow food lure? Are they interested in food? Do they follow me? Do they come when I call them? You know, do they have any interest in toys and retrieving? How well do they handle me touching their ears and their feet? All that kind of stuff. If I restrain them from something, do they get snotty attitude, or are they totally comfortable with it? So it's a modified version, but a lot of the same types of things that we're looking at when we actually temperament test are going to be things that I also want to see if I'm testing a puppy in the shelter. So, all right, are we good to start the?
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and get these videos started. The first video we're gonna play, or I'm sorry, the first two videos we're gonna play are kind of a comparison. And these are burners that Bethany has bred, and I think Megan's temperament testing both of them.
They're old videos.
They're old videos.
Like 6 years old.
This litter, the litter on the right is 5 years old.
No, I had just had Rue, and Rue's 6 years old.
Okay.
So 6 years old. And the video on the left.
The one on the left, that litter C, crap.
So that's a while. Litter
Yeah.
C.
Long time ago.
I'm on
They're
litter
old
X
videos.
right now.
So
to give
if
you a clue. I
if
think
you're
they're
watching,
about 7 or 8 right now.
they're very old videos, and you can see a little bit of a difference of how we have like perfected and
Yeah.
fixed how we do the test.
There's very specific ways you're supposed to do the test, and there's a couple of things in here that weren't done exactly right. But so the whole point of the why we use these two videos, once again, they're older dogs, so we know exactly how they turned out. Two, we're comparing them where you're going to see one puppy who we know turned out to be a very social, happy, confident, exactly what the video shows, or the scores tell us. And the other puppy had some baggage, and we're going to talk about that after we play it. So let me get this up here really quick.
And you might hear puppies in the background.
Yeah,
now.
they're bringing puppies in from outside.
Because of the wind.
Yeah, it's too windy. So, all right, we're going to pop this up. Do I want to make this big or leave it like this? If I make it big, we have to back out of the whole thing.
I think it's fine.
Okay. While you're watching this, guys, also look at the consistency stuff from these puppies to how these old burners are testing. No?
You guys see, it was not playing. Pause it.
Oh, why?
Wait, it's because I think it's because we're using a hotspot. I really think we need to switch back to the Wi-Fi.
Ugh. Okay.
Well, all right. So can I just try really quick making this full screen and see if that works?
You can try it.
Are you guys seeing anything?
They are.
It's really jumping.
All right.
Is it really choppy for you guys, the video? Fuzzy but not terrible. Oh, it flows well. Okay. At least it says it flows well. Okay. Let us know if it
Holy moly, I had long hair.
yeah, you did.
He's really good at this.
Well, guys, think about what you'd be scoring each
Contact.
steps for the puppy. I think it comes on, right?
It does.
Yeah. Just tell you if you think we're on the right track.
Elevation. Terry dog.
if you guys are hearing puppy noises, those are like the actual real puppies that are
That we
right now.
just temperament tested. We just gave them permits out.
Touch.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Sound.
It's definitely not hiding. It's just.
Yeah. Test this one. Doesn't really seem like he's heard it.
4.
Not necessarily heard it, but then it's located. So.
He's more interested in following me.
There it goes.
There he goes.
He's like, oh, what are you doing next?
All right. So, and what was that puppy's name, Beth?
That was PETA. His name is Wally right now.
All right. So,
You can tell her she can.
right, get out of here.
Yeah, I can. If you remind me, I can email to her.
How do I?
You just press the square, right?
I tried.
Oh, that's weird.
All right, guys, hold on. This is not backing out now. What was that thing? Oh, that's to close out that.
Yeah, that's.
All right, so I
that's
gotta come up here and hit escape again.
Silly program.
Oh, there we go.
Now you can play this one.
All right, so I want you guys to watch the differences between the two puppies and just make some notes to yourself, and then we're gonna talk about it afterward. It's working on it.
Kind of a little bit nervous. Sweetie.
All right, give us a
Is it
second.
not
We'll get
working?
it.
Thank you. We'll see if we can figure it out.
Yep, give us a second.
It's just not pulling up the video again.
Oh, it showed on there. There we
There
go.
we go. Trial and error.
In and out, in and out.
Kind of a little bit nervous.
Fun.
Sweetie.
Puppy's named Bones. Now is Angus.
Come on. Come on, you're cute. Come on. Come on. Come here. Squirrel.
And by the way, you will hear a kid. Megan's daughter, Rory, is off camera and will at some point be on camera. And you'll hear her squeal. It's not a puppy.
10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Lots of avoidance. Very not wanting to give eye contact.
19,
Lots of flailing.
30.
So here's one of the things. Not supposed to hold a puppy back. Megan held him here. Those things where the more you do this, the better you get at it.
But you can see this puppy clearly wants to get away from her, not interested in her at all.
How many times has he tried to escape
Right?
now?
Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 30. Really good with ovation. Yeah, they all have been so far. What? They all have been good with elevation. Yeah, that's what I said. Come here, come here, come here, puppy, 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 puppy. Puppy, 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 puppy.
Yeah, not gonna have puppy.
He's like, oh, he's all the way over there. He's totally hiding under the chair. Oh, oh.
By the way, that was
he's all the way
Megan's daughter squealing, not a puppy.
Touching it. Just a second. One more minute, Lori. 1, 2, 3.
Very sensitive.
Just a minute.
Barely.
Wait for this one to be done. Wants to eat them.
Get off of the CBA.
Good job.
I no longer have these children.
Distracted by the door. Good job.
You have to keep bringing the puppy back. So very physically sensitive, but not at all sensitive to sights or sounds.
Yeah, not impressed.
Not impressed. All right, so let me back out of this really quick, guys. And then we're gonna chat about this one really quick. Come on. Hold on. Oh, you're not having anything to do with me, so. There we go. Pause. All right, so I don't know where Beth went. Let me.
There are 2 more to do.
All right, I actually need to exit out of this and bring it back up. Oh my goodness, you guys hear those big bad tough doggies? Let's see here. I want to be able for you guys to see us. Go. All right, we're back. All right, so Beth, if you guys have questions, ask them, and that way Beth can answer them for you, or read them to us and we can answer them. So a couple things that normally Beth talks about is how that Cubone, now Angus, the second puppy that you watched, his behavior now. The first puppy, very comfortable, very confident, you know, very sweet, really interested and engaged with Megan the entire time, which is normal. That's what a burner puppy should be. The second puppy, what did you guys notice in terms of the temperament testing? What kind of things do you see that was different from basically all of the puppies that you watched us do live and that first video?
He was very, very independent. I'll talk.
Didn't want
there we
anything
go.
to do with the people.
Yep, very, very independent.
Nothing to do with me.
He followed okay in the beginning.
Yeah, but he got bored. He was like, I'm over it. I'm out. I got
Yep.
other things to see, other things to do.
What else did you notice? We'll give it a second. Crazy puppies.
Can you hear those babies back there?
All right, we got one.
Mm-hmm.
Can you read it to us?
Says it was after
After
the
he was
hold.
being held down,
He
is
was
when
not
he was
into
not
doing
interested.
it.
Yep.
Yep.
So non-forgiving. He was basically like,
That was
After
it.
that,
he's like, screw you.
Yep.
You're no longer my friend.
Yep. You did something I didn't like. We can't be friends anymore. All right. Anything else that you guys noticed?
anyone besides Alicia?
All right, so we're gonna just kind of talk about it then. So Bethany, why don't you, what'd she say?
She
A
said,
little
my
more.
bad. It's not your bad. Thank you for
No, we
participating.
appreciate it. All right, so Bethany's going to talk a little bit about what this puppy, what happened with this puppy when he went to his home after he left her.
So, over the years, I've learned a lot more about how to, read these tests a little bit more closely, accurately,
And do them. And
do them better. And I think 6 years ago, I was under the impression that this puppy, yeah, he was a little independent, but he was still social, happy-go-lucky, and could go to a good family. And outside of the temperament test, I have to gauge the temperament test and what I see every day on the puppy. And outside of the temperament test, he was always pretty social, like first one to the box, to greet out of the box and stuff. So I placed him with a family, really big family, 7 kids, but none of them were like really young, slightly older kids, and an active family, because you could tell he was a fairly active boy, wanted to do stuff. Anyways, it ended up being the wrong home for him because he ended up biting 2 people in that home. Never severe, horrible bites, but obviously not the temperament that a Berner should have. So that they surrendered him back to me, gave him back to me for obvious reasons.
And how old was he at this point?
He was about 2 at this point, 1.5, 2. I placed him with another puppy family of mine that actually has his sister, which I normally would never send siblings together, but they didn't grow up together, so I wasn't worried about that. But these guys have 2 other dogs of mine and are really, really fantastic owners, and he's now 6 and has never ever had an incident in their home. So it was my mistake on misjudging where this puppy should be. He needed a little bit more of a stern home, somebody that was going to lay better boundaries with him, and wasn't quite so busy and active. And he's thriving there, doing really, really great. So I learned a lot from him and his temperament test. And, he's the only puppy of mine that has ever shown any kind of human aggression.
Quiet down, puppies. Sorry, guys. Hold on.
But I think on that note, it's important to point out that breeders are only human, and we make the best decisions that we possibly can, and they're not always the right decision.
Yep.
And it's,
well, one puppy out of X, literally she's on litter X right now, that's had any type of human aggression. And I don't think that human aggression was genetic or inherent. It was this puppy, you could easily see that he really wasn't a forgiving puppy, and he was put in the wrong home where he just wasn't able to make the best decisions to.
This is one of the reasons why families should not be allowed to pick their puppies, though.
Yes, big time.
When you are placing puppies, families pick based on who's the cutest,
Yeah, the colors.
who act the way they wanted to the day they saw them.
Yeah.
And that's a problem. And that, I think, is one of the biggest reasons why dogs end up in shelters, is because there's no rhyme or reason to why puppies are placed where they are.
Yep.
Other than that's the one that stole my heart and spoke to me.
It's the first one that came to greeted me.
It's the one that,
or it sat in the
climbed
back
in my
corner
lap,
and I felt so bad for it. Yep.
And that's not the right way to pick a puppy, because often those matches are just bad.
What does that comment say? Beth
said, also to your credit, breeders.
He chose me.
Breeders need to stand behind their dogs and take them back if there's an issue.
Oh, absolutely.
Right.
Which 100%. I will
100%.
always take my puppies back.
Right.
And you've had what, 4 returned? Maybe?
Yeah, I think 4 ever.
Yeah.
So.
And one of my employees has one. Yeah.
Yeah. So, what was I going to say? Oh, and just to kind of go with what Megan was saying, we don't allow our buyers to pick their puppies ever. We get to know our buyers through applications and just getting to know them.
Through communication, constant communication.
Answering questions. And then that way when we test the puppies, we can be like, okay, these.
And occasionally, I mean, there are times when you think, okay, I have 2, maybe 3 puppies that I think would fit really great in your home, especially when you have a lovely, consistent litter like that you have just beautiful consistency in the temperaments, and they all kind of fall in that awesome range of
Okay, you could go almost anywhere. Then you can give people the option. But there are plenty of times that I say, this is your dog, you know, this is your puppy. And I've had people argue. One of my favorite situations was I had a family who lived in Las Vegas. I'm in Utah. They had never come up to see the puppies. They'd never met them. They knew them through photos. They had fallen in love with a specific puppy. They had a bunch of small children. Their house was very hectic. Every time I talked on the phone to them, I could hear it. You know, it was just, I knew their household based on our communication. And the puppy that they wanted was a shy, really like laid back, not laid back. He was more of a wary, like, didn't love all that activity creature. And I told them, no, that's not your puppy. This is the one I have picked for you. And we argued for a couple of days to the point that I finally said, look, guys, it's either this puppy or no puppy, because this one will not thrive in your home. And I'm not here to just place anything anywhere.
I'm not here to just make you happy.
Yeah, that's not, well, I'm here to make you happy, but that dog will not make you happy.
Yep.
And so they finally, and it got to, I was a little bit like, I don't even know if I want to place a puppy with you anymore, because they kind of were silly about it. And finally they said, okay, you know, that's fine. We'll take this one. And we ended up switching the collar colors because their kids had gotten so attached to the one puppy based on its collar color. So when they picked up the puppy, we put that color and their kids had no idea. That's another thing. People get very emotional and very attached, but they don't really have a clue. So they took the dog home, and a year later, because I don't send two puppies home together either. I always tell people to wait for a year, and then you can get a second one. And a year later, I got a message that said, we're ready for another puppy. We want one, and we don't want to see any pictures. we just want you to tell us, because the first dog was so perfect for their household that they were like, you just send us whatever you think will fit the best. And what a lot of people don't realize is that breeders like Beth and I and others that do what we do, we literally spend 24/7 with these dogs.
Yep.
And we know them in and out, and we temperament test, but we also know them. And we combine the two, and that's how we make decisions. And
there's a term out there called kennel blindness. And this is a really important thing, because I've seen it quite a few times where breeders can't see the faults in their puppies.
Whether it be structural, temperament.
They think
anything.
that every puppy is exactly the same. It's perfect. There's no wrong home, or, you know what I mean? And so kennel blindness is a very real thing. And you have to be able to take a step back and look at I hate to use the word stock, right? But look at your puppies and be able to be very realistic about what their lives are going to be like based off of what you know, what the temperament test says, and really evaluate the homes that they're going into, so you guys don't ever have to worry about puppies being returned or bites that are going to happen, or, you know, anything else along those lines. So,
and I always tell people, I'm in the business of puppies staying in their homes for their entire lives. Yes, I will, without question, always take a dog back, no matter what. That's what I sign up for. But my goal is to not have that happen. I want to make the right placement the first time.
Yep. And sometimes, you know, aside from just behavioral issues of dogs being returned, sometimes it's just something unavoidable, a death in the family, or a move that you just have no choice but to make. And these people love their dog desperately, but they can't continue with the dog. And
I just got one back because the husband had a mental break, and the wife couldn't, she was having a baby, and you know, that's a common one. We're having a baby, so we can't, but there was a lot more going on, and they literally couldn't have, they had two dogs, one of mine and another one, and they had to place them both because there are unavoidable situations.
Yes. And so being the responsible
and I would
breeder,
so much rather them come back to me than to go elsewhere.
There's always people that want older dogs, always. So, all right, we're going to move on to the next set, we just have one more set of videos that we want to go through of temperament tests. It's a different breed. You're going to see it's a golden doodle, and this is a breeder that Beth has worked with quite a few times in terms of temperament testing her litters. And this overall was a pretty nice litter, right?
I don't remember. It's been
I think
3 years.
Every time we do this, you tell me or you say it's a fairly. So overall, the first video you see is going to be what the consistency of the litter was, and then we'll talk about an outlier, and the second video is going to be the outlier. So I just want you guys to watch and see what the differences are, and then we'll talk a little bit about that as well.
And tell us, make sure that we can see the video.
Oh, it's popping up good.
And it's on.
Good job, bud. Again, 3.5, dropped his tail right when I went to pet him. But did approach me pretty willingly. Puppy! Good. There you go.
And this is
Good
totally
job.
a service that trainers should offer.
Absolutely.
3. Very good.
And you know, looking at this video, guys, not only is it an entirely new place, an entirely new person, who knows if this breeder has put puppies on a floor that's that slick vinyl, right? Who knows if they've ever had them into a huge open room. So there's a lot of variables that, you know, you want to be able to try to set your puppies up for as much as possible.
Three. Good. Oh, thank you for snuggles. Yeah. He's like, okay, I forgive you.
And he crawls right up into your lap like, okay,
Oh, thank you. Yes, so many kisses. That's a good boy. 3. Four. What a good boy. Good boy. 3. Two seconds again. Really sensitive litter. You just want to watch her. What's up?
Al asked or said if you needed anything.
I don't need help, but you can watch if you want.
One left.
Good. 3. Have you seen a temperament test before? Well, that's what I thought too.
I was pretty sure, yeah, I'd have been shocked if he hadn't have. He does at home.
So we didn't have an umbrella for this, so trash bag works really well.
So far, he's definitely the best in the litter.
Easiest of everything, huh?
Recovers at everything, has a good drive, not crazy energy, you know. But you're adorable. Yeah.
Confident, good drive. What else did you say?
He seems like he's about medium energy, so it's not like he's gonna be super crazy energy. That's a good boy. Oh, thank you. Mm-hmm.
So cute.
Very outgoing. He could do pretty much anything. He's got a good drive, a good temperament. Huh. Really, and he's really people aware too. Like he wants to work for you and he wants to do stuff with you. So.
Pick of the litter so far, aptitude-wise, huh?
We'll see how the little.
All right, so that was the first puppy. So let's see here. While we work through this, give me a second.
And it's on.
No, this is the same one. Go away thing. No, last time it was working. All right. So now here's the second puppy. It was just loading.
It's not 8, 7. This is Liz.
All right. Hold on a second. We'll try to get this to where it pops back up for you guys.
There we go.
There we go. Yeah, okay.
Good girl. Good job.
Just watch the body language.
Her tail was
Watch how
pretty
this
even
puppy
with her
just
back the whole time, fairly low.
reacts or doesn't.
Hi.
1 sec, we're gonna
Start it over.
start it over.
Let me know if it's going now.
No, it's, I think you need to back.
It's not 8, 7.
The
This is Liz.
All right. One moment.
Hold, please.
joy of not being able to do this. Is it going now? Nope.
All right. Hold on.
It never even backed out. Oh,
Well, there it goes. It's going. It was for a sec.
Well, for a minute there, it didn't even like.
Yeah, no, it did. It just did.
Girl. Good job. I give her a 4. Her tail was pretty even with her back the whole time, fairly low.
This is Liz.
Yeah, we're working on it, guys. We can see that it's not working, so we're give us a second. I might stop play share and then try it again. Hold on. Did all that work?
Yeah. See if it will pop it up again. Just go slow before.
There
we go.
Okay.
Pretty even with
Should be
her back
working
the
for you
whole
guys
time,
now.
fairly
It's
low.
like the turn off, turn on, plug it in, unplug it and plug it back in.
So this puppy
Not so sure
is a
about
very
following.
long
You can
temperament
do
test.
it.
Temperament test shouldn't take longer than
4 minutes.
Come on,
4
Liz.
minutes tops. Yeah, 5 minutes tops.
4 and 5 minutes.
This video is almost 10 minutes long,
Puppy, puppy.
and it's a long video, but this is really
man,
good
it's
to
kinda
see.
scary.
Like
Normally
normally I
too
won't
asleep. I know
give
she's still too asleep.
a dog as
I need to
many
wiggle her
chances
around and wake her
as
up
this
some.
dog. But I wanted to see, okay, did she just wake up? Is she not feeling well? Did she?
There you go.
Is she really full? Like sometimes.
She's like, nope, that was scary.
But
She watches you walk around.
tried to give this puppy a chance. Right now I'm doing the following. I'm like doing
Resetting her.
everything I can, resetting her, trying to get her to follow me, and this puppy's just like, no,
Go on, Liz, do it.
no way.
There you go, puppy, puppy. Puppy, puppy.
I think we got right there is just a little.
Good. 5. Hesitant, right?
No, yes, followed heads and lay tail down.
Yep, 5. Oh, this is scary, huh? This is really scary. You're fine. You got it. Good. Do it. Easy, easy. Good.
Avoiding eye contact.
Two.
Struggled fiercely, flailed.
Yeah.
But she settled down, didn't she?
Yeah, near the end, I mean, it's kind of hard because the first half was a 2 and the second half was 5, where she was straining to avoid eyes. So, and she doesn't deserve a 3 or a 4 on that,
Because
so,
let's work.
yeah.
I'm good with 2. You explained it well.
You gonna snuggle up at all? What do you think? What's up? Oh, there's some kisses. There we go. That's a good girl. You gonna come and snuggle? I'm kind of thinking about it. Hey, sweetie. She did give me some kisses, but I wanted to see if she was gonna be like her brothers and
Crawl in.
yeah. Hey. Oh, thank you. Yeah. You're good at giving forgiveness. Yeah. That's good. Oh, good puppy. Yeah. So I'll just sit next to you. Foreign is squirming.
Squirm licked at hands, cuddled up at, yeah, or
Yeah.
squirm.
I'd give her a 3.5. Because she didn't totally try to cuddle up or anything. What's 5 on that?
No struggle froze. No, that's 6. No struggle body stiff is 5.
I'd give her a 4.5 because she wasn't relaxed. She was tense, but it wasn't horrible. But she definitely wasn't relaxed.
Yeah, she's not been relaxed the whole test.
Yeah. It wasn't like she was like totally stiff, but she wasn't relaxed, so 4.5. Like, what do you think? What's that?
Go get it. Get it, Liz, get it.
Look, yeah, looks fun, huh? She's thinking about it. Six. She's like, I made my choice. 4 seconds.
A little less sensitive. Who would have guessed?
4.
I think she's just tired. That's my guess, because she's so not like this at home.
She could be. She might be one that's worth retesting if you wanted, but because there's not one on there that's no interest, is there? Or is that 6?
For this one? No, is sight sensitivity. No, 6 is ran away, hid. Looked, barked, tail tuck is 4.
That's what I was thinking.
Look curiously is
There she
3.
goes. There she goes. Just had to give her a sec.
I thought it should have been the one, looked, attacked, and bit.
Yeah.
And then she's like, So what is she getting for that?
What's 4 again? Bark and tail tuck?
Looked, barked, tail tuck.
Give her a 3.5 because her tail was tucked most of the time. That was scary. That's a good girl though.
But she didn't run.
Yeah.
That was nice.
4. I can see the bits of her personality, you know, and as a whole, she's kind of similar to the second one. Edward?
Philip, or, no, I don't know who was that.
Second one.
Charles.
Charles?
Charles was the softer.
Yeah, she's similar to him, really soft, needs, like, this is a good sign too, this right here, see that?
How she's hanging on.
Uh-huh, the clawing and really
Hold
digging
on.
into me, that's insecurity. So she's definitely needs probably the most out of everybody. You can see it right here too. She's really hanging on. She needs a lot of confidence building, a really good patient home that isn't gonna baby her, you know, and is gonna just work with her. Because I can see her willingness, but she needs, she just needs a home that is fairly experienced with dogs like this, that, you know, just need more confidence building. So, because she's not severe, but she is one of the more clingy puppies that we've seen from Muir's in a while. In this regard, where she's just really like, she's like almost digging into my hand. That we haven't seen that as much from your puppies, so that's, yeah, she's definitely pretty unsure about being here. Huh, yeah, you're just fine. And she's young enough, she can get over it, you know, she just needs some confidence building.
All right.
All right. That was a fun one, huh?
Okay, questions. One question.
It's not 8.
Oh, dang it, you guys can see us?
No, they can't.
Yes, they can. Well,
Nice
that's
jig and
embarrassing. Oh my God, fix my pants, guys.
How can you see us? Well, that's embarrassing.
Right?
All right, give me a second.
Okay. So back. That was Alicia.
Of course.
This is your fault, Alicia.
Okay, so I wanted to talk for a second about that
do me a
puppy.
favor and hit exit. Thank you.
I wanted to talk for a sec about that puppy.
Yeah,
obviously,
definitely.
'cause,
You guys don't understand. My bum is falling asleep.
Yeah.
yeah, good excuse. So you saw the first puppy, you know, slow, but, you know, pretty nice, well-rounded, you know, calm, cool, collected puppy. And then the second puppy that took a lot of work just to get even minor responses from, you know.
Well, and that you were so nice about, like.
Yeah, I mean, you guys, hopefully you guys could all hear at the end how I explain the test to the owners. I think that's, to the breeders, I should say. I think that's a good thing for you guys to see. You know, especially with that second puppy, I was trying to be very tactful and nice to her, but in a way tell her, like, be very blunt with, not blunt, but straightforward and help her to understand this puppy is gonna need a lot of work, you know, and is really gonna need to go to the right home. And because and I have no idea where that puppy ended up, but that puppy was a lot of work, you know, really, really insecure puppy. It wasn't just a tired puppy, like she mentioned it at one point.
Well, and we were kind of talking here, and that both of us have evaluated litters for her, that the entire litter has been similar to that. And she says that she does ENS.
She says she does ENS and puppy culture.
We have no idea what she does. We do know that she has upwards of 8 to 10 litters a year.
But she raises them at home.
She does raise them herself.
She is trying to do things right for the most part.
Which is better than having guardian homes raise them and things like that. But we have no idea what she does.
She was very kind. One of our puppy potentials we did in Utah last year, she brought a litter of 3-week-old puppies for us to do ENS on, which was super generous of her, you know.
And she does, I mean, she's even started having her puppies structurally evaluated, which I think is
and service dog. She has a service dog trainer. She has evaluate them too.
A huge step for
she's really trying and trying to create consistency in her lines. But we are still. I temperament tested her first litter. It was in my first house, so you know, about 9 years ago, and
she makes a lot of puppies.
Yes, she does. And I remember those puppies pancaking to the floor at that point. Compared to how they are now, more often than not, her litters are like the first puppy you saw.
Yeah.
It's less and less like the second puppy.
I've tested puppies for her that I'm like, that's a really nice little puppy.
Yes, and I've told her when we have nice puppies, I tell her, and she's so awesome.
Positive reinforcement goes a long way, guys.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So.
Well, that, and I do actually like how pragmatic she is about scoring her puppies, because she is willing to take a score that some other people might try to fudge
Yeah.
and make it better.
Uh-huh.
And she does post these videos with the commentary on
Yes.
them, so
Uh-huh.
it's not like
She posts them straight to her website,
Yeah,
so
it's
she's not
it's
hiding
not
them
like
from
she
her
tries
buyers,
to hide anything,
which is really,
good.
really great.
Yep.
Yes, she's really trying to do things right. So
Even if it's going a little slower,
yeah,
she's
we're not
continually
trying to
progressing.
knock
Alright,
her
move on.
program at all, but
All right. Any
yeah.
questions though about those temperament tests or temperament testing at all?
Yeah, if you have questions, now is the time to ask. But hopefully that was helpful for you guys to see a couple different videos, a live litter, you know, to see a variety of testing and kind of how we do it and how we score
Yep.
things and stuff. This is something that you definitely should be doing for, you know,
Clients.
training clients, you know, advertise to
Trainers,
breeders.
all trainers should offer this service.
Yes.
I think it's invaluable to
That's
breeders.
huge, yeah.
I mean, we are lucky enough that we have a community that we do it for ourselves.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
we have several other breeders in our area that
Yep.
we both do it for, and they do our
Yep.
puppies, and
And
we work together. But
the more we can put it out there, so my McNabb breeder, he's the only McNabb breeder, I mean, that we know of, and it's a very small community that temperament tests his puppies. And we just started 4 litters ago now. And just from the first litter that I temperament tested for him, he's changed a lot about his program. And these last 2 litters I temperament tested were, I mean, significantly better. And his other ones, I mean, I actually took a puppy from the first 2 litters that I temperament tested. And I mean, you know, it just shows you so much about your social program. And if there's weaknesses with, you know, even if it's just one puppy, there's just so much out there that you can help make aware and make, you know, just bring awareness to for these breeders that are raising litters. And if there are rescues that are dealing with litters, get them on board for temperament testing, get them on board for
Yeah.
helping place these puppies in appropriate
if
homes.
rescues could be placing puppies like responsible breeders do, there would be a lot more success.
Yeah,
in-
absolutely.
in
And this
rescues.
kind of ties into Nicole's question at one point as a trainer. Did you feel comfortable offering temperament testing? Honestly, I felt pretty comfortable after I did a couple of litters of my own and of
as
Megan's.
long as you're doing the test correctly, the responses speak for themselves.
Yeah.
Like, video them, watch yourself.
Yeah.
Because there are times that we look back and we're going, we're doing that wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, I didn't see the puppy
Yeah.
was actually doing it this way.
yeah.
And by videoing yourself, you allow yourself to go back and watch, because what you think was the right score in the moment, you can see something else.
And feel free to post those videos in
yes.
the support group,
Yeah,
because
if you have questions.
we've had quite a few of you guys, people who've completed other courses who have posted them, and we've helped change scoring and update scoring. And you can always, kind of going back to rescues, you can go and find rescues that have
and practice
foster litters and just be like, hey, can I temperament test your litter for free? You can use the test and help place the puppies, but it gives you that experience. So that once you're ready, you can start offering it to the public. And for me, I charge $5 a puppy and $1 a minute. I got it right.
I charge, for me, I charge $15 a puppy, normally 15 or 20 a puppy. And if it's a far away, I charge, of course, mileage and stuff too. So like when I get home, like a week after I get home, I'm going to test a litter of German Shorthair Pointer puppies that are like 4 hours north of me. And so he's paying for, my time there and back, my mileage, my gas, and then for each puppy. So
yeah, it's a great service for trainers to
And I
offer.
also am taking the pictures of the puppies too, which is super exciting.
And
So
quite honestly, being a breeder myself, I mean, I would pay for a pretty good price for a good temperament test, but breeders do appreciate you keeping the price a little lower because they have a lot of puppies, you know,
and we spend a lot of money on everything.
Yeah, we have vaccines and, exams and
It's not a hard
food
service to offer
when you're not there for hours upon hours, you're literally spending 4 or 5 minutes.
And I actually like how Beth does it, because she charges a minimal amount per puppy and then per minute, because like you saw, most tests take 4 to 5 minutes. Occasionally a puppy is going to take a lot longer. And it can vary that way. So
all right. Do we have any questions?
I think that was all of them.
Any comments or anything?
No.
Nope. Okay. All right. We're going to move on to the rest of week
7.
Oh, we just had something.
Oh. Do you ever have rescue/breeders that don't want you to use the Volhard test because they think the test is not nice and stressful to the puppies? I had a trainer tell me once that the Volhard test was awful.
Does it look awful?
I don't feel like it looks awful.
So I think it's actually pretty tame compared to the Avidog one.
The Avidog is so much freaking stimulation.
Yeah, the Avidog one, which I think is probably
not saying it's a bad
fine,
test.
like it's probably a fine test, but it looked like it had a lot more stress
long.
going on.
So one of the biggest things is what a lot of people don't like about the Volhard test is not so much the tests themselves, like the actual hands-on, it's how they word it. So if you guys have read over what the scores mean and the reasons that they, you know, the social dominance, yeah, it doesn't sound nice. And I actually hate the wording that they use for it. But I love the actual tests for what they show. And so you want to be able to stress puppies. You have to see what their response is going to be like under those situations.
The world is stressful.
Yep. You don't want to, there's a difference between stressing and overstressing, right? And so, you know, when I talk about the Volhard test, I will upfront say I hate the wording of it.
Yep.
Because that's usually where people get hung up, especially if they're like an all positive dog trainer or something along those lines. And by the way, guys, I'm a fairly all positive dog trainer myself. But I do like to see, how does that dog recover from stress when it is stressed?
Yep.
And how
Life is stressful.
Yep. How forgiving is that puppy going to be if, you know, they accidentally kick it, which
Yep,
happens all the time.
Or if, you know, their child falls on it, you know.
Is that dog going to have a
Or falls
huge
next to it.
adverse reaction? Is it going to be like, no, I want nothing to do with you? Or is it going to be like, it's okay, I'm so sorry
Well,
that happened?
What happens if you have to get a tick off of the dog's belly and you have to put them on their back and hold them down to get a tick off of their belly, or you know, something like that.
Something like that.
There's, you know, in Arizona, we get cactus literally all the time. Our dogs are getting poked with cactus. And if our dog is not, you know, able to be handled, to be able to pull a cactus out of their paw or, you know, something.
I think you just have to explain that there's nothing really in the test that is super different from real life situations.
Yep. It's true.
It's the wording is where people get hung up, and I understand it. That's why I am always
they
upfront
read
saying
social dominance and then they don't read the description.
Yep.
Well, they do read the description, and the way that it's worded is,
yeah,
I don't like it. But
yeah.
Did they respond?
So I think as long as you educate, that's going to be the biggest thing. So we're just getting comments. So yes, it's so important to stress them. Too many emotions come into play with not making puppies go through something scary.
Yep.
And that's from Alicia, and Robin says, I think it is better to truly prepare a puppy for real life.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
And listen, like, we've been stressed all day making sure this seminar is running well for you. Is it a bad thing? No, it's because we want to be able to present the best information to you and make sure it runs as smoothly.
Well, and we're learning how to do it better next time.
Yes, exactly. And so tomorrow should hopefully run a lot smoother for us, because what we learned today.
Oh, thanks, Alicia.
What'd she say?
We've done amazing.
Oh, yay. Thank you. It's even better in person. So you guys should come.
It's just, we're just using an analogy, you know, that stress is not negative. It's helping us learn and make sure we're doing things better.
People perceive the word stress as a negative thing. And when we talk about it in dogs, it's not always a negative thing. Stress can be a positive thing as well, because stress makes you grow, and stress makes you learn, and stress makes you change.
Absolutely. So,
and I think ultimately, if after you try to educate them, if they're still like, no, I don't like the test, and be like, okay, then maybe I'm not the person to do the temperament test for you, and they can find somebody else. They don't have to work with you. You know, and you can.
And there are times that if people are behaving quite that way, maybe you don't want to work with them.
Yep.
Absolutely, Megan. All right. Let's see here. Moving on. Week 7, leash work and continued socialization. So we're going to probably be able to fly through these next few weeks because they're all fairly similar.
All right. So same things go on day to day.
So just kind of side note really quick. Week 7, I don't know why we don't, it doesn't say the same on the slide. Maybe we should change it. But if you look at the social program, it says week 7 through 10. That's because the structured aspect of the social program is the same.
So from here on out, it's all the same.
Yeah.
The daily part.
Yes. The structured socialization aspect. It really doesn't change because they're so old. They're old enough at this point. You can just be really drilled. This is the longest part of the structured socialization. There's a lot that you do with the puppies at this time.
But it's all pretty much the same as it has been before. So the coming when called to the conditioned noise, handling each paw, toe, nail, ears, all the parts and pieces, pet the puppy with the flat of your hand. What does get introduced this week is gentle massage, conditioned relaxation.
Which we're going to show you guys conditioned relaxation in day 3.
Yeah, so we won't talk about that much today. But this says start with gentle massage with puppy on their side. Be sure to massage all areas, back, neck, legs. End with a session of conditioned relaxation. Back time, lay the puppy on their back. Take them one at a time outside, doing stairs, different surfaces still. So you guys can see why this is such a full-time job, because if you have a litter of 10 and you're taking each puppy outside by itself,
it takes about 2 hours.
This is when you start crate training too. And so you're trying to make sure each puppy is in the crate for a certain amount of time every day. And it's a lot. Encourage the puppy to play with a toy, fetch. You can introduce tug at this point. No quick jerking movements, only slow, fluid, soft tug motions. We don't want to hurt little puppy necks. Tippy table still for 30 seconds. And then this is where we introduce the leash and collar. Encourage the puppy to follow you around on leash with lots of encouragement, clapping. If the puppy resists, do not drag them. Use encouragement, very light forward pressure or food to help them move forward. Practice until puppy is moving relatively smoothly. And practicing the weird behaviors, still doing all of the same strange stuff. Being loud, throw high value food after each session to create a positive response. So you can see how, again, a large litter, doing all of this stuff with each puppy individually, plus crate time, plus feeding time, plus
all the stuff we're about to cover on the slide.
You're literally doing puppy stuff all day long.
Yeah, and my litter just turned 7 weeks old today, so this is what their world is now going to turn into over the next 3 weeks.
They obviously aren't getting all of this today.
No,
we're talking to you guys. So then that's all the daily stuff. Then you move into all the stuff that you can throw in throughout the week, which are one of the fun things are pack walks, which are super fun because you take the entire litter and usually mom or another dog that they're comfortable with.
The first one I take mom out with, but the rest I try to do without mom.
Yeah. Take at least 4 puppies at a time out following you around. Some of us don't have huge yards like Beth does. She has 6 acres of property to use. I have a ½ acre. So we go out in the front yard and we go over to the neighbor's yard and we walk up and down the sidewalk, which means I have to take extra people with me so they don't go in the street. And you have to get creative. Or sometimes I load them in the car and we go to the park and we walk around the perimeter of the park, but you do have to be careful not to go anywhere where there are lots of dogs.
Well, Beth, usually suggests like a church. You said like a church yard.
Yeah, that's a great option. Well, we have lots of churches here in Utah and that have big fields, and that's not necessarily everywhere.
But if you have something near you that is not as dog populated,
go for it. It's good because they get a car ride. They get to be in the crate in the car, and then they get to go and be somewhere new, and it's a field trip. Introduce an older dog other than mom to the puppy. Dog must be current on vaccines, social, and safe around puppies. So same, just bringing new dogs in, letting puppies meet them both one-on-one and as a litter. Making food harder to get still. Being creative. That's one of the hardest things, honestly, is being creative and figuring out new things to do every day. But just continue on with that stuff. More fun things like the robotic toys. And like I said, these things you can drag out, and if you introduce it once, you can take it away for 4 or 5 days and then bring it back and it's like it's new. So you can make things last here and there, but don't do everything in one day. Do one thing in a day and something else the next day. Puppies should have a very large play area, both inside and outside by now. They should have plenty of space to really romp around. And at this point, they should be pretty dang good at potty training. And if you have done it right, they will be. They're actually, if you've conditioned their brain the way that we've shown you, they honestly are pretty dang awesome at this age.
Yep.
Each week you want to change out toys, obstacles, objects in both puppy areas. So you might have to, again, hold things back and bring them back in and change things out. Add in different surfaces, rugs, blankets, cots, weird stuff to lay on, different kinds of puppy beds, different kinds of rugs, not, you know, you have different textures of rugs. Do try to make everything washable. That's I'm all about trying to make everything easy for me, even though I'm doing all of this stuff, but I need it to all be simplified. So everything has to be, rugs cannot have rubber backing because they just chew on those. It's like magnetic, I swear.
I know.
And they can't have rubber backing, and they have to be washable. Everything has to be able to go in the washer, and raising puppies, you will go through washers like every 4 or 5 years.
It's true.
If it's warm outside, introduce puppies daily to a wading pool. Be careful not to leave the water in the wading pool though, because that does attract bugs. So basically
dump it out
after they have played with it. And that's how you can introduce parasites to your property, is if you leave
and let bugs
water.
gather.
Yeah. Starting crate training, so fun. I always tell my owners that I do my best to get puppies through the weeping and wailing and gnashing of teeth in their crates before I send them home, and that's pretty nice of me.
And by the way, the Molly, the puppy that Megan has here right now, who's 12 weeks old, has been in her crate this entire time without a single peep.
And she's been out to potty and things like that. And she had lunch right after during temperament sessions, temperament testing and stuff like that. But she sleeps through the night too, from about 10 o'clock at night till 8 in the morning. So
imagine if every puppy was that easy.
It is so possible, and people think it's not. It is. And guess what? She actually loves her crate. Like, I open the door and I have to come on.
She's like,
and she's like, I'm happy. So puppies will cry at first in their crates and gradually get better. Having multiple crates speeds this, because I literally build a crate condo. I have 6 puppy crates, and I have 3 and 3, and they all go in there, and then I shut the door and walk away. Because sometimes if it's easier, you can put 2 in at the beginning together, because they often are happier when they're together. They can do that for a couple days and then graduate to just being next to each other. It's really, and I usually will put a horn or a nylabone or some kind of chewy that's not an edible in the crate with them, just so that they have something to do. And I often forget and don't take Molly's out at night. She sleeps in my bedroom currently, and at 4 o'clock in the morning, chewing on her horn. Nice. But she doesn't wake me up. She doesn't have any interest in coming out of her crate. She just wakes up and chews her horn. So having something in there is really nice. Sometimes I have little baby Kongs that you can fill with peanut butter and really keep them happy. Make the crate a positive thing. Make it happy. It's not meant to be a torture device. It's not meant to be a disciplinary action. The crate should be a happy place. And I have so many owners who don't love to crate train, and they say, well, I don't want to. There are so many reasons. Even if you don't plan on your dog using a crate all the time, or even if your owners don't plan on using a crate all the time, there are so many reasons for your dog to be comfortable in a crate. Think about natural disasters and all of the hurricanes that several years ago, and all of those dogs were crated.
Their leg, and
if dogs that have to go to the vet and spend the day at the vet or 2 days at the vet, they're going to be in a crate. Going to training, they're going to be in a crate, and it will make your trainer so much happier if they don't have to crate train your 5-year-old dog. Grooming salons, they need to be in a crate. There are so many reasons why a dog should at least be comfortable in a crate, because then it's not a stressful situation. The vet is already stressful enough, and if they go and it's I'm actually used to this, so it's not so bad. It makes it not so horrible. But it's so important. Crates are so important, and they make so much
and
goodness.
Your puppy buyers will love you for getting this process smoothly. So
one question was, what about the toy with the beating heart? I've personally never used it.
I've never used one. I send home
was it Margaret that asked that?
I'm lucky enough,
Nicole.
and Beth too, in that we have these tricolor dogs at IKEA. They sell a little tricolored dog stuffy, and so it looks like a Swissy. And I send one home with every puppy that I send home, and it smells like their litter mates and their mom and stuff like that. That's the only like chewy that I tell people they can put in their crate, as long as the puppy's not chewing it, because it does behave kind of like that beating heart thing. They can smell, it can be a comfort object. Once they start chewing on it, however, it gets taken away.
I do know that Margaret of Gertie's Golden Doodles, I'm pretty positive, I just saw her with her last litter. She'd bought all of those beating heart types of dogs and sent them home with all of her puppies.
Yeah.
So I mean, obviously she likes them. So
yeah, I guess my thing with those is that they haven't been sleeping with mom, and they have been out of the womb long enough that I don't know why the beating heart would be that.
Maybe with each other. I don't know.
They can't hear each other, so I can't hear your heartbeat. But I do like them to have something that smells, and it is a comfort object. I do think that does help. I have so many owners that tell me, their 8-year-old dog still snuggles their stuffy, and that's the only toy they've never chewed up.
Yep.
And that's the one toy that if the other dog in the house plays with, they get mad and go steal it back.
They're
and go
like,
hide
oh,
it under the bed. That's my baby.
Yeah.
So I do think that is not a bad idea. If they start chewing on it, however, then they lose their privileges.
Yep.
Same with beds and crates. So I use old towels, old baby blankets, or a rug in their crate. Again, easy to wash.
Yep.
When ready and doing well with leash work, start individual tie back training time, no more than 20 to 30 minutes each.
We're gonna go into tie back training on day 3.
Tie back is amazing. There are, again, so many reasons why tie back training is
awesome.
Just the way to go.
Yeah, we're gonna go really in depth into that one.
I have I've seen it done in a couple different ways. I have a friend that raises collies, and all of her puppies are fed outside, and every single one of them, they have leashes attached to the fence. And during meals, every puppy is tied to the fence, and that's how they learn tie back, because it's a positive association.
Nice.
At this point, I don't have a fence
Right.
that is capable of doing that in the right spot. But it might be something that I'll try someday. And I think it's important for us to remember that we can try new things. Push puppies as much as you can with creative obstacle sounds objects, same as the other stuff we talked about.
That's just continued.
Push socialization with people, kids, dogs, cats, farm animals, wheelchairs, walkers, etc. Those field trips are awesome.
Yeah.
When my kids are actually going to school, we will often do a field trip and go meet their class.
Nice.
So things like that are fun and something different for them to do. Start sit, which if you have been manding with your puppies, that's a breeze. They already sit. Down, attention, working for food at 8 weeks.
If you're feeling motivated.
I honestly don't do a lot of that with my puppies.
Me either.
Here and there.
When I have time, I do.
Yes, if I've got time, which doing all of this, you don't have a lot of time, but that's something that if I have puppies that linger longer, yes.
Yep.
But
all right, so we have a couple videos that we are going to show you of some of the stuff from week 7. So here we go.
Ulrich! Hey! Ulrich, come on, bud. Good boy. Good puppies. Hi, guys. Hi.
go. Let's go, Ulrich. Let's go. Ulrich.
All right, so that was a pack walk, obviously with one of Beth's litters, and it was with 2 dogs that were not mom.
Yep.
So
Not one was related to the dog's half sister.
was that Ditto?
Yeah.
All right, so this next video is a pack walk with mom and socialization with some farm animals.
If it'll work.
Hello.
Maybe. Maybe.
Let's go, Lou. Come on. Luna, come on. You guys gonna check that out? Come on, guys. Puppies. Come on. Puppies. Luna. Luna, come here. Luna. They see the horses. Hey, Red. Luna, come here.
All right, that's not the thing. And this is the puppy cube, right?
Yeah.
That's what it's
Sim-
called.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is a video, just more socialization, what the puppy box can look like. This, you can see the PVC pipe contraption. It's very similar to like the puppy cube. So just things for them to do. And I'm gonna just kind of pause this one. So you guys can just kind of see what that looks like, just the interactions and the different things. They've got the crate up in the corner, the slide, the puppy cube thing. So just lots and lots of stuff for socialization. And then this is one of Megan's yard in that kind of PVC pipe box that she said that had the unstable surface. You'll be able to see that.
It's been majorly updated since this video though.
Yeah, you said like chain.
Yep.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll work.
And we're just about done, guys, so.
What?
All right, so just lots and lots about socialization. So, and ending for today, we're now at 10 weeks. So that took us from 7 to 10 weeks, and the puppies go to their new homes. How exciting. So they're gonna talk about their thoughts and the pros and cons of vaccines, vaccination schedules. We already talked about why they send puppies home between 9 to 10 weeks, because the after 3 period ends. And they'll talk a little bit about their go home packets and information that they give. Let us bring our screen back. All right, we can see you guys again. So yeah, go ahead. Pros and cons.
So a lot of breeders out there will do 2 sets of vaccines, and a lot of buyers think that that needs to happen. Both of us, you don't even do one, do you? Or do you do one? So Beth doesn't even do a set of vaccines while her puppies are here. I do one. I used to do it right before they went home at 10 weeks, but then I had an entire litter of puppies get, an entire litter of 11 puppies have a vaccine reaction.
Oh.
And so I ended up having to keep them a week longer than I would have. I kept them till 11 weeks. And so I started doing my vaccine at 9 weeks instead of 10. And I do it mostly because people really want it to be done. And so it's one of those things that may or may not need to happen. Beth, and she can explain why she doesn't do it. And both are great options, and you kind of have to do your own research and figure out what is better for you and your puppies and all that jazz.
So I'm not like an anti-vaxxer at all. I do think that dogs need vaccines, but I do think that puppies are getting vaccines too young.
Yes.
And
a lot of people, most vets want you to do vaccines at 6 weeks.
Yeah, which is ridiculous.
They want to do 6 and 8.
8, yeah. So this breed, you know, as I've already mentioned, is very, very prone to cancer. So my biggest goal is trying to eliminate that cancer as much as possible. And I do feel like that unnecessary vaccines and too frequent vaccines do play a role into the cancer that can show up in dogs. And so I like my puppies to have their first set of vaccines as close to 12 weeks as possible, and then their second set as close to 16 weeks as possible. And I recommend only distemper and parvo for both of those. And then at 6 months doing rabies, which is hard because most states require rabies to be done at 4 months. And so what I generally tell my buyers is just, if you need to adjust it a little bit, like do their first set at 11 weeks and then their next set at 15 weeks, and then tell your vet that you don't want to do rabies until they're at least 16 weeks, and that you'll call them to reschedule, and then don't call them until they're 6 months. That's what I do. So
yeah. And
whatever you need to do.
I think my biggest thing is I don't love the vaccines to be done together.
Yes, that too.
Simply because they use an adult dose in the vaccine. It's not a baby puppy dose. They don't change the dosages for puppies versus adult dogs, and they don't change the dosages for small breeds versus large breeds. And so it's a lot to put into a small body, and I prefer that to just be one at a time. And so if they can spread it out as much as possible, the problem is a lot of people will take their puppy to the vet for the first time and everything we say goes out the window.
Yeah.
Which, you know, it's
your puppy
their
now. It's your puppy.
puppy, their prerogative, whatever.
Yep.
But
we do really try to push limited vaccines as much as possible.
I will tell you that my personal vet is very, very, very smart about vaccinations as well. So my personal vet in Tucson, they do not do double vaccinations. Like they, you know, space them out. They're really good about that. Once they have their puppy vaccinations, they'll do 1 year vaccinations. And then from there, they don't like to see your dogs again for vaccinations for 5 years. Which is
rare.
Which is,
especially
I love
since
them.
in Utah, rabies is
rabies is
by
different.
law.
Yeah, I mean, it's required for us, but I'm talking parvo, distemper. They don't ask for yearly vaccinations. And so my vet is very much on the same, you know, mentality as these guys of limited vaccinations, that the titers are still going to be there, you know, through all of that.
In a perfect world, titers would be how it's done.
Titer testing and doing it when needed.
And for anybody that doesn't know what titer testing is, they take a blood sample and actually look at what antibodies they still have present in their bodies and then say, okay, they're still good on this one, they're still good on this one, they need this one.
Yep.
And one cool thing that I learned about titer testing that I didn't know was I thought that there
You
was...
didn't know something?
I know, right? I thought that there was like a range, you know, a low, medium, high range, kind of like a thyroid test. And so if they're like low on a rabies titer, then I thought that that meant that they needed a rabies vaccine. But who's the vet that came to ICP? Yeah, Dr. Rob. Dr. Rob is awesome. Protectthepets.org, by the way, is a very helpful website.
I'll put that website on the support group.
But his basic analogy of a titer test was, you know, it's like being pregnant. You're either pregnant or you're not. You're not mildly pregnant. You're either pregnant or you're not.
Mostly dead.
Yeah, exactly. So that's kind of how titer testing works. And there are some vets, and this is probably where I got that misunderstanding of it, but there are some vets that are like, oh, your dog has a low number on the rabies, and so they need to have their rabies done. But
protectthepets.org.
Yeah, protectthepets.org.
Did I spell it wrong? Because it didn't bring it up.
Maybe I didn't get it right.
All right, so don't go to protectthepets.org. I'll find it and post it, guys.
But yeah, so that's a really cool thing about titer testing is that you know, basically if they have a titer, they're protected against that vaccine. So titer testing is the way to go. It is preferred. There's a ton more information on protectthepets.com, sorry. There's a ton more information on his website about limited vaccines and titer testing and vaccines to stay away from. You definitely want to get to know your region. I don't want to dive too much into that because we're short on time, but
there are some things that are here but not
yes,
there.
Utah, we're very blessed to have. Oh my, puppies are eating each other. Hey,
they're eating each other.
They're eating each other over there. In Utah, we are very blessed to have very little issues with most things, but get to know your region. And like we said earlier today, make sure if your vet is really pushing unnecessary vaccines or waiting to socialize until they have their vaccines, bring up that article, you know, that we mentioned earlier, and try to educate your vet on that. So.
All right, and then in terms of the go home packets, all of Beth's contracts and paperwork and things like that are actually in the support group, so you guys can go in there and find that stuff. I think we had somebody mention that they were having trouble downloading a couple of the handouts, so we're going to re-upload those as well for you in case anybody else is struggling with that stuff. But before we end, because this is our last slide, does anybody have any last minute questions? We're going to leave it open for a couple minutes to see what comes in.
There's no questions so far, a couple comments. Their last puppy got, Nicole's last puppy got, that she got from a breeder, does Gene Dodd's vaccine protocol, which is also the one that I use. You know, she said that's her least vaccinated dog so far, which is great. Robin says she uses titers on both of her dogs, and they've been good on their vaccines for almost 5 years now, which is really, really cool.
Yep.
That's kind of why titer testing is so cool, because a lot of times they don't need their vaccines.
Right.
You know,
It's just putting more chemicals into their body. And
yeah,
I wish that they actually have titer testing for humans, but nobody knows about it.
vets do, and that's something that Dr. Rob teaches. If your vet, and I'm not going to get into this too much, but he basically said if your vet is hesitant to do a titer test, vets are required every year to get a titer test because they have to be up to current on rabies in case they get bit by a rabid dog. And he said you can literally compare your dog to him. He said he's seen a lot of vets fold and do a titer test because they're like, oh yeah, I get a titer test. You know,
Well,
so.
I have a friend that works in foster care, and when you do that, you have to have all the vaccinations, and they are allowed to titer test the family to make sure, and then they don't have to over vaccinate their family.
Yeah,
So
that's really cool.
It is like available for humans, just nobody knows about it.
Yeah. So Nicole also said her 13-year-old dog hasn't had a distemper parvo combo vaccine in at least 5 years, and her 2-year-old poodle has only had distemper combo and rabies, was titer tested this year and good to go. That's awesome. The only question so far that has come in: what age do you all recommend for spay and neuter? We are going to talk about that on the last day, so we're not going to get into that today. We will cover spay and neuter.
If by the way, I'm talking about like one of those questions about breeders. If there is a breeder that requires that the puppies are spayed or neutered before they go home,
run
do
far away.
not do that.
Same
Pediatric
with
spay
vets,
neuter is
though.
awful.
Same with vets.
Vets,
If you
yep.
have a vet that is pushing it before you're ready, I tell my people, because I have a specific time period in my contract, and I tell my people, if your vet is pushing you, all you have to say is, it's in my contract.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And I'm perfectly willing as the breeder to take the heat. The vet can call me. It's never happened.
We'll have a
because-
discussion, no problem.
Right? I'm like, sure, I'll tell them.
Yep. Any last questions?
Nothing that's come in so far. I don't know if you want to double check the Q&A.
All right, let's just wait another 2 minutes just in case something random comes
We
in.
just got one. When you take the puppies outside, do you encourage them to potty in a certain area, same as inside? You can, I don't.
So what I notice, and I don't do anything to encourage it, no, but I do notice that they do.
Mm-hmm.
When they have their pen outside, they tend to, because they have been pottying like in
Always
a corner
in the
or
farthest
in the farthest
place.
corner, your puppies are going to use the farthest reaches of the pen to potty.
Yep, they will naturally.
And you're
going
going
to
to have other
the pen.
ones that are going to, go elsewhere, but for the most part, it's why this type of potty training works, because it makes their brain think a certain way, and they think, oh, I'm supposed to potty in a specific spot.
Yeah, every litter has naturally chosen their own spot farthest away from the entrance of where they go into their play area outside.
Yeah.
So, so it's really cool that.
And then they make that area all smelly in the outdoor pen, and it gets used.
Yeah. Awesome. Alicia won't be with us for Monday or Tuesday, but she's excited for the recording.
Yes, we're so excited. We hope you guys enjoyed today.
We'll probably stay live, maybe another 3-5 minutes, just in case anybody has.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, we'll just hang out for a few minutes.
Or you can post in the support group as well for extra questions if you think of something tonight. All three of us are obviously in the support group, and we'll be able to answer those for you there too. And then that's available for other people to see the responses and answers versus just privately messaging one of us. But we definitely, we want you guys to be able to get as much information out of this as you can. Also, I know that it was promoted, but I don't know if you guys saw it. We are giving our returning student discount to anybody that wants to come to an in-person seminar. And that's like $100 off or more, I think.
I think it's around 100, yeah.
If you guys want to come to an in-person once,
after you complete this,
once the world gets back up and running, we have a lot of people that repeat the seminar. Not only do we, obviously we're presenting this information, but we're always continuing our education.
Thanks, Stephanie.
We just got done with a 6-day certification course. And, you know, so we're always adding new things into our seminars as well as we continue learning. So, and sometimes it's just a great refresher. I know we've got a couple people in here that have done the live and are, you know, here for the virtual recording as well. So there's just always new things that you guys can learn.
And as breeders, we're constantly trying new things. And I swear, like you saw, our setups
have changed
so much and continue to evolve. I actually hired someone to help with my last 3 litters because I had like 17 puppies at once. And there were so many days that I was like, okay, I need you to do it this way because there's a specific reason that I tuck this way or that I put this way or whatever. And it only took a couple of times of puppies destroying things or whatever for her to go
figure it out. Yeah.
But we're ever learning and ever evolving and ever perfecting. And I feel like we have been able to get fairly close to perfect, you know, whatever. It's going to grow more, but the more as we find new things that are great, we want to pass those things on.
So we do have a question. Thoughts on parvo prior to 16-week vaccine and socialization prior to that.
Didn't we talk about this earlier?
I mean, we kind of did.
I was just curious if it was the.
But
we did.
I do, you know, the parvo distemper test at, like I said, 12 weeks. So they do get their first vaccine. They do get their first vaccine for that at 12 weeks. But quite honestly, again, this is dependent on your area. Utah is not super parvo heavy. You know, there's always a risk, but Utah is not super parvo heavy like some states.
Arizona is incredibly parvo heavy.
Yeah.
And so I do 3 vaccinations on my puppies for parvo.
Yeah.
You have to, that is one thing to talk to your vet about your area. But honestly, if you are using common sense and being smart about where you're taking your puppy, you shouldn't have a problem.
What she's mostly concerned about is the socialization.
Okay, so she wasn't here earlier.
If you're smart about where you're taking your puppy and you are going to the places that aren't dog trafficked, that aren't heavy, you should be okay without that full gamut of vaccinations.
So couple things to keep in mind, because, you know, we talked about this earlier, that a lot of vets will push you to not take your puppies anywhere, not socialize them. The American Veterinary Behavioral Association actually put out a position statement saying that, you know, they want you to start socializing your puppy from the get-go, as soon as you get them, regardless of vaccination status. Obviously, you want to vaccinate your puppy, but don't wait to socialize, because more puppies are killed from behavioral issues from lack of socialization than they are from the potential of getting parvo, as long as you're doing things smart. So take them to a puppy class, take them to a socialization class, take them into public safely. You know, if you want to
go to the dog park,
right.
Don't go to the pet store, don't go places where there's tons of dogs.
And, you know, take your puppy places, get a little doggy stroller, or, you know, put them in a little doggy backpack, take them out, let them see and experience things. A lot of times I will take my puppies into like Ross or Home Goods. I find just a back corner of the store. I carry my puppy in, and I'll set them down when I get to where I want to be in the store, do a training session, let them kind of hang out and see things. And then I pick them back up and I leave, and they're not walking through the parking lot. They're not doing all that. And they just had a really great socialization experience. We just had a really long.
Okay, so it's thanks so much. I adopted a foster puppy a few months ago, which I'm sure would have scored mostly 1s on the temperament test. The info I learned today really put things into perspective. I'm happy to see my gut instinct was probably right. He was so hardcore that I strongly believed he would have failed horribly in a regular family and end up being put to sleep. I really want to help others more with all this great information. Yay!
Awesome. Good. Any other last comments or questions? We'll wait, let's see here. What time is it? Yeah, because we're you know, almost an hour over because of starting late, all the technical difficulties and stuff. So we do apologize we kept you over. We actually thought we were going to be done early every day, and joke is on us.
Are you kidding? We talk too much.
We do, it's true. All right, so no last comments or questions. If you do, and we've already logged off, you think of something, put it in the support group, guys. Until then, we will see you tomorrow. You guys have a great night, and we hope you enjoyed today. So, bye.
Bye.
All right, now I need to figure out how to get out of here. Hold on. We're going to say bye again.
Bye.
All right, we're here. All right, bye.
There you go.